The 41st year of Konoha. Moonlight House. 7-year-old Song Yu sat cross-legged under the eaves of the backyard, casually fiddling with the copper bell in his hand, making crisp sounds. He looked at his brother, who was sweating in the courtyard, with complex light flashing in his pupils, the 137th time. The bamboo swords collided with each other in the air, making a light click sound. Ji Feng's wrist holding the wooden sword trembled slightly, and the sweat on his forehead fell along the tip of his nose and hit the bluestone slab of the training ground. Song Yu had stood beside him without knowing when, and the tip of the wooden sword was pointing at the vital point of his neck. "Too slow," the boy said calmly. "A good opening move of the Hiroyakigen, but the flaw in your hand is looser than the collar of the Fire Country daimyo." He put down the wooden sword casually, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Try to use the return to block my thrust." Hate gritted his teeth and took a stance again. Just as the wooden sword was about to chop at his brother's lower body, the opponent blocked it with the back of the sword. I saw it. Song Yu suddenly turned slightly, and the white haori rolled like clouds. With a slight change of movement in his hand, the wooden sword had already gently hit Hayate's calf. Looking at his brother's shaky figure, he smiled and said meaningfully, "The center of gravity should be like the pebbles at the bottom of the Nana River." Song Yu. The dojo's paper door opened with a bang, and Mrs. Moonlight frowned while holding the herb basket. "Are you bullying your brother again?" Song Yu immediately put on an innocent expression when he saw this. It was Jifeng who said he wanted to experience the oppression on the battlefield. He turned it gently, and the wooden sword in his hand smoothly inserted into the scabbard on the left. "Right, my dear Odaodu?" Jifeng blushed and was about to refute when a deep bell sounded suddenly from a distance. "Oh, is it time to practice?" Song Yu glanced in the direction of the bell, and soon retracted his gaze, raised his eyebrows slightly, waved to the two of them, and said, "Then I will go to the training ground first, and I will be back before lunch." Before he finished speaking, he had already climbed over the 3-meter-high courtyard wall and soon disappeared. Mrs. Moonlight looked at her second son's dejected look and shook her head helplessly. This child, he was crying until he fainted while holding his father's scabbard 3 months ago. Thinking of this, she put the herbal basket on the ground, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. To the south of the back mountain of Konoha is an open grassland where the death forest can be vaguely seen. The wind of Song Yu swept across the edge of the training ground, startling several ninjas who were practicing hand seals. The sword light, like a gust of wind, danced in the field with his figure, and the occasional falling leaves were easily split in half. It could be seen that the strength he is showing now is obviously much stronger than his previous performance in front of his younger brother. It's really more comfortable to practice in such a large training ground. This feeling of being able to sweat freely on the field makes Moonlight Song Yu very satisfied. Although Moonlight's family is not without training grounds, it is still a little cramped compared to here. After consolidating the basic swordsmanship he was practicing again, Song Yu took a breath, sheathed the wooden sword in his hand, found a clean piece of grass, and sat down. While resting, he also fell in a deep thought. For my level just now, it is indeed much better than before. At least the basic swordsmanship, such as Pinkinjian and Huifan, can be considered to be so-so. Yes, just so-so. If other people heard this, they would probably roll their eyes and savor sigh. After all, anyone who knows a little about Kendo can see that based on the level of swordsmanship Song Yu just showed, not to mention other things. In terms of the basics of swordsmanship, I am afraid that many low-level ninjas who are good at swordsmanship may not be able to suppress him. You know, swordsmanship is different from ninjutsu. Even the most talented people need to rely on the accumulation of time to slowly realize their talents. If this speed of progress had been placed on other people, they would have been overjoyed long ago. But in the eyes of the time traveler Song Yu, it could only be said to be acceptable. As a half Naruto fan, he clearly knew how outrageous the so-called geniuses in this world were. Not to mention the top geniuses like Uchiha Itachi and Namikaze Minato. Even the later Konoha 12 strongmen started to be independent in their teens, not to mention Indra and Ashura. I have indeed made a lot of progress during this period, but it is mainly because the original strength is too low. Thinking of this, Song Yu took a deep breath and exhaled. First, there is no Otsutsuki bloodline. Second, there is no system plugin. And even the family-inherited transparent escape has not been awakened. After complaining in his heart, he shook his head and calmed down his emotions and stood up again. Since none of the above is available, You can't relax when practicing. Anyway, as the young patriarch of the Moonlight family, although Song Yu didn't open any cheats, at least this identity is still good. As we all know, the anime Naruto is a place of bloodline theory. In other words, in this world, family background is very important. There's a saying that the heir of the Hokage is the Hokage, the heir of the daimyo is the daimyo, and the heir of the commoner is still a commoner. As the eldest son of the family, Song Yu naturally doesn't have to worry too much about this. Although the Moonlight family is not a big family in Konoha, after decades of accumulation, there's still some foundations. As the young patriarch of the Moonlight family, he basically doesn't have to worry about resources and background. The family's treasured swordsmanship secrets and ninjutsu scrolls, just flip through them as long as they are not damaged. The medicines and nutritional supplements needed for daily training, just take them as long as they are not wasted. This supply is nothing to the Moonlight family. Even when he is assigned to guide the Jonin after graduating from the ninja school, he will definitely be the most suitable elite Jonin. There will be no situation where a special Jonin or even an elite Chunin is randomly assigned to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Don't underestimate these things. A good start can definitely allow Song Yu to gain a lot of first-mover advantages in the early stage. And these advantages will become more and more obvious as they grow older, until they form a snowball effect. So in the ninja world, under normal circumstances, the growth rate of civilians is impossible to catch up with ninjas from big families, except for geniuses. And it should be noted that the genius here does not refer to ordinary geniuses, but unreasonable geniuses like Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even Namikaze Minato. If you're just a little talented, then the route is probably the best destination. Thinking of this, Song Yu, who was waving a wooden sword, couldn't help shaking his head. Fortunately, it's a family start. As for talent, he smiled slightly, and the wind from the wooden sword brought a trace of long hair on his cheek. In this regard, he has never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 2. Cultivation. Some individuals traverse dimensions with ease and joy, while others bear the weight of profound grievances. As for the enigmatic Moonlight Kangyu, his circumstances are perhaps best left unspoken. It remains a mystery whether it was the manner of his crossing or some other factor, but upon his arrival, he found himself still nestled in the womb of his current form. Such occurrences are not entirely foreign to him, as he had perused novels featuring similar scenarios in his previous life. However, the true conundrum arose when he discovered that this body possessed its own soul. In essence, he was an interloper in a realm where he did not belong. This predicament escalated, for not only had he found himself in an unfamiliar world, but he had also mismanaged his rebirth. To compound matters, he could not even usurp the original soul's place. Indeed, the first thought that crossed his mind, honed by extensive reading of online literature, was to seize the original soul and swiftly refine it, thus taking its place. Unfortunately, he soon realized that due to the incompatibility between the soul and body, he was utterly incapable of executing such a plan. Faced with this stark reality, he had no choice but to retreat deep within, adapting to the vessel while silently biding his time for an opportunity to reclaim control. Unexpectedly, this wait extended to 7 long years. It was not until 3 months ago, following the death of the Moonlight Patriarch, his father in this world, that the original soul succumbed to overwhelming sorrow, and he finally found his chance. 7 years. Even now, as he reflects on those months that have passed since that fateful day, Kang Yu is overwhelmed by a desire to weep. Can one fathom the tribulations he endured during those 7 years? Each recollection serves as a poignant reminder of the struggles he faced. Yet, all was not in vain. The wooden sword sliced through the air with a swift whoosh, the gentle breeze it created lifting the fine strands of hair that adorned his face, revealing his bright, determined eyes. Following the consumption of the original soul, not only had the compatibility of his body reached its zenith, but his innate talents had also seen remarkable enhancement. The act of refinement had proven to be a wise choice. The esteemed celestial master had indeed not deceived him. If one were to categorize the original soul's talents as above average, then their amalgamation had elevated him to a level of exceptional prowess, perhaps even beyond. With his current aptitude, he might not achieve the unparalleled status of Uchiha Itachi, but he surely would not fall far behind. T05, perhaps. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed further musings, for talent, though difficult to quantify, would manifest itself in comparison with others. With approximately a week remaining until he commenced his studies at the Ninja Academy, he would soon discern where he stood among his peers. For now, however, a glimmer of resolve shone in Kang Yu's eyes. Cultivation was imperative, relentless cultivation. Having endured a solitary and shadowy existence for 7 years, he had transformed significantly compared to his former self. The boundless darkness and solitude had extinguished all remnants of his youthful arrogance and impetuosity. As the wind whispered through the falling mulberry leaves, only tranquility remained within his heart. To entertain fantasies would only lead to endless entanglements and self-doubt. There exists no profound truth to life. It is merely a matter of progressing step by step. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, it was time for lunch. After hours of rigorous training, Kang Yu finally ceased his exertions, panting heavily. Having taken a moment to calm his breath, he sat down to reflect on the fruits of his morning's labor. With 2 hours of swordsmanship practice and an additional 2 hours dedicated to physical techniques, he had exceeded his goals. After returning home for a meal and a brief respite, he planned to devote another 3 or 4 hours to learning fundamental ninjutsu. Upon reviewing his training schedule for any discrepancies, he nodded approvingly. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Given his current foundation in swordsmanship, should he not begin to explore more advanced techniques? However, this doubt was fleeting, quickly replaced by determination. There was no need for haste. Cultivation, much like constructing a building, requires a solid foundation to ensure future heights are not constrained. Moreover, with the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War, he had ample time for development, and there was no necessity to rush. With that in mind, he resolved to set a modest goal. Kang Yu smiled to himself, deciding to solidify his foundational swordsmanship to an impregnable level before delving into more advanced disciplines. This decision brought him a sense of ease. Yet at that moment, a peculiar sensation coursed through him, akin to a jolt of electricity, momentarily stalling his movements. This sensation had become increasingly familiar since inheriting this body. Initially, he attributed it to the discord between his soul and the vessel, but 3 months had elapsed without any sign of improvement. Rather, the episodes had intensified in frequency. Though he had previously inquired with his mother, she had been unable to discern the cause, ultimately attributing it to his fervent training. This sensation was fleeting, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. As he regained his composure, Kang Yu pondered briefly before shaking his head. Perhaps he would seek answers from others in due time. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced up at the sun, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Oh dear, it appeared that time had slipped away from him. Noticing the dwindling number of individuals in the training arena, Kang Yu sprang to his feet and hurried back to the Moonlight residence, a hint of distress etching his features. It would be best to avoid an encounter with his stern mother. I have returned. After a hurried journey, Kang Yu managed to arrive home just as dinner was about to be served. Moonlight Lady cast a glance at her perspiring and breathless son, offering a gentle smile without uttering a word. Go wash up before dinner, she instructed kindly. Nodding in agreement, Kang Yu ascended the stairs, and upon completing his ablutions, emerged to find his younger brother, Moonlight Jifeng, sulking quietly in a corner. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he approached his brother, teasingly remarking, Oi, is that my dear little Adudu? Why do you appear so dejected? Jifeng glanced up, pouting, and promptly turned away, embodying the very essence of a petulant child seeking consolation. Observing this, Kang Yu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. It seems my adorable little brother is not in the mood to see me today. Very well, I shall proceed to dinner without further ado. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Jifeng blinked in surprise, feeling a mix of frustration and indignation. His insufferable brother had been insufferably teasing him of late. A most intolerable state of affairs. Just as he stewed in his thoughts, their mother finally called him to join them for dinner. Reluctantly, he trudged down the stairs, knowing that regardless of his grievances, a meal was still required. As they sat at the dining table, Kang Yu couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his brother's deliberate avoidance of him. He playfully inquired, What seems to be troubling my foolish Adudu today? Has someone been bullying you? Hearing his brother's continued ribbing, Jifeng's irritation only grew. Moonlight Lady, recognizing the source of the tension, shot a disapproving glance at her eldest son. Enough, Kang Yu. You are soon to be a student at the Ninja Academy. You should not be tormenting your younger brother. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Song Yi refrained from persisting in his mischievous antics towards his younger brother. Very well, he said with a resigned shrug. I truly apologize. Observing his elder brother's insincere and clumsy display of contrition, Yu Guang Jifeng lowered his head and continued to eat in silence, choosing not to utter a word. Humph, I shall not forgive him so readily. Chapter 3, Moonlight Interval. After finishing lunch, Song Yeyu mischievously tousled the hair of Moonlight Jifeng until it was completely disheveled, only retreating to his room when he was met with a fierce glare filled with resentment. Approaching the wooden table beside the tatami, he picked up a scroll titled Substitution Technique manuscript and began to study it. Over the past 3 months, Song Yeyu had not merely practiced swordplay. He had also mastered the foundational techniques of transformation, clone, and substitution. Logically, he should have progressed to learning some D-class or even C-class ninjutsu, as the Moonlight Family's collection contained such techniques. However, as a transmigrator, he harbored his own ambitions. The three-body technique serves as an essential introductory ninjutsu that nearly every ninja must learn, primarily due to its simplicity and practicality. While transformation and clone techniques may be set aside for now, the substitution technique is notably prevalent. Regardless of rank, whether Genin, Chunin, or Jonin, even those of the highest caliber, such as the Kage level, find this technique remarkably versatile. Of course, with the exception of the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, for Song Yeyu, Proficiency in the other two foundational ninjutsu sufficed, but he felt compelled to refine the substitution technique to perfection. As the most frequently utilized ninjutsu, its fundamental principle revolves around temporarily replacing oneself with another object to confuse the opponent. While it may sound akin to a space-time ninjutsu, the two concepts are, in reality, worlds apart. The moment of substitution indeed involves the principle of spatial exchange. In essence, it bears a striking resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke's heavenly hand power. However, the crux of the matter lies in its excessively long preparation time. Even the most adept user requires over half a minute to prepare before execution. This explains why many ninjas, during initial skirmishes, often engage in inconsequential attacks, partly to test each other's strength and partly to silently observe the surroundings and prepare for the first substitution. It is evident that to master the substitution technique, one must not only hone this ninjutsu to the point of excellence to reduce the preparation duration, but also strive for perfection in movement, observation, and timing of the substitution. Song Yiyu had comprehended the three-body technique about a month ago and had since devoted his time to refining this ninjutsu. After reviewing the principles of the substitution technique once more, he set the scroll aside, regulated his breathing, and began to silently channel his chakra in preparation for the substitution. After approximately a minute, his hands swiftly formed the 5 seals of the snake, horse, monkey, rooster, and tiger. As the final seal was completed, a loud bang resonated, and a cloud of white mist enveloped the room. When the mist dissipated, Song Yiyu was revealed to be on the opposite side of the room, while a stone of moderate size occupied his previous position. 1 minute and 37 seconds. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Song Yiyu mentally calculated his progress. He had improved by 53 seconds from his initial success of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which he deemed quite satisfactory. Picking up the substitution technique manuscript again, he noted that, according to the esteemed predecessors, this speed was commendable among novices, yet he still fell short of the ninjutsu school's benchmark of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Despite this, he found no grounds for dissatisfaction. Although he considered himself exceptionally talented, he was not arrogant enough to compare his current level with the accomplishments of others over 6 years. Thus, it appeared that his training in the substitution technique had entered a positive trajectory, requiring only diligent practice moving forward. Song Yiyu pondered, if that were the case, he could certainly expedite his training in subsequent ninjutsu. However, he furrowed his brow slightly. The cultivation of ninjas is inherently imbued with a strong sense of heritage. While the later stages may be more manageable, it is advisable to have an experienced ninja provide corresponding guidance in the early phases. As the young patriarch of the Moonlight Clan, he had been personally instructed by the clan head, his father, 3 months prior. Following his father's passing, the clan appointed his uncle, his father's brother, to guide him. Unfortunately, his uncle had gone on a mission after their last session, and over a month had elapsed since his return. This evoked a familiar sense of deja vu. Could it be that he was destined to follow in his brother's footsteps? Song Yiyu felt a pang of frustration and promptly shook his head. The Moonlight family had never been numerous. He should avoid being a harbinger of ill fortune. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the scroll, a sudden knocking resounded from outside the door. Upon opening it, he found his little brother, Jifeng. Uncle Jian is back. Mother asked me to let you know, he said, pouting, before dashing away. Clearly remembering his brother's mischievous antics and vowing not to engage with him further, at least not today. Watching his brother's swift departure, Song Yiyu scratched his head. Why was he upset? Hadn't he felt the warmth of his older brother's care? After all, it had been 7 years since anyone had shown concern for him. Sighing, he reflected, indeed, little brothers can be the most troublesome. If only he had a sister, she would surely adore his personality. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief, shaking his head as he set the scroll down. Regardless, the news his little brother brought was quite favorable. Uncle Jian, whose full name was Moonlight Jian, had been assigned to him as a mentor. After being away for so long, it was only fitting that Song Yiyu pay him a visit, hence the reason his mother had sent his brother with the message. Since he had been contemplating his future training plans, this was a timely opportunity. Descending to inform his mother, he then set off towards Uncle Jian's residence. Upon exiting the courtyard, he noticed that the surrounding area was predominantly occupied by the Moonlight clan's dwellings. While not comparable to the estates of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, it was still quite respectable. Jian, being his father's brother, lived not far from their home, and within minutes, he arrived. Noticing the door that had evidently just been opened, Song Yiyu composed himself and approached, lightly knocking twice. After a brief silence within, a robust voice resonated. Who is it? It's me, Uncle Jian. He cleared his throat and replied, Moonlight Song Yiyu. The voice from inside paused momentarily before becoming significantly warmer. Ah, Song Yiyu. The door isn't locked. Come right in. Chapter 4. Demonstration. Upon receiving permission from his master, Tsukikage Su pushed open the door and entered the room. The layout of the Tsukikage residence was strikingly simple, filled with various ninja tools and scrolls, devoid of any other furnishings. It felt less like a home and more akin to a ninja's hideout. The master of the house stood beside a table, tidying up his belongings. Upon hearing footsteps, he set down what he was holding, turned around, and smiled at the boy cloaked in the Tsukikage family attire. Esya, it has been quite some time. Looking at the man before him, who had medium-length black hair and wore a Konoha forehead protector, the resemblance to the grown-up Tsukikage Kaze was unmistakable. Esya smiled with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it has been a long time. I never imagined Uncle Jeiken would be away for such an extended period. I have missed you every day. Hearing this, Tsukikage Jeiken burst into hearty laughter, as if he had heard something exceptionally amusing. Is that so? However, coming from you. Young lad, it is rather difficult to take your words at face value. It seems I have been somewhat misunderstood. Feigning distress, Esya shrugged his shoulders and curiously inquired. But speaking of which, after this mission concludes, you should take a good rest, right? Perhaps not for long, Jeiken replied, the smile on his face fading slightly as he exhaled wearily. How should I put it? Although the war has essentially concluded, the repercussions are far from dissipated. At this, he glanced at Esya, his thoughts drifting to his brother who had perished in the conflict, and a glimmer of pity crept into his gaze. Sensing the shift in emotion, Esya smiled and refrained from further comment. He felt a profound gratitude towards the father figure who had indirectly aided him. After all, without him, he would not be the person he was today. As Esya reminisced about paternal affection, Tsukikage Jeiken managed to regain his composure. Well, these matters are not for a child of your age to occupy your thoughts. He shook his head, then suddenly raised an eyebrow, shifting the topic. Let us discuss you instead. How has your training progressed over the past month? As your uncle, I bear the responsibility of overseeing your development. Esya opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by a wave of Jeiken's hand. Never mind. It's better to show me through your performance. Let us head to the training ground. With that, he tilted his head toward his nephew, signaling him to follow, and without looking back, walked toward the practice area in the backyard. Esya shrugged in response, acknowledging that Uncle Jeiken was as direct as ever. However, this straightforwardness was advantageous. If anything seemed amiss, it would be easier to seek his guidance. In the training field, Jeiken selected a wooden sword suitable for a child from a nearby rack and tossed it to Esya. If I recall correctly, I should have taught you the basics of swordsmanship and the body flicker technique some time ago, right? Esya nodded in affirmation. In that case, upon receiving confirmation, Jeiken's playful demeanor faded, and he donned a serious expression. Come on, young lad. Showcase the fruits of your training over the past month. Strive to impress me with your utmost effort. At this, he seemed to grow a bit excited, as if something within him had ignited, prompting him to add, please, do not disappoint me. Observing the theatrics of his uncle, who was in his 20s yet still exhibiting youthful exuberance, Esya could only comply, albeit half-heartedly. All right, I'll do my best to entertain you, Uncle Jeiken. After a brief moment of forced enthusiasm, he pretended not to notice the disdain in Jeiken's eyes regarding his performance, then sprang into action, drawing the wooden sword and striking forward. What a passionless little rascal, Jeiken remarked, effortlessly dodging the blade's arc with a sigh. A fellow like you won't attract any girls at the Ninja Academy. Casting a sidelong glance at his still single uncle, Esya refrained from delivering any biting retorts and continued to wield the wooden sword, executing the fundamental sword techniques against him. As the wooden blade sliced through the air, despite not landing a single blow on Jeiken, the latter's expression began to shift toward mild surprise. While observing Esya's stances, angles, and force, Jeiken mused inwardly. It seems this lad has been training in swordsmanship for only a few months. Yet his talent is remarkable. After several exchanges, Jeiken suddenly closed the gap between them with a swift movement, gesturing for Esya to stop. That will suffice for your demonstration of basic sword techniques. He pondered for a moment, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, he suppressed his astonishment, cleared his throat, and casually remarked, cough, your swordsmanship is adequate, perhaps 2 points shy of my own original level. Now, regarding your body flicker technique. How have you fared? Having shifted the topic, he added, it's all right if you haven't team mastered it yet. Feel free to share any difficulties you encountered during your studies. Jeiken harbored little hope for Esya's progress in the body flicker technique. Considering his exceptional sword skills, it would be unreasonable to expect advancements in other areas as well. Although, theoretically, basic sword training and ninjutsu training did not conflict. Since the fundamentals of swordsmanship did not involve chakra utilization, one could hardly expect a 7-year-old to achieve such feats. However, upon witnessing Esya flawlessly execute the body flicker technique, Jeiken fell silent. He was aware of Esya's previous capabilities, which had merely consisted of a foundational understanding of swordplay imparted by his late father, with no prior exposure to the body flicker technique. A genius? For a moment, Tsukikage Jeiken found himself contemplating whether he might actually be a hidden teaching prodigy. Noticing his uncle's prolonged silence, Esya grew restless. What does his silence mean? Is he dissatisfied with my performance? As anxiety seeped into his thoughts, he furrowed his brow. Since being reborn, he had never slacked off in his training. Now, with his uncle's behavior, he found himself doubting his abilities. Is my talent not as extraordinary as I imagined, or is my level of effort simply insufficient? A whirlwind of confusion flooded his mind, and he bit his lip, succumbing to silence. The training ground lay in stillness, both of them lost in contemplation. After a long pause, Tsukikage Jeiken broke the silence, speaking first. I have a general sense of your progress during this period, and it is quite commendable. He glanced at Esya and nodded approvingly. If you can maintain this momentum, surpassing your father in the future might not be impossible. Upon hearing his words, Esya felt a sense of relief. Although he did not particularly concern himself with others' evaluations, at least his efforts over this duration had not gone unrecognized. After affirming his progress as encouragement, Jakin pointed out some oversights in Esya's swordsmanship. As for the body flicker technique, he offered no further commentary. Considering it merely a fundamental skill, once learned, it was simply a matter of execution. As for the remaining subtle techniques and experiential knowledge, they cannot be succinctly conveyed in just a few sentences. After diligently noting down the guidance, Song Yeyu was about to inquire about the next ninjutsu he should learn. However, a sudden thought struck him, prompting a moment of contemplation before he spoke. Uncle Zhou, I have a question I would like to ask. Yuelyang Zhou, who was secretly astonished by his nephew's talent, waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling him to continue. Recently, I have been experiencing a peculiar sensation within my body, as if I were suddenly jolted by an electric shock. Before Song Yeyu could finish his sentence, he noticed the other man's pupils constrict, as if he had seen a ghost, staring at him in utter astonishment. Chapter 5. The Elders summons. The ancestral home of the Moonlight Clan lies at the heart of their settlement, covering an area of 8 acres. Although it may not rival the elegance of the Hugo estate or the grandeur of the Nain Shrine, this place holds profound significance for the Moonlight Clan. The only individuals permitted to reside here, apart from the clan leader, are a select few elders from the family. Consequently, this locale has always exuded a certain tranquility compared to other places. However, on this particular morning, the usually deserted ancestral home was unexpectedly bustling with activity. 5 elders had gathered in the main hall, and before them stood a young ninja, no more than 20 or 30 years of age. Moonlight Zhou, why have you summoned me so early? Inquired the 5th elder, leaning forward with piercing eyes fixed on the young ninja. As the youngest among the elders, he typically did not reside at the ancestral grounds. Today, he had risen at least half an hour earlier than usual to arrive on time. His mood was quite irritable, and if the young man failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would undoubtedly impart a lesson in respecting one's elders. The other 4 elders, upon hearing him speak, turned their gazes toward the young man, equally curious about what matter could warrant their early rising. Moonlight Zhou remained unfazed and simply clasped his hands before him, recounting the situation concerning Suye Yu in detail. As he narrated, the elders initially displayed expressions of delight, which quickly morphed into astonishment. Once he had finished, the faces of the 5 elders were a tableau of wonder. After a brief silence in the hall, the 3rd elder cleared his throat and straightened his posture, fixing his gaze intently on the young ninja. Zhou, let me confirm something with you. Are you saying that Suye Yu has not only mastered fundamental swordsmanship and the body replacement technique within a few months, but also shows signs of a bloodline awakening? Moonlight Zhou nodded affirmatively. The 3rd elder, upon receiving confirmation, averted his gaze and fell silent, though the tension in his furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Following the 3rd elder, the other elders voiced their questions, and Zhou provided answers one by one. As their concerns were addressed, the joy on their faces became increasingly evident, albeit tinged with a hint of conflict. Approximately 15 minutes later, conversation in the hall dwindled until the 4th elder posed the final question, plunging the room once more into silence. The elders exchanged glances, seeing no further inquiries among them. The eldest elder cleared his throat. Well, how about this? He suggested after a moment of contemplation. Tomorrow morning, you should bring Suye Yu here. It has been some time since we last saw him. The 5th elder's expression shifted as he absorbed this information, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Just as Moonlight Zhou nodded in agreement, the elders gestured for him to leave, indicating they had matters to discuss among themselves. Once he had departed, the 5th elder voiced his concerns bluntly. What should we do now? What do you mean by what to do? The eldest elder feigned ignorance, chuckling lightly. With such an exceptional junior emerging from our clan, we must nurture him well. Ignoring the eldest elder's attempt to diffuse the situation, the 5th elder pressed on. What I mean is, if Suye Yu truly possesses the talents Zhou described, should we choose him or Henry? With that, he fixed his gaze on the eldest elder, awaiting a response. After 10 seconds of silence, witnessing the eldest elder's reluctance to speak, he turned to the other 3. What do the rest of you think? The remaining 3 elders remained mute, their gazes fixed on the ground. Seeing their reactions, the 5th elder let out a sardonic laugh, then focused on one individual. 4th elder. What is your opinion? His tone carried an undertone of pressure. The others may remain silent, but Henry is your granddaughter. Surely, you have something to say? The 4th elder, addressed directly, chuckled softly and cleared his throat, his face brimming with affection for his granddaughter, yet devoid of any inclination to defend her. Regardless of whether the clan chooses Suye Yu or Henry, as long as it contributes to the prosperity of the Moonlight Clan, I will have no objections. He adjusted his glasses and surveyed the other 4, his voice hoarse as he continued. After all, considering our frail conditions, we may not have much time left. The clan needs fresh blood, does it not? Following his words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Even the previously assertive fifth elder fell into contemplation. Indeed, their time was limited. Moreover, the fourth elder took a sip from his teacup, reflecting, how did Jiao Jian ultimately perish? Have you all forgotten? Fourth elder. The eldest elder snapped his head toward the window, ensuring no one else was within earshot before turning back to the fourth elder. Let us not speak of this matter again. We must be cautious. Walls have ears. As his words faded, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more somber. The fourth elder adjusted his glasses with a sigh, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The following morning, Moonlight Jiao Jian arrived at the ancestral grounds with Suya Yu in tow. Upon entering the ancestral home, they found the five elders already waiting on the platform. Additionally, a small girl, slightly older than Suya Yu, stood respectfully at the foot of the platform. Suya Yu quickly scanned her before bowing respectfully to the five elders seated above, adhering to the formalities ingrained in him. Clearing his throat, the eldest elder gestured lightly at his white beard, beaming as he addressed Siyu. Little Sia, the last time we met was at your father's. Why have you not come to visit us old men for so long? Siyu, having been informed of the elder's summons the previous evening, was prepared for such inquiries. Recognizing the seemingly reproachful yet affectionate tone, he quickly gauged the elder's sentiments toward him, and a hint of fluster appeared on his face. Forgive me, elder. Suya Yu stammered, his cheeks flushing as he struggled to find the right words. Yet, as if struck by a realization, his tone steadied. It was my oversight. He exhaled deeply, a trace of sorrow crossing his features. Ever since my father's passing, I have been diligently training, neglecting other matters. Hearing this, the eldest elder envisioned the young boy, immersed in his training to numb the pain of his father's loss. Clearing his throat, he exchanged glances with the other elders and sighed, offering words of comfort. Little Suya, we too grieve for the loss of the clan leader. Yet, once a life has departed, it cannot be restored. We, the living, must inevitably gaze forward. Song Yi nodded slightly, observing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently cultivated, and the melancholy upon his visage began to fade. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I fully comprehend these matters, he declared, a flicker of resolve illuminating his eyes. His words resonating with conviction. My singular aspiration now is to fulfill my father's legacy. Song Yi fixed his gaze upon the five esteemed elders above and pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. I shall endeavor to restore the glory of the Moonlight Clan. Chapter 6. The contest. I shall restore the Moonlight Clan to greatness once more. The voice of Song Yi, though not particularly loud and somewhat juvenile, resonated like thunder among those present. Excellent. The usually impetuous fifth elder could not help but thump his thigh, repeatedly uttering the phrase. What a magnificent declaration to revive the Moonlight Clan. His eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, and he declared, for this statement alone, I acknowledge you. Coughing lightly, the typically reticent second elder interjected, I believe this phrase should be inscribed into our family's creed. The others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Moonlight Jiao Jian was entirely absorbed in his own reverie, unable to comprehend the surrounding conversations. If only I had uttered those words. His face flushed at the thought, and his hands clenched into fists, trembling uncontrollably. Observing his fervent reaction, Song Yi couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could he have awakened some peculiar attribute within him? Unlike the youthful and dramatic Moonlight Jiao Jian, the elder clan members, having experienced much, soon regained their composure. Yesterday, upon hearing there was a genius in our clan, I thought Jiao Jian was exaggerating, remarked the third elder, casting a satisfied smile towards Song Yi. Now, I find his words to be rather conservative. The fourth elder, after a brief cough, nodded in agreement. Indeed, being the son of Jian, he possesses remarkable insight at such a tender age. It seems the monumental task of reviving the Moonlight Clan may indeed rest upon his shoulders. He then pointed to the black-haired little girl standing below and said to Song Yi, Song Yi, this is Moonlight Hannah Yuli, a year your senior. Soon to enter her third year at the Ninja Academy. Once you enroll, she will be your senior. You two should get acquainted. If any matters arise at school, you can seek her assistance. Upon hearing this, Song Yi glanced in the indicated direction, assessed her briefly, and approached, extending his right hand. Hello. I am Moonlight Song Yi. I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come. However, she responded coolly, merely glancing at him before stating, Moonlight Hannah Yuli, and resumed her aloofness, showing no intention of shaking hands. Song Yi, undeterred, nodded and withdrew his hand, as if nothing had transpired. Although the situation appeared somewhat awkward, the Grand Elder, seemingly oblivious, continued the conversation with a smile. Now that you are acquainted, Song Yi, why not take this opportunity to have your senior instruct you in swordsmanship? With that, the Grand Elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Merely practicing in solitude will not forge a true champion. Upon hearing this, Song Yi felt a stir within. Having practiced alone for such an extended period, he welcomed the chance to engage with a peer to validate his skills. Initially, he intended to wait until school began, but with this opportunity at hand, he had no reason to decline. I would be most delighted. After his agreement, Hannah Yuli tossed him a wooden sword. Song Yi was momentarily taken aback. Had she prepared this beforehand? Weighing the wooden sword in his hand, he dismissed his thoughts. The primary concern now was to seize this opportunity to validate his sword techniques. The ancestral home was spacious, and the hall was ample enough to accommodate the sparring of 2 children. In the center of the vast hall, the 2 formed their stances under Moonlight Jian's guidance, then quickly distanced themselves while under the watchful eyes of the 6 elders. Seeing this, the elders nodded subtly. In the absence of knowledge regarding the opponent's true strength, a hasty attack could secure the initiative but was not a wise choice. Within the arena, Song Yiyu's gaze was fixed intently on Hana Yuli, as he cautiously adjusted his footing while searching for an opportune moment to strike. However, after a few moments of observation, he quickly realized that their swordsmanship was not comparable. Recognizing his inferiority in skill, Song Yiyu decided against conventional strategies, opting instead to seize the initiative. With this resolution, he shifted from a defensive posture to an attacking stance. After approximately half a minute, a gentle breeze wafted through the hall, stirring the air. A strand of hair brushed against Hana Yuli's face, drifting towards her nose. "Now," Song Yiyu shouted, his heel striking the stone floor with force, propelling him forward. The wooden sword in his grasp surged forth, appearing to shimmer with a faint glimmer. "Is that Aido?" The 3rd elder's eyes brightened, but he soon shook his head. "No, it differs from Aido. It seems to be a straightforward thrust." As the blade approached, Hana Yuli exhibited no sign of apprehension. She stepped back slightly to the right, her body pivoting to the left as she effortlessly parried the forceful strike with her wooden sword. Song Yiyu's focus sharpened upon witnessing his attack thwarted. He aimed to swiftly retreat, but Hana Yuli seized the opportunity to counter, using her strength to push his sword aside while simultaneously pivoting to strike at his left shoulder. Remarkable, Song Yiyu thought, shifting his weight to evade the incoming attack with a somewhat awkward movement. Seeing her strike miss, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Hana Yuli's face, but it quickly vanished. Before Song Yiyu could regain his footing, her wooden sword surged forward once more. Song Yiyu steadied himself, adjusting his grip on the sword to counter her advance. What followed was a rapid exchange of attacks and counters, the situation evolving multiple times within mere seconds. The 5 elders watched intently, their expressions a blend of admiration and appreciation, fully acknowledging the prowess of the 2 in the arena. The 5th elder, seated in the upper left, turned to Moonlight Jian and asked, "Are you certain Song Yi has only been practicing swordsmanship for a few months?" Having been asked this countless times, Moonlight Jian could only nod in resignation. Unbelievable. The 4th elder marveled quietly, observing Song Yiyu, who, despite being at a disadvantage, remained resolute. What if he were given years, even decades to hone his skills? The elders could scarcely fathom the possibilities. Chapter 7. Conditions. The clash within the arena continued, the sound of swords colliding resonating throughout the hall. After repelling Song Yiyu with a decisive strike, Wanli furrowed her brows slightly. She couldn't shake the feeling that her opponent's swordsmanship had improved a notch since their initial engagement. Casting another glance at Song Yiyu, she quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Improving mid-battle? How could that be possible? After all, she was a prodigy, chosen by her family for rigorous training. Yet, even with her exceptional talent, such a notion was beyond her contemplation. If that were the case, wouldn't everyone just forego training and simply seek out duels instead? Unbeknownst to her, Song Yiyu was filled with delight at that moment. Moonlight Huanli, what a wonderful opponent. Initially, he merely wished to assess his own abilities, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that she was also employing basic sword techniques. This transformed the match from a crushing defeat to an educational exchange. Perhaps the elders had specifically advised her to consider his swordsmanship level. Song Yiyu shook his head in wonder. Logically, he should have conceded by now, as there had been numerous instances where she had nearly struck him. If they had been wielding real swords, he would have been covered in wounds by now. Yet, there were no ifs. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he charged toward her once more. This rare opportunity was one he intended to seize fully. The contest would not conclude until his stamina was thoroughly exhausted. This was his declaration, one that no one could thwart, not even the mighty Otsutsuki. "All right, let us conclude this match," the Grand Elder interjected as he noticed the 2 were intent on continuing their sparring. A few exchanges to showcase their talents would suffice. They mustn't tire themselves out completely, as he had other matters to address shortly. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Song Yiyu promptly lowered his wooden sword. Wanli did the same, standing respectfully at her place. As Moonlight Jian returned to the center of the hall, the 2 completed the reconciliation seal under his guidance. Casting a glance at the petite girl opposite him, Song Yiyu felt a profound sense of reluctance. What a splendid practice partner she was. "Little Song Yiyu, you need not feel any regret." As if sensing his unfulfilled desire, the 4th elder adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Whenever you wish, you may come to 4th Grandpa's house to spar with Huanli." Song Yayu's eyes brightened at this prospect. "I suppose I shall frequently be disturbing 4th Grandpa from now on." The elder nodded with a smile. Young, talented, and courteous, how could the elders not grow fond of them? For a moment, they found themselves at a loss for words regarding how to proceed. After a pause, the 5th elder turned to the others and remarked, "I see no need for a selection process. Such outstanding juniors may only emerge once in a decade within our clan." The other elders fell silent at his words. The Grand Elder hesitated before tentatively asking, "Are you implying only children make choices? We shall take them both." The fifth elder declared fervently, "With the resources of the Moonlight clan, surely we can train 2 children without issue." The others remained unresponsive. Of course, it was feasible. The entire clan's strength could be harnessed. Not only 2, but even more could be accommodated. However, what of the others? In essence, this would mean placing the clan's hopes entirely upon these 2. Should anything go awry during their training, be it injuries or a depletion of potential, the repercussions for the clan could be incalculable, potentially leaving them in a state of distress for over a decade. Such considerations weighed heavily on the elders. A moment's oversight could lead to devastating losses for the clan, leaving them unable to rest in peace even in death. Furthermore, would the rest of the clan agree to such a decision? As the elders above prepared to engage in heated debate, Song Yeyu felt a hint of confusion but chose to conceal it. He surmised that their disputes were likely related to the very reason he had been summoned there today. Meanwhile, Moonlight Jiujin took advantage of the 5 elders' distraction to quietly explain the implications of full-scale training. This method, passed down since the Warring States period, aimed to cultivate powerful ninjas to lead the clan towards prosperity. Chakra, as we know, is composed of both physical and mental energy. While the mental aspect is intangible, the physical is not. The essence of this training method lies in enhancing a ninja's physique to elevate their chakra capacity. Such training methods are not uncommon in the ninja world, particularly popular in the Cloud Village, exemplified by each generation of Raikage, who seem almost molded from the same form. However, this approach is not something just anyone can afford. Perhaps due to their prior preparations, the elders did not deliberate for too long this time. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Ahem. With a soft cough from the Grand Elder, the hall fell silent. He regarded the 2 below with a solemn expression. "I trust you are aware of the purpose of your summons today. According to clan regulations, only 1 individual can receive the clan's full support at any given time. However," he shifted his tone, continuing, "after much discussion among the elders, we have decided to make an exception for the 2 of you." Rising slowly, he articulated the specific terms agreed upon. "For the next year, all resources of the clan will be at your disposal. What you must accomplish is to secure first place in the ninja school assessment next year, surpassing your peers." He paused, deliberately scanning Song Yayu's face before continuing, "Of course. Should you find the competition too formidable, defeating the other participant between you is also acceptable." He shook his head, leaving the subsequent implications unspoken. Yet the gathered crowd comprehended his meaning without further explanation. As Song Yayu departed the ancestral grounds toward the clan's resource repository, he pondered the events of the day. This visit had proven fruitful, yet he needed to remain vigilant about the year-long assessment and the elder's health. A frown creased his brow as he contemplated. He couldn't shake the feeling that the frequency of their coughs was alarmingly high, and it seemed to afflict all of them. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by a sudden tap on his shoulder. Looking up in confusion, he found Moonlight Jiujin regarding him with a knowing expression, as if he could read his thoughts. "Some matters are best left unpondered. When the time comes for you to know, you shall understand. And be cautious of that assessment." The Grand Elder's second condition was directed specifically at you. He gently patted the other's shoulder and softly reminded, "The Moonlight Flower Pair has secured the top position in our grade for 2 consecutive years." Chapter 8. The Ninja School. After offering guidance to Song Yeyu, Sukikage Jukin ceased to speak further. He swiftly led him to collect the resources needed for their upcoming training. Is this the secret potion for enhancing one's physique? Song Yeyu pondered, examining the dark, round object in his hand that bore a striking resemblance to a soldier's rations. "Be careful not to drop it," Sukikage Jukin admonished, a hint of envy flickering in his gaze. "Once you become a ninja, you'll understand how precious this is. One of these is worth an entire B-rank mission." Is this worthless thing truly worth 50 to 60,000 Rio? And it only lasts for 2 or 3 days. Upon hearing this, Song Yeyu discreetly stowed the item into his pocket, beginning to grasp the significance of the family's commitment to his training. Monday morning. The weather was delightful, perfect for an outing. This morning, Song Yeyu unusually forewent his regular morning practice, for he was to report to school. Aside from his father, the rest of the family donned more formal attire, each garment adorned with the emblem of the Tsukikage clan. After paying respects to their late father with 3 incense sticks, the trio prepared to head to the school. "Song Yeyu, have you packed everything you need for registration?" Lady Tsukikage handed the backpack to her eldest son, confirming once more. Song Yeyu accepted the bag, nodding affirmatively. "That's good." She smiled with satisfaction. "Since we're all set, let us leave early. We mustn't be late on the first day." "Let us go." The younger brother, Shifeng, appeared even more excited than Song Yeyu, as if he were the one starting school. Witnessing his brother's exuberance, Song Yeyu couldn't help but smirk mischievously. In an instant, a wicked hand swooped down to ruffle Shifeng's hair. Ninjutsu, head pat, truly thousand hands. By the time Shifeng sensed the impending mischief, it was already too late to evade. Song Yeyu. As Shifeng's face flushed red, Song Yeyu, not waiting for his brother's emotional outburst, followed their mother out the door with a devilish grin, leaving Shifeng blushing in place. Hearing the commotion behind her, Lady Tsukikage shook her head in mild exasperation. She couldn't fathom why her eldest son had recently taken to teasing his younger brother so often. Watching Shifeng chase after Song Yeyu, she sighed, hoping that this dynamic would improve once Song Yeyu started school. The Tsukikage residence was situated in a decent area of the village. So it was too long before they arrived at the entrance of the ninja school located at the heart of Konoha. Due to the registration day, a large crowd had gathered, with parents offering last-minute advice to their children. Owing to their attire, the trio quickly attracted the attention of familiar families within the Tsukikage clan. While accompanying his mother and greeting the approaching parents, Song Yeyu surveyed the new students around him. With keen eyes, he scrutinized each face, mindful that these would be his future competitors. That kid with the headscarf and a toothpick looked somewhat familiar. What was his name? Noaragenma? This one with the chestnut hair rings a bell as well. I believe he becomes a bodyguard alongside Noaragenma. Oh, the one holding a bag of red bean dumplings, Yumatashi Anko. And this snot-nosed fellow. Idon and Appos. T recall. That girl with red eyes is rather striking. I have some recollection of her, though it remains vague. Among the crowd, he recognized some faces while others were mere shadows of memory. A few names eluded him entirely, perhaps due to the passage of time clouding his recollection. Soon enough, Song Yeyu had surveyed all the children present, and upon finding no oversights, he felt a surge of confidence. Steady now, this is reassuring. As long as no freaks like Itachi and Shursui show up, claiming the top spot in the grade should be a certainty. With this thought, a triumphant smile crept onto his lips. Family resources? He was resolute. Even the Otsutsuki clan couldn't thwart him. Just then, amidst his calm demeanor, two green figures suddenly burst into his view. The smaller figure darted to the entrance, checking the list posted there, and upon locating his name, he joyfully exclaimed, "Dad, I've been accepted into the ninja school. I can go to school with everyone." The larger figure, a watermelon-headed man clad in a green jumpsuit, shed tears upon hearing his son's words, immediately giving a thumbs up. "Yash, Kai, I knew you could do it. Youth never fails those who strive." He beamed, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. To celebrate this joyous occasion, let us run 500 laps around the playground after registration. Song Yeyu quickly recognized the two. My guy, he's also starting this year. An ominous premonition stirred within him as he turned back to the crowd, scanning meticulously. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted a tall, silver-haired man leading a familiar masked boy. I knew it. Expressionless, Song Yeyu felt a wave of clarity wash over him. To hell with the top of the grade. I have no desire to compete with a bunch of newcomers. True strength seeks only those who are stronger. My rival can only be the illustrious Tsukikage Hanari, who is 2 years my senior. As his mood darkened, the silver-haired man seemed to sense Song Yeyu's gaze. Turning to him with a gentle smile, akin to that of a familial elder, Song Yeyu quickly returned the smile, though confusion lingered in his heart. According to his memories, there shouldn't have been any connection between them. At that moment, Shifeng tugged at his sleeve. Brother, that red-eyed sister is beautiful. Following Shifeng's gaze, Song Yeyu found himself looking at the striking girl he had noted earlier. She appeared to sense their scrutiny and glanced their way. Her eyes filled with a hint of wariness. Just then, the bell tolled 8 o'clock, and the gates of the ninja school opened promptly. Song Yeyu expressionlessly withdrew his gaze, waved goodbye to his mother, and ruffled Shifeng's hair once more before turning and stepping through the entrance. Glancing back at his bouncing younger brother, he smiled with a sense of relief. As tradition dictates, during each new cohort's enrollment, the Hokage, as the village leader, addresses the students with a speech. This occasion was no different. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flame will illuminate the village, allowing the new leaves to sprout. At the schoolyard, the third Hokage, clad in ceremonial robes, delivered a heartfelt speech. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with authority yet laced with kindness. Now in the twilight of his youth, his name echoed far and wide. Konoha is not only the name of our village, it symbolizes our very essence. It is only when one seeks to protect what they hold dear that a ninja's true strength is revealed. This is the will of fire. As the third Hokage finished his discourse, a boy wearing goggles instantly raised his hand and inquired. I have a question. Who is the person that the Hokage wishes to protect the most? As he felt the curious gazes from the crowd, the third Hokage smiled gently, his smile as warm and inviting as the sun in spring, instilling a sense of familiarity. He lifted his head, his gaze directed towards the Hokage rock standing proudly not far away. The three vividly carved faces seemed to watch over him, as if they were observing the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Hokage. He returned his gaze, a hint of warmth gracing his lips, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. As the Hokage, every individual in this village is the most cherished part of my life. Chapter 9. Enrollment Introduction. As the third Hokage's words resonated, the newly admitted students in the arena gazed at him with admiration and reverence. The boy with goggles, who had just posed a question, was particularly overwhelmed with excitement, his face flushed with emotion as he raised his clenched fist triumphantly towards the heavens. This is incredible! I will become Hokage one day. The third Hokage chuckled in response. Well, you must put in considerable effort. Achieving that dream is no simple task. Initially shy, the boy scratched the back of his head but quickly regained his confidence, declaring, I am Uchiha Obito, and I will certainly become Hokage in the future. The third Hokage. With a smile, affectionately ruffled his hair, and the surrounding students responded with warm smiles. Obito lowered his head slightly under the playful teasing of his peers. Yet he discreetly stole a glance at the short-haired girl standing nearby, her face radiant with joy. He soon straightened his back, determined to lift his head once more. Observing the serene scene before him, Tsukiyomi Aoyu shook his head inwardly. The third Hokage, at the zenith of his powers and bolstered by the might of the Second Great Ninja War, possessed a spirit and capacity vast enough to embrace the entirety of Konohagakure. Thus, even Obito, hailing from the Uchiha clan, was able to set aside prejudice. Moreover, the legendary Sannin of Konoha had emerged as formidable figures during the war, beginning to shine in prominence. Within the Umbu, White Fang still stood, wielding a blade sharp enough to intimidate the entire ninja world. This was Konoha's golden age, yet also the inception of upheaval within the ninja realm. As the undercurrents of the ninja world began to stir, and other shinobi villages cast wary eyes upon Konoha, the scars of past conflicts had not yet faded, while future strife had already been set in motion. Ah, fleeting peace. Aoyu sighed deeply within, realizing that time was not on his side. In light of this, his gaze sharpened. Under these circumstances, I must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Regardless of the challenges, I must secure the resources of my clan. After reiterating the essence of the will of fire, the third Hokage bid farewell to several teachers at the sidelines and departed to attend to pressing matters that awaited him as Hokage following the recent conclusion of the war. Once the speech concluded, the new students lined up according to the roster provided by their instructors, entering their respective classrooms. Class 1A. Upon settling into a seat, Aoyu discreetly scanned the room, catching sight of Kakashi at the front and Asuma beside him, quickly deducing their status. An elite class, indeed. Meanwhile, the other students observed one another, some initiating preliminary exchanges. However, before they could grow familiar, a young man with short brown hair entered the classroom. Hello everyone. I am Miyamoto Daiki, the homeroom teacher for Class 1A. He clapped his hands to silence the chatter, then beamed a radiant smile as he addressed the class. In the days to come, I will accompany each of you throughout the next 6 years of ninja school, so please take care of me. With that, he bowed deeply, maintaining the posture for a full 3 seconds. Applause erupted throughout the classroom. Straightening up, with a smile still on his face, Miyamoto Daiki concluded, Now, let us proceed with self-introductions. I will call upon each of you by name. He glanced at the roster. The first student is Hinata Haim. Upon hearing her name, a little girl with a bandage around her head stood up, approaching the podium. Hello everyone. My name is Hinata Haim. I am 6 years old, and I love eating dango. My dream is to become a powerful kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of longing and determination as she spoke of her dream. Miyamoto Daiki nodded, noticing the white ribbon atop her head, and called out, Next, Saratobi Asuma. The tousled-haired boy swaggered to the front, declaring nonchalantly, I'm Saratobi Asuma, 6 years old, I enjoy eating barbecue, and my dream is to surpass my old man. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Miyamoto Daiki quickly ushered him away, wiping the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Next, Hataki Kakashi, the silver-haired boy, donning a mask, strode to the front with an air of cool detachment, hands stuffed in his pockets. Hataki Kakashi, 5 years old, no particular hobbies. And my dream is to become a ninja like my father. With just a few words, he stepped down from the podium, leaving a strong impression far superior to Asuma and Appo's earlier bravado. Many girls were immediately drawn to him, blushing as they gazed in his direction. The reactions of the girls did not escape the notice of the other boys, and a flicker of rivalry ignited in the eyes of Asuma and Obito. Observing Noara Rin's flushed cheeks, Obito's expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath, What a pretentious guy. As the students continued to take turns introducing themselves, Aoyu grew somewhat bored after watching a couple, eventually closing his eyes to rest. Only when someone of interest, like Kakashi, approached the front did he open his eyes to observe. Time ticked by as names were called off the list one by one. After Yuhi Kurenai's introduction, Miyamoto Daiki glanced at the roster and called out, Next, Uchiha Obito. Finally, it was my turn. Obito excitedly dashed to the front, his face flushed as he proclaimed, I am Uchiha Obito, and I will definitely become Hokage, earning everyone's recognition. While speaking, his gaze subtly drifted towards Noara Rin seated below. Noticing this, Miyamoto Daiki's expression darkened momentarily. Obito, don't forget to mention your age and hobbies. I forgot. Obito awkwardly scratched his head, adding, I am 6 years old, and my hobby is helping elderly ladies cross the street. The classroom erupted with laughter, and he sheepishly returned to his seat, his face still tinged with red. Once seated, he cast a furtive glance at Noara Rin, finding her still smiling at him, which eased his tension and filled him with renewed vigor. After Obito's introduction, Miyamoto Daiki looked at the roster once again, calling out the next name. Next, Tsukiyomi Aoyu. Upon hearing his name, Aoyu slowly opened his eyes. As he stood up, the gaze of his classmates converged upon him. Clad in a white haori, with inky black hair cascading like a waterfall, his youthful yet strikingly handsome visage, complemented by indifferent, distant eyes, crafted an image of an aloof nobleman within mere moments. Stepping onto the podium with steady grace, he scanned the audience casually and spoke in a calm tone. I am Tsukiyomi Aoyu, 7 years old, with a passion for swordsmanship. I aspire to become the greatest swordsman in the ninja realm. As for my dream, Aoyu paused, gazing out at the azure sky beyond the window, a faint smile gracing his lips as he concluded. It is simply to continuously surpass the person I was yesterday. Chapter 10, Shadow Clone Technique. Another pretender. Uchiha Obito, who had just taken his seat, could not help but mutter under his breath, seeing a group of girls, including Rin. Captivated once again by the presence of the strikingly handsome Keigetsu Su on the podium, he felt a pang of jealousy and resentment. To his surprise, Rin, who was sitting nearby, overheard him and cast him a displeased glance. Obito, you shouldn't speak ill of your classmates, she admonished, realizing he had upset her. Obito quickly lowered his head, murmuring an apology and promising to refrain from disparaging Keigetsu. Meanwhile, Keigetsu Su remained oblivious to their exchange. After completing his self-introduction, he descended from the podium. Keigetsu is so handsome, many girls in the class whispered, their attention still fixated on him despite the next classmate beginning their introduction. I think so too, but why is he a year older than us? Oh well, as long as he's good-looking, who cares? Absolutely. The two most handsome guys in our class are him and Kakashi. You and I are on the same wavelength. Back at his seat, Keigetsu heard the murmurs but paid them no mind. Instead, he closed his eyes, reflecting on the guidance he received from Keigetsu Hisashi during their last encounter, as well as his previous battle against Keigetsu Hainen. Whether it was to secure the top rank in a year or to defeat Keigetsu Hainen, both tasks posed significant challenges, even for him. Absorbed in his training, Keigetsu was unaware of the pair of red eyes observing him from the front left. Why Hikarinai had been fixated on him since his introduction, if she was not mistaken. This black-haired boy in white attire was the same one who had been staring at her at the school entrance. He looks rather peculiar, she thought, pouting in contemplation. Though she was intrigued by the idea of befriending this cool-looking boy, his seemingly indifferent gaze made her hesitate. Beside her, Asuma felt a surge of emotion. He had known Kurenai since before they entered the ninja academy and had always held a soft spot for the beautiful girl with red eyes. However, on their very first day at school, they encountered two boys trying to impress girls with their aloof demeanor. Kakashi was one thing, being a year younger. But Keigetsu was older and had caught Kurenai's attention for far too long. If they want to act smug, they should go back to the previous year. Asuma seethed internally, resolute in his decision to confront Keigetsu during their upcoming practical lessons. Unaware of Asuma's thoughts, Keigetsu remained immersed in his own world of swordsmanship during the subsequent introductions. It was only when the last name was called that he slowly opened his eyes. Now that every classmate has introduced themselves, I hope that in the days to come, we can support each other and grow together, Miyamoto Daiki said with a smile. He paused for applause before picking up a textbook to continue. The enrollment activities conclude here. We have 6 years to get to know one another, so there's no need to rush. With a gentle smile, he raised the book. Now, let us commence with the formal lessons. Please turn to the first page. The sound of pages flipping filled the classroom. The origin of the will of fire. Keigetsu glanced at the uninspiring content of the book, losing interest after a few cursory glances. However, under the watchful gaze of their teacher, he could not afford to drift off again. He needed a plan. A frown creased his brow. With the family's resources soon to be determined in a year, he could not waste time here. Initially, he had intended to study body flicker technique or illusions, but it seemed he would have to adjust his plans. After his last visit to the ancestral grounds, Keigetsu Hisashi not only provided him with secret medicines for training, but also entrusted him with the body flicker technique and a C-rank illusion technique. Mastering these techniques was crucial as a foundation for learning the family's signature Moonlight Flow Sword technique. For now, he would set these aside, focusing instead on resolving his training schedule. Moreover, he harbored another idea that awaited validation. If this method proved feasible, catching up with Kakashi and Hainen within a year might not be an impossibility. Determined, Keigetsu resolved to visit Keigetsu Hisashi's home that very night to obtain the necessary items. Time passed swiftly amidst the mundane lessons on politics and philosophy, and soon the school day concluded. When the bell rang, Keigetsu left his seat without even picking up his backpack. Kakashi, sitting in front, was about to call out to him when he turned to see Keigetsu swiftly exiting through the back door. Oh well, he must have something to attend to. I'll talk to him later. After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi decided against pursuing him. Although his father had instructed him to look after Keigetsu, he saw no need to make it overt. Meanwhile, Keigetsu swiftly acquired what he sought from Keigetsu Hisashi without lingering on the way back home. After greeting his mother, he bypassed his usual playful antics with his younger brother and ascended the stairs, clutching a scroll and entering his room. This sudden shift in behavior left his brother, who was still training, feeling somewhat disoriented, causing him to lose focus during his sword practice. Once in his room, Keigetsu carefully placed the scroll on his wooden desk, took a deep breath, and slowly unfurled it. The potential for a breakthrough in the coming days hinged on this item. As the scroll lay flat before him, he fixed his gaze on the words inscribed on the right side. Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 11. March is one of the most prevalent B-rank ninjutsu techniques. The training difficulty of the Shadow Clone technique is not particularly exaggerated when compared to other advanced ninjutsu. After approximately half an hour of thoroughly comprehending the contents of the scroll, Song Yiyu closed his eyes slightly and fell into contemplation. This ninjutsu was created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and boasts remarkable adaptability and practicality. Unlike the basic clone technique, the distinctive feature of this ninjutsu is that the clones possess physical form and can act independently. In simpler terms, it is akin to utilizing chakra to create an exact replica of oneself. As long as the chakra is not fully expended, and the clone does not suffer any external attacks, it can engage in any activities it desires during that time. Once the shadow clone dissipates, all the memories and fatigue accumulated during that period return to the original body along with the last remnants of chakra. Beyond the shadow clone technique lies the multi-shadow clone technique. Both ninjutsu share the same principle. The only difference lies in the amount of chakra required for activation. Frankly, after fully grasping the principles of this ninjutsu, Song Yiyu felt a tinge of admiration for the legendary ninjutsu master, the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama was indeed a genius. After expressing his admiration for the founder, Song Yiyu placed the scroll back on the table, stood up from the adjacent chair, and began to practice. If it were any other B-rank ninjutsu, he would not have been so rash. However, as an advanced version of the clone technique, the shadow clone technique not only reduced the difficulty of release significantly, but also posed minimal danger during its execution. Drawing from his previous experience with the clone technique, Song Yiyu encountered no substantial difficulties while learning the shadow clone technique, and the process was relatively smooth. 2 days later, in the evening, Moonlight Residence. Song Yiyu exhaled slowly, his expression solemn. After adjusting his state to perfection, he suddenly felt a tremor in his body. His hands swiftly changing positions as chakra began to flow within him. Activate shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, in the next instant, a figure identical to him materialized on his right side. It was a success. Upon seeing the clone, a smile involuntarily graced Song Yiyu's face, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After 2 full days, he had finally mastered this ninjutsu. He looked at his clone and curiously inquired, "Clone, how do you feel right now?" Song Yiyu raised his hands and waved them vigorously, revealing a satisfied smile. "I feel great, original. From now on, let me assist you in your training." "Oh?" Song Yiyu raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Can you perceive my thoughts?" The clone chuckled. "Original, have you forgotten? I possess all your memories in their entirety. In other words, I am another version of you in this world." Watching his clone converse with him, Song Yiyu could not help but feel intrigued. In his eyes, the chakra system in this world was truly marvelous. Merely a B-rank ninjutsu could achieve such an effect akin to an external manifestation of oneself, which left him in awe. After observing for a while without discovering any flaws, Song Yiyu instructed his clone to head to the training ground behind to practice swordsmanship. He was curious to see how long his current chakra could sustain the clone's training. Later that evening, after finishing dinner and playfully teasing his younger brother, Song Yiyu was about to return to his room. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind, accompanied by a wave of dual fatigue affecting both his spirit and body. Feeling this sudden influx of chakra, he could not help but let out a low groan. Under the slightly concerned gaze of his younger brother, Jifeng, Song Yiyu leaned against the wall, closed his eyes for about 10 seconds, and then reopened them. It lasted for 2.5 hours. "Are you all right?" Seeing his brother's unusual demeanor, Jifeng, although still slightly displeased with the earlier teasing, hesitated and asked, "Me?" Observing the proud yet worried expression on his brother's face, Song Yiyu laughed heartily and playfully ruffled his hair. "Looks like our little Jifeng has finally learned to care for his big brother." With that, he patted his younger brother's head again and turned to wave goodbye amid Jifeng's resentful gaze. "Don't worry, it was merely a normal training session. Your brother is not as fragile as you think." Watching his figure gradually fade into the dark doorway, Jifeng ground his teeth in frustration. "That brat. I should have ignored him earlier." Time flew by, and soon it was December of the 41st year. In the backyard of the 4th Elder's residence within the Moonlight clan, the sound of clashing wooden swords echoed in the moderately sized training ground, where 2 small figures were engaged in a sparring match. The rhythmic sound of their wooden blades colliding filled the air, while the 4th Elder stood nearby, slowly polishing an ancient longsword, his face adorned with a look of satisfaction. As time passed, just as the wooden swords were about to clash for the 37th time, one figure suddenly altered their stance, transitioning from a horizontal strike to an upward thrust, evading the attack while directing the blade towards the opponent. However, at the very moment the wooden sword was about to make contact, the other figure gently twisted to the side, skillfully avoiding the attack. With neither party's strikes proving effective, the 2 sparring partners exchanged glances and retreated to a safe distance. Applause erupted from the 4th Elder, who, having witnessed the thrilling exchange, smiled and clapped his hands. "Excellent." One concealed a strike within another, while the other integrated defense into their offense. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "At this point, the foundational swordsmanship of both of you is likely on par with those elite chunin who pride themselves on their sword skills." Sheathing his wooden sword, Song Yiyu shook his head humbly, responding, "4th granduncle, you flatter me. There remains a significant gap between me and Hanin Li." Yet before he could finish, Hanin Li interjected, "Not much." "Huh." Song Yiyu paused, bewildered. What did you say? The gap is not substantial. Han Yinli explained earnestly, her petite face serious. You've made rapid progress during this period. Your foundational swordsmanship is nearly on par with mine. Suddenly receiving acknowledgement from his opponent left Song Yiyu momentarily stunned. Ahem. Han Yinli is correct. The fourth elder glanced at his granddaughter with pride before turning to Song Yiyu, speaking in an approving tone. Little Song Yi, I have observed your dedication over the past 3 months. There is no need for you to belittle yourself. Watching the grandfather and granddaughter exchange words, Song Yiyu chuckled awkwardly, a hint of unease crossing his mind. Could these two be intentionally trying to elevate me? Chapter 12, Practical Lessons. When shall we commence the training of the Moonlight Flow sword technique? Elder 4 adjusted his spectacles and inquired with a smile. Your current foundation in swordsmanship should be sufficiently solidified by now, correct? Perhaps we should wait another 2 months, Song Yiyu pondered momentarily. For now, it is wise to focus my energies on mastering body flicker technique and the fundamentals of illusion. Cough, cough. It is good that you have your own thoughts. Elder 4 nodded approvingly, recognizing that whether one begins from the basics or directly practices the family's sword techniques, the ultimate goal remains the same. At this juncture, he recalled something and asked, have you been using the secret elixir recently? How do you find its effects? The results have been remarkable, Song Yiyu replied, unable to suppress his admiration. It feels as though the speed at which my chakra has been increasing has at least doubled compared to before. Upon hearing this, Elder 4 stroked his chin thoughtfully. And what else? Song Yiyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he relaxed, exclaiming, I seem to have lost the jarring sensation of electric shocks I used to feel. Could it be? His gaze instinctively shifted toward Elder 4, who simply smiled and nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Han Yinli interjected to clarify. The secret elixir not only enhances physical strength and increases chakra capacity, but also serves an even more significant purpose. As her calm explanation unfolded, Song Yiyu gradually comprehended the intricacies of the matter. There exists a special group within the ninja world, known for possessing a unique ability called Bloodline Limit. The Moonlight Clan is among them, endowed with the ability known as phasing. As the name suggests, it grants the user the power to conceal their presence. In the phasing state, as long as the user remains stationary, they become exceedingly difficult to perceive with the naked eye. This ability is immensely beneficial for assassination, reconnaissance, and concealment. The potency of this ability is determined solely by the duration one can remain hidden. The stronger the bloodline, the longer the invisibility lasts, and vice versa. In this context, the family's secret elixir was developed to further augment the bloodline's potential. Typically, it is believed that the earlier a clan member senses the awakening of their bloodline, the more potent the bloodline will be, leading to a higher potential in the future. Han Yinli stated expressionlessly, in such cases, the family bestows the elixir to enhance the bloodline's capabilities. The later one fully awakens, the stronger their bloodline becomes. Having heard this, Song Yiyu fully grasped the relationship between the bloodline and the elixir, yet a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. Cough, cough. Of course, while this method is effective, one must exercise caution. Noticing Song Yiyu's contemplative demeanor, Elder 4 added, in the past, there have indeed been clan members who, by using too much elixir too early, found their bloodlines overly potent and difficult to awaken. Upon hearing this, Song Yiyu understood. Things were often not as straightforward as they seemed, or else the Moonlight Clan would have long been the foremost family in Konoha. Observing the elderly man's persistent cough, he hesitated before finally asking, Elder 4, are you all right? Elder 4 merely waved his hand in dismissal, while Han Yinli adeptly assisted her grandfather back indoors. Watching their retreating figures, Song Yiyu felt a mixture of helplessness and resignation, sighing, well, I suppose I will find out in due time. Upon returning home, Song Yiyu first revisited his sparring session with Han Yinli in the training ground. After reinforcing his weaker points twice, he ascended to the second-floor bathroom with the elixir. As he soaked in the medicinal bath, he began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Elder 4 was correct. After 3 months, he could distinctly feel the diminishing deficiencies in his foundational swordsmanship. Relishing the soothing properties of the elixir-infused water, Song Yiyu slowly closed his eyes. The body flicker technique was not particularly challenging. Having mastered it 2 weeks prior, he recognized that while it was easy to learn, mastering it required further refinement. His next task was to study a C-rank illusion technique. This thought caused him to furrow his brow. Previously, Moonlight Geo had provided him with a basic C-rank illusion technique. And due to their shared soul connection, he had learned it swiftly under the influence of his vast mental power. However, after mastering the technique, new ideas began to take shape in his mind. Given his aptitude for illusion, why not endeavor to learn a more powerful one? After all, the essence of the Moonlight Flow sword technique lies in the fusion of illusion and swordsmanship. The deeper his understanding of both swordsmanship and illusion, the faster his progress would be when he began training in the Moonlight Flow sword technique. If only there were an illusion master to guide me. Song Yiyu sighed as he opened his eyes, lamenting the absence of even a single adept in illusion among the Moonlight Clan. Shaking off such impractical fantasies, he continued to soak for 20 more minutes before rising. Tomorrow was Monday. He needed to complete his morning exercises before school, and it was said that the class would have its first practical lesson. He resolved to retire early that evening. The following morning at 9 a.m. In ninja school, Class A of the first year. As the first political education class concluded, the students could hardly contain their excitement. Are we going to fight like real ninjas soon? A round-faced boy exclaimed, struggling to restrain his restless spirit. Absolutely, whispered Haibizu, adjusting his small dark glasses. A cousin of mine who has already graduated told me that practical lessons are exhilarating. Really? Inazuka Rado's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course. Let me tell you. Standing behind them, Kakashi listened with disinterest, preparing to discreetly observe Song Yeyu's progress, only to turn and find Obito bouncing around excitedly. Yosh. We've finally reached the practical lesson. Rin, just wait and see how I shine in class. Obito's exuberance flushed his face an unusual shade of red, eliciting an eye roll from Kakashi. As he passed by, Kakashi couldn't help but mutter under his breath, fool. Nan. Obito's ears perked up, instantly transforming into a furious interrogator. What did you just say? Kakashi, indifferent to the question, walked past him without sparing a glance. Obito seethed with anger, feeling utterly powerless against Kakashi's dismissive demeanor, ultimately succumbing to Rin's attempts to console him. This scene was not new to the class, and the others paid little attention, including Song Yeyu, who was engrossed in studying a C-rank illusion during the break. Indeed, after much contemplation the previous night, he had opted for a more challenging illusion technique. This place is not. This technique primarily serves to mislead opponents in their direction, proving to be remarkably effective and versatile in application. However, the difficulties associated with its cultivation are unparalleled by those of ordinary C-level ninjutsu. Another failure. With a sigh, Kanji-Yeyu reluctantly shook his head, releasing the hand seals he had just formed. The complexity of this illusion technique is indeed quite formidable. Even with his considerable talent, it is challenging to achieve any significant results in a short span of time. Casting a glance at Kanji-Yeyu, who sat beside him deep in contemplation, Ziari Hong hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to approach him. Kanji, were you just practicing the illusion technique? This place is not? Upon hearing her words, Kanji-Yeyu was momentarily taken aback, breaking free from his thoughts to turn and meet her gaze, which shone with the brilliance of rubies. Chapter 13. A change of partners. As the sun began to set, Yuya looked at the girl before him and inquired, "Are you familiar with this ninjutsu?" "You can call me Akane," the shy girl with crimson eyes replied, nodding slightly. "Indeed. I have heard my father mention this technique at home. It seems to be an illusion used to confuse one's sense of direction, quite a sophisticated C-rank ninjutsu." "If I recall correctly." "You are correct," Yuya acknowledged, not surprised that this future master of illusions could recognize the technique. "It is indeed a rather complex C-rank ninjutsu, and I find it quite challenging." At this point, he pressed his finger against his forehead, a hint of a wry smile gracing his face as he tentatively asked, "Has your father taught you this technique?" Akane immediately shook her head. "No, my father said it might be too difficult for me at this stage. He wants me to solidify my foundational knowledge of illusions first, and perhaps learn it in a couple of years." Though somewhat disappointed, Yia was not entirely surprised. After all, one could not expect every 5 or 6-year-old to possess the extraordinary talent of Kakashi. However, just as he was about to refocus on his studies, the girl's tone shifted. "But, my father has made notes on these ninjutsu scrolls. I could sneak into his room after I get home and retrieve this technique." Yuya's interest piqued at the mention of an elite J-nin's notes, particularly those of one well-versed in illusions. Yet, with a hint of caution, he asked, "But won't your father notice if you do that?" Akane hesitated, fiddling with her fingers as uncertainty clouded her expression. I don't think so. There are so many scrolls in his room. If I quietly take one, he probably won't realize it's missing." Yuya understood that the likelihood of being unnoticed was inversely proportional to the certainty of being caught. Relieved, he felt more at ease with the prospect. After all, it would take considerable audacity to encourage the daughter of an elite J-nin to pilfer from her own home. Yet, now that Akane was aware of the plan, the situation had changed. "Then I will count on you, Akane." He smiled gently at her, his gratitude palpable. "I truly appreciate your help. This has resolved a significant dilemma for me." Flustered by his charming smile, the young girl waved her hands nervously. "It's nothing. As long as I can assist you, Yuya-senpai. Just call me Yu," he replied. Akane's cheeks flushed crimson, her rabbit-like red eyes making her adorably endearing. After a moment's hesitation, she finally managed to whisper, "Yukuin." Yuya nodded, satisfied that he had done all he could. Now, it was a matter of fate. If Akane brought the scroll to him the following day, it would indicate her father's tacit approval. Otherwise, it would signify a refusal. With such thoughts in mind, Yuya shook his head, hoping for a favorable outcome. After exchanging a few more casual words with the girl, he resumed his studies on the illusion technique. Regardless of whether Akane succeeded, his training in ninjutsu must continue. A little extra time spent would be a minor inconvenience. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Asuma, seated to their right, had been watching them intently. Initially, he had intended to approach Akane after class, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had turned around to find that Yuya had already engaged her in conversation. Witnessing their animated exchange, which gradually took on an ambiguous tone, Asuma's mood soured, his face reddening with irritation. That bastard. How dare he flirt with Akane? Clenching his fists, he glared daggers at Yuya. Just wait, Yuya, during the upcoming practical class. I'll make sure you regret it. Before long, the break had elapsed. By 9:30, all students gathered on the playground. Standing at the forefront, Daiki Miyamoto held a roster and announced, as mentioned last week, today marks our first practical class of the semester, as well as your inaugural experience in real combat. If any student feels unwell or has any other concerns, he paused, emphasizing the gravity of the matter. Please, do not hesitate to inform the teacher. This is not a trivial matter. Practical classes differ vastly from others. One must never take their safety lightly. After scanning the crowd to ensure everyone was accounted for, he continued, during the upcoming practical exercises, it is crucial to pay attention. Given that this was the first practical lesson, Daiki took a full 15 minutes to outline all the rules and precautions. Although he had intended to reiterate the instructions, the impatience evident on the students' faces compelled him to forego that idea. With the regulations and necessary precautions clearly laid out, he proceeded, now, under the eager gazes of all. I shall assign opponents based on your physical capabilities, as well as your previous performance in throwing and body techniques. A wave of excitement swept through the students at the announcement. Since the matches were predetermined, they would take turns stepping onto the stage, starting with the girls followed by the boys. The first matchup featured Hinata Natsuki against Noera Rin. Both had performed averagely in class, lacking any extraordinary techniques, primarily engaging with wooden shuriken. The entire exchange was devoid of excitement, with only Obito's loud commentary breaking the silence. Ultimately, Rin was defeated. A result not unexpected given Hinata's lineage, despite her Byakugan being dormant. Hinata Natsuki wins. With the conclusion of this first bout, the pace of matches accelerated. Soon, all the girls had completed their duels. Next up was the first boy on the list, Saratobi Asuma. Daiki glanced at the roster and then at Noera Kurenai. As they ascended to the stage, he set down the roster and raised his hands, ready to signal the formation of their combat seals. Suddenly, one of them raised a hand. Teacher, Asuma said, his expression resolute. I would like to change my opponent. Chapter 14, the commencement of battle. As his words fell, the previously boisterous playground fell abruptly silent. Gazing at the resolute Asuma before him, Daiki Miyamoto could not help but feel a pang of headache. You must understand, Asuma, he implored. The battle roster was predetermined by our instructor. We cannot arbitrarily change opponents. I don't care, Asuma retorted defiantly, his voice rising. Today, I insist on switching my battle partner. Faced with the obstinate son of the Hokage, Daiki found himself at a loss for words, ultimately mustering the courage to ask, then, could you tell the teacher who you wish to face? Asuma's eyes lit up at this, and without hesitation, he proclaimed the name of his desired opponent, Tsukikage Esya. I want Tsukikage Esya as my opponent. Immediately, the eyes of the crowd turned to the individual mentioned. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Esya remained unfazed, casting only a brief glance at Asuma before diverting his attention, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion. Beside him, Kurenai Yuhi glanced over with concern, wishing to offer words of comfort, but uncertain of how to proceed. Should she say that the teacher would not agree, urging Esya not to worry? It would seem as if he feared Asuma. Or perhaps she could assert that Esya would surely defeat Asuma effortlessly, implying that he need not be afraid? Such words might make it sound as though she were allied with Asuma. A flurry of conflicting thoughts raced through her mind, and with a furrowed brow, she ultimately shot Asuma a disapproving look. Unbeknownst to her, Asuma caught her gaze, excitement surging within him. She noticed me, he thought, elation flooding his heart. She must be captivated by my handsome figure. Contemplating this, he turned his attention toward Esya in the crowd, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Not only would he thoroughly defeat this nuisance, but he would also shatter the facade of coolness that Esya so often displayed, revealing his true weaknesses to Kurenai. Daiki Miyamoto, meanwhile, continued to plead with Asuma, but upon realizing the boy's unwavering resolve to battle Esya, he felt a surge of frustration. His concern was not for Esya, whose academic performance since enrollment had been nothing short of exceptional. He had even heard whispers about Esya being meticulously trained by the Tsukikage clan, though uncertain of the veracity of such claims. Daiki believed that this young man was indeed formidable. In contrast, Asuma, despite being the Hokage's son, exhibited only middling talent and prowess compared to his peers. He was not inept, certainly, but he would undoubtedly pale in comparison to a genius like Esya. After much deliberation, Daiki steeled himself, deciding not to dwell further on his worries. I shall merely observe the battle, ready to intervene if necessary, he resolved. Turning to the assembled crowd, he called out, Esya, would you accept Asuma's challenge? Esya, feeling somewhat disappointed, having wished to spar with Kakashi instead, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Upon seeing his consent, Daiki exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the unperturbed figure of Kakashi, who merely shrugged nonchalantly, his expression unchanging. Don't mind me, teacher, Kakashi said, a hint of amusement in his tone. I am just eager to witness their duel. Once it was confirmed that all parties were amenable, Daiki finally relaxed. As Esya ascended to the platform, Daiki regained his serious demeanor, guiding the two challengers to assume their stances before reiterating his caution. In this practice, strive to avoid inflicting serious injuries upon one another. Remember, you are classmates, not foes on the battlefield. After a perfunctory nod in acknowledgement of the teacher's words, Asuma turned his gaze to the opposite Esya, his excitement bubbling to the surface as a grin spread across his face. You, who love to play it cool. He mused, fists clenched in determination. Daring to flirt with Kurenai, this time, I shall teach you a lesson. A fleeting glance at the curly-haired boy before him prompted Esya to remain silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if mocking Asuma's bravado. How dare you ignore me? Asuma's anger flared, his face flushing with indignation. He could no longer restrain himself, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Ready to charge at Esya the moment the battle commenced. Yamanaka Asuma versus Tsukikage Esya, Daiki announced, extending his right hand with a grave expression. The practical exercise begins. With that, his hand descended, and Asuma, unable to contain himself, lunged forward. At last, it's begun, the curly-haired boy shouted, his eyes gleaming with determination as he charged at Esya. Prepare to receive my iron fist. Asuma approached with fervor, yet Esya stood his ground, unperturbed, patiently awaiting the inevitable clash. In that moment, not only was Asuma brimming with confidence, but the onlooking classmates felt the tension in the air. How can he still act so cool at a time like this? Among the bystanders, Obito's lips curled in disdain. He had always detested those who put on airs. And now Esyu had joined the ranks of those he found insufferable. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained unfazed by Obito's grievances, his focus entirely on the ongoing confrontation. After 3 months since the start of the term, he had come to recognize that only Esya's talent and skill could rival his own. Had Asuma not proposed the switch, Esyu would likely have been his opponent based on their performances thus far. Now, he harbored no intentions of aiding Esyu discreetly. Rather, he regarded him as a worthy adversary. In the spotlight of the playground, Asuma quickly closed the gap between himself and Esya, with Esyu appearing seemingly unguarded. Asuma tightened his right fist and swung it forcefully toward Esya's left cheek. With the momentum of his footfall propelling him forward, Asuma's punch accelerated, swiftly nearing Esya's face, only a mere centimeter away. As the distance between fist and face diminished, the audience held their breath in anticipation. Kurenai, standing among the crowd, felt her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. Prepare to accept my iron fist, Asuma declared, a triumphant smile crossing his lips as his fist descended unreservedly upon Esya's face. Chapter 15, Victory and Defeat Bang. With the sound echoing, Asuma's fist collided heavily with the cheek of Esyu. Witnessing this scene, some timid girls in the audience even averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. However, as soon as the punch made contact, a sudden look of confusion washed over Asuma's previously elated face. Why is there no sensation? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Esyu's body erupted in a cloud of smoke with a loud bang. What on earth? Asuma felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. The crowd below was equally astonished, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Was it a substitution technique? A glimmer of insight flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he quickly calculated the time elapsed from the moment you took the stage to the substitution. Was it only about a minute? Such rapidity. Simultaneously, Asuma, having shattered his opponent's substitute, found himself unable to regain control of his momentum and continued to swing his right fist forward. Suddenly, a faint golden shadow streaked across his vision. He paused momentarily, involuntarily opening his fist, allowing the golden object to fall into his palm. At that moment, he finally discerned what it was. Where did this bell come from? Before he could ponder this question, the instant the copper bell landed in his hand, a clear, melodious chime resonated. Ding-ling. The pure sound of the bell stirred a ripple within Asuma's heart, momentarily freezing his thoughts. Oh no. The moment the chime reached his ears, alarm bells rang in Asuma's mind. Yet, by the time he turned around, it was too late. A wooden shuriken was already poised before him. In that fleeting instant, his opponent had executed a swift and lethal strike. As he stared at the shuriken, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Asuma's forehead. Nanny, is this the end? What a joke. As they observed this scene unfold, the onlookers erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. They had never anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the two combatants would exchange offense and defense, with the tide of battle shifting dramatically. Everyone's eyes widened, completely baffled by the events transpiring on stage. Clap, clap, clap. The ever-watchful Daiki Miyamoto applauded with a smile, unable to suppress his admiration. A brilliant display of combat, utilizing the bell as a substitute item, achieving a flawless amalgamation of substitution and illusion techniques. A tactical pairing that could only be deemed perfect. Shaking his head, he did not conceal the appreciation in his gaze. This was a classic case that could serve as a model for ninjutsu coordination in real combat. Esya, you truly have provided me with a great surprise. Esyu retracted the shuriken from Asuma's neck and humbly smiled. You flatter me, teacher. It was merely a stroke of luck. With that, he casually glanced at the now rigid Asuma, nonchalantly retrieving the copper bell and giving it a gentle shake. After forming a peace sign, he turned and walked off the stage, not sparing Asuma another glance. Ding-ling, ding-ling, as the clear sound of the bell echoed in his ears. Asuma finally began to regain his composure as he watched Ya's retreating figure. It was only at this moment that he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Under the concerned gaze of Daiki Miyamoto, Asuma staggered down, oblivious to the sympathetic looks from his peers. His eyes, vacant, were fixed on Seu, a tumult of confusion swirling in his mind. Why? Why is this happening? Why is the gap so vast? Why did I choose this person as my opponent? Meanwhile, Seu was completely enveloped by the admiring gazes of his fellow students. Beside him, Karina Yui looked at him with admiration, her eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. Yukuin, how did you achieve that just now? The young girl inquired, her red, gem-like eyes wide with curiosity. How could Asuma be defeated so decisively by merely a substitution technique? Scanning the curious faces surrounding him, Seu deliberated before providing an answer. It was the bell. The bell? Karina pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, Seu shook the copper bell in his hand. The reason Asuma fell so swiftly was intricately linked to this bell. He glanced at the girl and asked, "Are you familiar with the jinjutsu known as Ga?" Of course, Karina nodded without hesitation. I have heard my father mention it. It is said to be a simplified ninjutsu derived from the Uchiha clan's magical Ga technique, capable of briefly immobilizing the opponent. After affirming her statement with a nod, Seu smiled and shrugged. I just employed that ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Karina hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her concern. But if I remember correctly, without the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the effectiveness of this ninjutsu is quite limited. Seu did not refute her. She was indeed correct. In a certain sense. Without the Sharingan, this ninjutsu could be deemed somewhat impractical. The key to executing this technique lies in the medium, and the best medium is the Sharingan itself. Thus, barring the Uchiha clan, most individuals would not opt to train in this technique. His gaze drifted to the eavesdropping Obito Uchiha, and Seu offered a knowing smile. But what if I used the copper bell as the medium for casting the illusion? Using a bell to replace the Sharingan? The crowd was left in bewilderment, exchanging puzzled glances. Is that even possible? Yet, how could a bell's effect compare to that of the Sharingan? Seemingly reading the confusion in their minds, Seu shook his head and candidly revealed the tactical method he had just employed. Compared to the Sharingan, the bell's function is undoubtedly inferior. However, in contrast to visual stimuli, most individuals are less vigilant and sensitive to auditory deception. Therefore, I used the copper bell as a substitute item and preset a technique on it. The moment the opponent touches the medium, the illusion activates. After placing the bell back in his pocket, Seu smiled slightly. At that moment, my opponent was already distracted by the previous substitute. The combination of both elements naturally increased the success rate of the illusion. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally grasped the concept, marveling at the ingenuity of his strategy. Each step was meticulously calculated. Kakashi, standing nearby, shook his head in regret. Such outstanding combat abilities. It was a pity he couldn't engage in a proper spar with him. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden voice snapped him back to the stage. Teacher, I want to switch opponents. Obito Uchiha raised his right hand, excitedly exclaiming, I want to duel Kakashi. Kakashi's expression darkened. His deadpan eyes fixated on Obito as he muttered a curse under his breath. Fool. Chapter 16. The Roots 1 minute later. Ah, that bastard Kakashi. The bespectacled youth clutched his bruised face, his voice tinged with indignation as he exclaimed, How dare he strike my handsome visage? This is utterly unacceptable. Kakashi, walking ahead, did not bother to glance back, his lifeless eyes resembling those of a half-awake fish. He continued on without a pause. Meanwhile, Lin patiently applied ointment to his face, softly offering words of comfort. Under the soothing presence of his goddess and heart, Obito's displeasure gradually dissipated, and he ultimately muttered that he would reclaim his honor in the next practical class, falling silent thereafter. In the audience, Tsukikiju silently appreciated the spectacle of the future grand villain of the ninja world being brutally beaten by his close friend. Shaking his head with a sense of resignation before departing contentedly, he felt quite satisfied with his performance in today as practical class. To be honest, he initially believed he might have to face Kakashi today, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. To his surprise, Asuma, the headstrong youth, unexpectedly presented himself. Ever since arriving in Konoha, he had discovered that everyone here was genuinely kind-hearted. Tsukikiju couldn't help but marvel. What he needed most now was to showcase his investment value before the 5 clan elders. To eliminate the son of the Hokage without employing swordsmanship? Surely, such a feat would capture their attention. A smirk graced Tsukikiju's lips. Although facing Hanyo and Kakashi in 9 months would not necessarily lead to his defeat, it was prudent to hedge his bets. One must consider defeat before contemplating victory, as Tsukikiju expected. News from the morning's practical class reached the prominent families and upper echelons of Konoha by afternoon. Tsukikiju, within the Hokage building. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke while perusing the intelligence delivered by the Umbu. He then turned to Orochimaru beside him and inquired, What do you know about this child? TSK. Orochimaru crossed his arms, licking his lips as he replied, I don't know much about him. Only that he is the son of Tsukikij Kan and reportedly a key figure for the future development of the Tsukikij clan. Tsukikij Kan. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Ever since Waikan's passing, the Tsukikage clan had gradually distanced themselves from the village. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile emerged on Orochimaru's pale face. Hiss, regarding this matter, it seems we must consult Elder Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, only sighing again. Just then, the door to the office was suddenly swung open from the outside. Do you wish to ask something of me? A figure clad in dark elder robes stepped inside. Upon recognizing the visitor, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, Danzo, what brings you here? Humph. The shadowy figure scoffed softly, his tone grave. If I hadn't come, I might have been unaware of the slander directed at me in the shadows. His gaze inadvertently swept toward Orochimaru, standing nearby. Not reacting to the implication, Orochimaru merely licked his parched lips, maintaining a pale smile. Danzo, seeing this, chose not to engage further and turned his attention back to his old friend. Hiruzen, you must have received the news regarding the first-year practical class. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Danzo's shadowy countenance, his brow furrowing once more. What do you intend to convey? Tsukikage and Hitaki Kakashi. Danzo stated plainly. Entrust these two children to me, and I shall cultivate them diligently. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shook his head. Impossible. Hiruzen, you. Danzo's expression darkened momentarily at the outright rejection, but he composed himself and continued. I've reviewed their profiles. The roots are quite suitable for them. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained seated, silently observing him, showing no signs of reconsideration. Not deterred, Danzo attempted a different approach. As the head of the Umbu, Shikamo was previously an assassination ace. Kakashi and you, as their sons, should naturally inherit their father's responsibilities. The village has not declined to the point where two children must shoulder such burdens. Exhaling a smoke ring, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. Let us not discuss this matter further. Hiruzen. Seeing that his attempts were futile, Danzo reluctantly adjusted his stance. Kakashi may be set aside, but the bloodline of the Tsukikage clan is indeed of great significance to the roots. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen was becoming increasingly exasperated, his voice growing ever lower. Danzo. I am the Hokage. With that declaration, the atmosphere in the office shifted dramatically, the tension palpable as their gazes clashed silently, igniting a frigid hostility that seemed to lower the temperature in the room. Humph. After a long pause, Danzo gradually regained his composure and spoke in a hoarse voice. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. With that, he turned and forcefully pushed open the door, leaving without a backward glance. Bang! As the door slammed shut, the pressure in the office slowly returned to a normal state. TSK. Orochimaru, who had been a mere observer during their exchange, couldn't help but click his tongue. It appears Elder Danzo has taken a shine to the young Tsukikage. Seated in his chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, pressing his temples in frustration, deep in thought. That old rascal Danzo has been increasingly outrageous lately. One can only hope he restrains himself, or else. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of annoyance and conflict flashed in his eyes. The expression of the third Hokage did not escape Orochimaru's keen observation. Not revealing his thoughts, he internally shook his head. The old man is becoming increasingly indecisive. If this were a few years ago, Danzo would never have dared to speak to him in such a tone. It is time for a younger individual to assume the position of Hokage. Casting a glance toward the direction Danzo had just departed, Orochimaru couldn't resist narrowing his serpent-like eyes. If he were to succeed the role, he would not indulge this old fool as his predecessor had. After school, Tsukikage routinely visited the clan's resource repository to collect the secret medicine. Just as he was heading home with the medicine in hand, a ninja clad in black clothing and wearing a plain white mask appeared before him, blocking his path. Upon seeing the figure before him, Tsukikage's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the katana hanging at his waist. Tsukikage. Upon confirming his identity, the masked ninja spoke in a chilling tone. Come with me. Someone wishes to see you. Chapter 17. The situation. The night road lay shrouded in darkness, occasionally interrupted by the cawing of crows. Observing the black-clad ninja before him, Song Yiyu chose silence, gripping his katana with caution as he slowly retreated. The black-clad ninja, unperturbed by the lack of response, focused solely on his mission to bring Song Yiyu back, indifferent to his willingness. As Song Yiyu continued to back away, the emotionless white mask of the ninja subtly shifted, and with a swift motion, he closed the distance between them. You will come with me, he stated flatly, extending his right hand to seize him. Is the confrontation initiated? Song Yiyu's eyes narrowed, fixated on the approaching hand, and he deftly evaded in the opposite direction. His rigorous training and swordsmanship bore fruit. Despite the ninja's rapid movements, he successfully dodged the attack. Oh, the ninja's surprise was fleeting, yet he remained unfazed. It appears your intelligence is fraught with inaccuracies. Nevertheless, you will accompany me today. As the ninja lunged again, Song Yiyu's expression grew grave, and he attempted to evade once more. This time, however, he could not escape, for the ninja had preemptively blocked his retreat with his other hand. Let us see how you evade this time. The ninja smirked beneath his mask, his right hand descending firmly onto Song Yiyu's shoulder. With a resounding clap, his gloved hand gripped tightly. I have you now. The ninja's demeanor shifted to one of relief, as despite the earlier struggles, the outcome was favorable. Yet, at that moment, an eerie smile spread across Song Yiyu's face. Then, bang, the figure in his grasp suddenly erupted, and as the smoke dissipated, the road revealed no trace of Song Yiyu. Shadow clone technique. The ninja's expression darkened. As a member of the root, he recognized this common ninjutsu all too well. When did he learn it? This information was conspicuously absent from the reports. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Today's mission appeared to have failed. It was prudent to return to the root and report these developments to Danzo. With a swift motion, the black-clad ninja vanished from sight, leaving the street eerily quiet, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, within the ancestral hall, Song Yiyu slightly closed his eyes, processing the memories brought back by the shadow clone before opening them to regard the 5 clan elders seated before him. It was becoming increasingly clear that they were indeed operatives of the root. The 5 elders exchanged somber glances, their expressions darkening. Humph. The 5th elder slammed his palm onto the nearby table. What does Danzo take us for? Coughing lightly, the 3rd elder interjected with a cold smile. It seems he perceives our current weakness and holds us in contempt. The 2nd elder remained silent, his gaze sharp. While the bespectacled 4th elder caressed the long blade in his hands, his face a mask of inscrutable calm, broken only by the occasional cough. The elder of highest rank squinted thoughtfully and posed. Do you think the 3rd Hokage is aware of this situation? The 4th elder shook his head, clearing his throat. He likely does not know. As Hokage, he has no reason to act in such a manner. The others, though incensed, nodded in agreement with his assessment. The 4th elder's observation was indeed astute. The elder sighed heavily. However, the pressing issue remains. Danzo's subordinates have brazenly appeared here. This invites speculation. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the group as the air in the hall grew thick with tension. Elders. Breaking the silence, Song Yiyu spoke up from his position. I possess a rather elementary perspective on this matter. Oh. The elders exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before directing their attention to him. Then, young Song Yi, please share your thoughts. Certainly. Song Yiyu performed a respectful bow before articulating. I believe today's event was a personal initiative by Danzo, unrelated to others. And your reasoning? The elder straightened, listening intently. Song Yiyu, aligning his thoughts with memories from his previous life, slowly began to elaborate on his analysis. I believe we have long misunderstood a fundamental issue. We have assumed a collusion between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. At this, the 5th elder shook his head, interjecting. It is not us who assumes this. Rather, you are too young to grasp the dynamics of their relationship. Indeed, the 3rd elder chimed in. Their relationship transcends mere connection. It is more accurately described as a bond. Song Yiyu did not contest their assertions but nodded in acknowledgement. I do not dispute the notion that the bond between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo may be profoundly intricate. However, he paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Have the 2 elders forgotten the tale of the 1st Hokage and Uchiha Madara? This remark momentarily stunned the 5 elders. Song Yiyu continued, the bond they shared needs no elaboration. Yet, the ultimate outcome is well known to us all. This demonstrates that regardless of the depth of feelings and bonds, once entangled in the web of politics and power, purity is lost. The elders pondered his words thoughtfully. After a moment of reflection, the elder with the most experience was the first to respond. Are you suggesting that the current relationship between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo is not as harmonious as we presume? Exactly, Song Yiyu affirmed, nodding as he elaborated. With the 2nd Great Ninja War drawing to a close, the interests among the 5 great nations remain unevenly distributed. In such an environment, the political landscape within the village is inherently unstable. Aligning his memories with his observations over the past weeks in the village, he felt clarity wash over him. The current hierarchy in Konoha is akin to a 3-legged race, comprising the Hokage faction led by the 3rd, the Elder faction under Danzo, and the Merit faction spearheaded by Hatake Sakomo. Among these, the Hokage faction holds the most power, while the Merit faction is the weakest. Yet, regardless of strength or weakness, Song Yiyu inhaled deeply, articulating his conclusion slowly. The political arena in Konoha can no longer accommodate 3 distinct voices. Chapter 18. Choosing sides. The hall of the ancestral home lay shrouded in silence. At this moment, the faces of the 5 clan elders were awash with bewilderment. After a lengthy pause, the eldest elder slowly spoke, cautiously inquiring, Little Kangi, what you just mentioned, was it conceived entirely by you alone? Kangi, without a moment's hesitation, nodded affirmatively. He had no intention of concealing his abilities. In this world, numerous young prodigies existed. For instance, Uchiha Itachi was capable of contemplating matters from the Hokage's perspective at the tender age of 4. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for him, as a gifted individual, to comprehend the situation in Konoha at merely 7 years of age. Upon witnessing Kangi Yu's nod, the elders collectively inhaled sharply. After suppressing their astonishment, the eldest elder continued, Then, from your perspective, how should we handle today's matter? Kangi Yu smiled. Having thoroughly analyzed the current state of the village and the family's predicament, You need not worry, he declared confidently, his poise suggesting he had a plan. Today's events might even serve as a pivotal turning point for our clan. A turning point? Indeed. Seeing the confusion etched on their faces, Kang Yu elaborated. According to our earlier analysis, the upper echelons of Konoha are currently divided into 3 major factions. I hope to inquire, if I may. Which faction does our Moonlight clan currently belong to? The elders exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering across their expressions, until the 5th elder finally responded, during your father's lifetime. Our clan was relatively aligned with the Merit faction. However, he shook his head, ever since the death of Kagan. Our family has gradually distanced itself from the political landscape. Currently, we do not fall under any particular faction. Kang Yu surveyed the other elders, noticing their tacit agreement, and let out a sigh. No wonder Danzo dared to act so brazenly within the clan's territory today. He shook his head, explaining. The greater danger lies not in aligning with the wrong faction, but in failing to align with any faction at all. The elders, seasoned by years of experience, quickly grasped the implications of his words. Ahem, the 3rd elder murmured. It seems our previous strategy of maintaining a conservative and low profile may have been misguided. The 5th elder interjected. Thus, we are left with one pressing question. Which faction shall we join? Feeling the collective gaze of the 5 elders upon him, Kang Yu smiled faintly and provided his answer. I believe the best choice for our clan is to align with the Hokage faction. Really? The eldest elder chuckled. Unable to restrain his curiosity, why not the Merit faction? Your father had a commendable relationship with Shikaku during his lifetime. Kang Yu chuckled softly, sensing the underlying implication in the elder's words. Elder, please do not jest. At this juncture, it is evident to any discerning individual that the political struggle between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo will ultimately spell disaster for the weakest of the factions, which is undoubtedly the Merit faction. He cast a bemused glance at the 5 elders, adding, otherwise, why would our clan have withdrawn from that faction in the first place? The eldest elder erupted into hearty laughter, turning to the other elders and exclaiming, look at this keen insight and analysis. It seems our Moonlight clan has a promising successor. The 4th elder chimed in, with such political acumen. This young man surpasses even us old-timers. The 5th elder, not one to hold back praise, proclaimed, in my view, Kang Yu possesses the potential to become a Hokage. Please, do not elevate me too high. Kang Yu interrupted hastily, redirecting the conversation. However, even if we are to join the Hokage faction, it should not be us who take the initiative. It would be preferable for them to approach us. The elders exchanged knowing smiles. Fear not, one elder assured him, though we may not rival your analytical prowess, we have garnered considerable experience in such matters over the years. 3 days later, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Miyamoto Daiki with a furrowed brow. After a brief silence, he inquired. You mean to say that Kang Yu has been absent from school for 3 consecutive days? Yes, Hokage-sama, Miyamoto Daiki affirmed. I have inquired with his classmates. Yet none have any knowledge of his whereabouts. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to grasp the situation, his brow relaxing slightly as he addressed Miyamoto Daiki. I understand. I shall handle this matter. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Daiki replied, visibly relieved. As Kang Yu was his student, any misfortune befalling him would reflect poorly on Daiki as his teacher. Once Miyamoto Daiki departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly turned to an Umbu operative, instructing, have Hinata Akane come to my office shortly. The Umbu, receiving the command, promptly leaped through the window. Watching the operative's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen ambled towards the window, gazing out at the thriving village, and sighed deeply. What a tumultuous time. Meanwhile, at the Moonlight clan residence, within the home of the 4th elder, Kang Yu was engaged in a swordsmanship practice with Hanayori Rika. With the sound of wooden swords clashing, after approximately 5 minutes of intense sparring, both combatants paused simultaneously. You have improved once again, Rika remarked, her eyes gleaming with rare surprise. In terms of fundamental swordsmanship, you have now matched my skill. Thanks to your continued guidance during our practice, Kang Yu replied with a smile, glancing at the elder who was stroking his long sword. The elder chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. Your progress is solely the result of your own diligence, Rika, and I merely offered a modicum of assistance. Just then, Moonlight Juqian entered the room. 4th elder, the eldest elder has requested your presence. The Hokage has arrived. He approached the elder and whispered, then glanced at Kang Yu. Kang, you should accompany me. Chapter 19. Negotiation. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, the trio took a deep breath and proceeded inside after instructing the servants to announce their presence. As they entered the grand hall, they were greeted by a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. Song Yu discreetly lifted his gaze, and his eyes fell upon 6 individuals present, the 4 other elders, the 3rd Hokage, and a red-eyed ninja in his 30s. Indeed, they had come. As he observed them in silence, he inwardly acknowledged their discretion. It appeared that the elders had refrained from making grandiose statements. They indeed possessed their own methods for facilitating this negotiation. Simultaneously, the 3rd Hokage and the red-eyed ninja shifted their attention to the trio that had just entered. Noticing the collective gaze directed towards them, Song Yu promptly lowered his head again. This little fellow. He must be the Moonlight Song Yiyu who showcased his prowess in the recent practical class, remarked Sarutobi Hiruzen, stroking his chin with a smile. Haha, young Song. Do greet Lord Hokage. Song Yiyu immediately stepped forward and bowed. I am the junior, Moonlight Song Yiyu, here to pay my respects to Lord Hokage. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, squinting at the elders. It seems the Moonlight clan truly excels in their teachings. Ah. We cannot boast of our teaching skills in the presence of Lord Hokage, who has nurtured the legendary Sannin, replied the elder with polite humility before launching into his performance. Alas, ever since my junior was attacked by a stranger in our clan's territory, he has grown hesitant to venture outside. It has been 3 whole days since he last attended school. As he spoke, he sighed deeply, and the other elders displayed a similar expression of concern, as if they were genuinely troubled by the matter. Casting a glance at the theatrics of the elders, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained impassive, though he inwardly lamented. It seemed that Danzo had indeed taken action. Oh, such a thing has occurred? Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned surprise, as if just learning of the incident. His expression swiftly shifted from astonishment to seriousness. Given these circumstances, as the Hokage of this village, it is my duty to ensure a thorough investigation. He looked at everyone present with solemnity. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Despite knowing that the Hokage's words were merely a formality, the elder nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief as he said, in that case, I shall rest easy. For it is not ideal for a child to remain confined within the clan. This way, Songi, you can return to the Ninja Academy and continue receiving the village's guidance. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart stirred. What did he mean by saying that remaining within the clan was not ideal? To receive the village's guidance. Was that not a reference to receiving instruction from him? Contemplating this, he felt a surge of excitement, though uncertainty lingered regarding the true intent behind the elder's words. Thus, he maintained his composure, preparing to probe further through conversation. Having formulated a plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. As for the village, it is true that with the recent conclusion of the war, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the feudal lord, inadvertently neglecting the affairs of our people. This has allowed those with ulterior motives to emerge. He shook his head, a hint of helplessness evident in his demeanor. Lord Hokage, you must not think so. The elder quickly interjected, rejecting the Hokage's self-deprecation. Now that the ninja world is stabilizing, the affairs of Konoha, great and small, rest upon your shoulders. You cannot underestimate your own contributions. Indeed, Lord Hokage, your strength during the Second Great Ninja War was pivotal to our victory. Others chimed in, affirming the elder's sentiments. They proclaimed that Konoha could not thrive without Sarutobi Hiruzen, just as the West could not lose Jerusalem. Watching the elders passionately extolling the Hokage's virtues, Songi, you couldn't help but admire their seasoned eloquence. Meanwhile, the atmosphere began to warm as the elders engaged in mutual flattery. After approximately 10 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded that the Moonlight clan indeed harbored intentions of aligning with him, and he felt a surge of joy. He glanced at Song Yiyu, contemplated for a moment, and then turned to the elder, asking, Elder, if my memory serves me right, your Moonlight clan's ancestral sword techniques require a combination with genjutsu, correct? The elder, upon hearing this, felt a surge of certainty. It seemed the third Hokage intended to offer them a small incentive, and he readily affirmed, Indeed, Lord Hokage. The sword techniques passed down from our ancestors can intricately combine genjutsu with swordsmanship, yielding exquisite results. With a sigh, he lamented, Alas, our achievements in genjutsu are rather mediocre, which is somewhat disgraceful to our ancestors. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the elder's concerns. There is no need for worry. I have come today to assist you in overcoming this challenge. He beckoned to Song Yiyu, gesturing for him to step forward. Young Song, I have heard that you have been diligently studying genjutsu. At that moment, the red-eyed ninja beside him was also observing intently. Song Yiyu recognized the ninja's crimson eyes, nearly identical to those of Yuhi Kurenai, and understood immediately. Lord Hokage, you are perceptive. I am indeed quite interested in genjutsu. Yet I have struggled to make progress due to the lack of guidance. Oh, how fortuitous. The third Hokage smiled, pointing to the red-eyed ninja. You should be familiar with this esteemed jonin from the Yuhi clan, correct? He teased, You young one. Previously engaged in a little deception at the academy to woo his daughter and pilfer some genjutsu scrolls, did you not? Song Yiyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that he had encountered the very person he had tried to deceive not long ago. Amused by the shifting expressions of the young lad, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, In the future, if you have any questions regarding genjutsu, you may seek him out. If all goes well, he will also be your guiding jonin after graduation. He then turned to the red-eyed ninja, inquiring, Jinhong, what do you think? The man, known as Jinhong, cast a sidelong glance at Song Yiyu, then nodded slightly. Following a brief ceremony to honor his new mentorship, the elder permitted Song Yiyu to step aside, having fulfilled his role. Now, the true negotiations between the elders and the third Hokage were set to commence. Chapter 20. The Incident of White Fang. Soon, a new morning dawned. Unlike the previous days, this morning, Song Yeyu reappeared in the classroom. Many classmates approached him to inquire about the events of the past few days. To this, Song Yeyu merely smiled and casually dismissed their concerns. After handling the inquiries, he took his seat, where a familiar figure quickly caught his eye. Turning his head, he found it was the red-eyed girl he had previously deceived. Xie Hong felt a twinge of anger upon seeing Song Yeyu. After all, she had worked hard to sneak the ninjutsu scroll into school, only for him to not show up the next day. Such behavior left her feeling quite unsettled. However, as a few days had passed, she managed to calm herself. Though her expression remained less than cheerful, she handed him the ninjutsu scroll she had hidden away for several days. Song Yeyu accepted the scroll, feeling genuinely touched. "Thank you so much, Hong," he said earnestly. "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Xie Hong shook her head in response, remaining silent. Her intention had never been to seek any benefit from helping him. Since they were still at school, Song Yeyu refrained from opening the scroll immediately. He waited until he returned home after school to place it solemnly on his desk. After glancing through the scroll, he lifted his head in awe. Truly, this was the work of Konoha's acknowledged master of illusion, second only to the Uchiha and Kurama clans. After a moment of admiration, he bent down to continue studying the scroll before him. Unlike his initial cursory glance, he now pondered and contemplated each sentence he encountered. As a genuine master of illusion, Xie Zhenhong's understanding of Jinjutsu was far beyond that of the mediocre practitioners from her clan. It was evident that the scroll she provided him was a treasured legacy from her father, containing not only specific insights into ninjutsu, but also analyses and theories regarding the principles of this particular illusion. For Song Yeyu, these insights were invaluable. To put it bluntly, even though the third Hokage had accepted him as a disciple, there was no guarantee that the master would impart all of his most cherished knowledge. With this notebook, I am confident that I can master this illusion within a month, Song Yeyu thought, reflecting on his recent progress. It had only been about 3 months since school began, yet he had thoroughly solidified his foundational swordsmanship and diligently practiced other ninjutsu, such as the body flicker technique. His rapid advancement was primarily due to the assistance of shadow clones. He understood that his ability to achieve such progress stemmed largely from the shadow clone technique. Since acquiring this ninjutsu, his training efficiency had at least increased by 50%, if not doubled. However, he recognized that this advantage was not easily attained. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that it was his exceptional mental fortitude, coupled with the continuous supply of family secret medicines, that allowed him to sustain such a rigorous pace. Otherwise, he would be fortunate to avoid collapse, let alone thrive in his training. Regardless, now that he had this opportunity, he resolved to not let his guard down. Song Yeyu's expression grew serious as he made a silent vow. He would master this ninjutsu within a month, while also refining his basic swordsmanship. After a month, he would formally begin his training in the Moonlight Flow sword technique. For the next month, Song Yeyu adhered to his training regimen. In addition to his studies, he took time to keep abreast of developments in the ninja world. During this period, the ninja realm had remained relatively tranquil, with little of note occurring. Life in the village continued as usual, save for the Moonlight clan covertly aligning themselves with Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was the only significant change. Notably, since his family had allied with the Hokage faction, Danzo had not sent anyone to trouble him, likely due to the third Hokage's discreet warnings. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, more than half a month had flown by. On this particular day, in the training ground of the back mountain, Song Yeyu stood resolutely, his expression solemn, before a cute rabbit that was bound. Once he had gathered his chakra, he softly uttered the name of the jutsu, illusion. This is not the place. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze upon the rabbit's red eyes, a strange chakra flowing towards it. In less than a second, the rabbit's red eyes began to glaze over, clearly indicating the success of the jutsu. He untied the rabbit, liberating it completely. An odd scene unfolded before him. The rabbit seemed disoriented, spinning in place as if unable to discern its surroundings. Witnessing its bewildered state, he couldn't help but chuckle with satisfaction. The effectiveness of Xie Zhenhong's notes exceeded Song Yeyu's expectations. He had already mastered this jutsu the previous day and gained a deeper understanding of illusions. After solidifying this illusion, he would turn his focus to the family swordsmanship. Song Yeyu exhaled slowly, finally reaching this stage after a prolonged effort. He had heard from Moonlight Gyo and Han Yinli that this sword technique was entirely different from basic swordsmanship and possessed a high level of difficulty. He hoped that the solid foundation he had built in both swordsmanship and illusions would prove useful. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Song Yeyu practiced the illusion a couple more times before leaving the training ground to return home. Crossing a small river beside the back mountain, he soon found himself on a bustling street filled with vibrant shops. Walking through the lively commercial street, Song Yeyu did not hurry home for a meal as usual. His mother had gone to a nearby village to gather medicinal herbs and was not at home. Consequently, the responsibility for lunch fell squarely on his shoulders. Although, as an adult in his previous life, cooking was not a challenge for him. He had been so absorbed in his training recently that he wanted to take a break for the past couple of days. After all, he would soon begin training in a new sword technique, and opportunities for relaxation may become scarce. As he contemplated this, Song Yeyu followed the crowd to a noodle stall. Noticing the bustling business at the stand, he looked up at the sign above. Ichiraku Ramen? Seeing the familiar characters, he paused momentarily. He was certainly no stranger to this renowned ramen shop in the Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, after such an extended period of time, he had yet to step inside and savor its offerings. Perfectly, today would be an excellent opportunity to discover what made the ramen here so special. With that thought in mind, he walked straight inside. "Boss, I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen," he requested. At that moment, the older gentleman behind the counter glanced at him and smiled, asking, "Would you like a large or small portion, young man?" Song Yeyu naturally opted for the large size. Though he was only 7 years old, the energy expended in his training required substantial nourishment. After placing his order, he found a seat near the entrance and prepared to observe any recent happenings in the village. However, he had barely settled in when he overheard a somewhat hushed voice nearby. "Have you heard? Lord Shikumo has failed his mission." Chapter 21. The death of White Fang. A familiar name caught Song Yiyu's attention, prompting him to perk up his ears. Where did you hear that?" "I wasn't aware of it," he inquired. "Indeed, from where did this news originate? It can't possibly be true, can it?" Another added. "I suspect this person might just be boasting here." Noticing the skepticism among the crowd, the man who had spoken earlier grew somewhat anxious. "Why would I deceive you? I just overheard it at the hospital." "The hospital?" "Indeed. As I was leaving a patient's room, I happened to catch wind of this news." He then proceeded to recount the details of Kiki Mao's mission failure due to his concern for his comrades' lives. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around him transformed into looks of astonishment. One individual hesitantly began, "We can't entirely blame Lord Mao, after all. He was acting for the sake of his companions' lives." "Precisely," another chimed in, "it was merely one mission failure. I don't see it as a significant issue." The remaining individuals nodded in agreement. After all, Kiki Mao was a celebrated hero of the Second Great Ninja War, thus the villagers held a generally favorable view of him. Song Yiyu, observing the gradually calming atmosphere, shook his head inwardly. He had already experienced Danzo's methods and knew that this matter was unlikely to conclude so simply. Sure enough, just as the group was about to dismiss the topic, one person interjected sharply. "Humph, your words sound pleasant enough." This individual scoffed and declared loudly, "If every ninja thought like Kiki Mao, how would any missions ever be completed?" At this, he smirked disdainfully and provocatively proclaimed, "In my opinion, Kiki Mao ought to apologize to the entire village and voluntarily resign from his position as the head of the Umbu, due to some undisclosed motives." His voice rang out clearly, causing nearly everyone present to hear his words. Apologize to the entire village? Resign as the Umbu head? In an instant, the previously lively atmosphere of the noodle shop fell into an eerie silence. Aside from the sounds of laughter from the streets outside, the shop was filled only with the noise of handmade noodles being prepared, creating a striking clarity. "Here's your large serving of tonkatsu ramen. Enjoy your meal." Once the noodles were served, Song Yiyu decided to cease his attention on Kiki Mao's affairs. The situation was already quite clear. As he slurped up a generous mouthful of noodles, Song Yiyu reached a conclusion in his mind. Unless Kiki Mao chose to become Danzo's pawn, it was unlikely that Konoha would accommodate him any longer. However, this matter no longer concerned him. Shaking his head, Song Yiyu focused instead on savoring the long-awaited delicacy in front of him. In less than 5 minutes, he polished off the entire large serving of tonkatsu ramen, followed by a satisfied belch. The noodles were indeed delicious. After a careful appraisal, Song Yiyu remarked to himself, "Ichiraku Ramen truly lives up to its reputation." After packing a small portion of tonkatsu ramen to go, he departed from the stall. "I'm back." As he watched his younger brother reluctantly open the door, Song Yiyu smiled while holding up the bag in his hand. "Look at what I brought you." Jifeng's gaze dropped to the packaging. "Ichiraku Ramen?" His eyes instantly lit up, and he reached out to grab it. However, just as his hand was about to touch it, Song Yiyu lifted the bag slightly. "Guess." Song Yiyu shook the bag, watching his brother jump in excitement, and a teasing smile crept across his face. After enough teasing, he finally handed over the lunch to Odo. Clutching the still-warm bag, Jifeng was about to grin, but upon seeing his bothersome brother, his smile faded instantly. With a huff, he turned and dashed to the dining table, clutching the meal. "Hey, brat, aren't you going to say thank you to your dear Oni-chan?" Seeing his younger brother's lack of appreciation, Song Yiyu sighed. After a brief performance, he noticed Jifeng ignoring him and, undeterred, returned to his usual composed demeanor before heading upstairs. After a quick shower, Song Yiyu returned to his room. Unlike his usual frantic study of ninjutsu, he simply laid down on his bed. "I should take these 2 days to rest at home." Resting his head on his arm, thoughts flickered through his mind. The events at the noodle stall indicated that Danzo had begun to mobilize. It seemed the suicide of White Fang was imminent, likely within the next couple of days. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he had considered taking action to alter certain regrettable outcomes. Yet, once he delved into the secrets of this realm, he realized that many events were far more intricate than portrayed in his previous life as anime. Many seemingly irrational plot developments had already sown the seeds of potential peril from the outset. To speak bluntly, How many of the past Hokage or heads of the Umbu have met a favorable end? Even Danzo, the leader of the root, was essentially just another casualty in the game of power. These individuals might appear formidable in their daily lives, yet when faced with unforeseen circumstances, they all had to endure the consequences. Moreover, after enduring those dark 7 years, Song Yiyu was no longer the impassioned youth he once was. Following his successful takeover, he had resolved that unless enormous interests were involved, he would refrain from excessively interfering with the natural course of the ninja world. In doing so, he ensured the preservation of his foresight and insight, advantages that, while seemingly trivial to an ordinary person, held substantial potential for him as the young clan leader of the Moonlight Clan, one of the future heirs. Especially after the recent incident that led to his family aligning with the third Hokage, his influence within the clan had notably increased. Now, it was a matter of how the third Hokage would handle the aftermath of White Fang's death. It was certain that Danzo would be subjected to a significant backlash. With these thoughts swirling, Song Yiyu couldn't help but shake his head. Who says the third Hokage is ineffective? Just look at his political maneuvers. He far outshines several of his predecessors. In the following days, Song Yiyu remained home, avoiding the training grounds, occasionally stepping out only to procure food. During his seclusion, the rumors regarding Kiki Mao's mission failure escalated throughout the village. By the 4th morning, a sensational piece of news reverberated through the clan. White Fang had committed suicide. Chapter 22. The cleansing. What did you say? Tsukumo Hatake has taken his own life at home? Upon hearing this news, Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. The Umbu ninja who came to report nodded. Yes. The Umbu has already examined the body, and it can be confirmed that the deceased is indeed Tsukumo Hatake. With the statement, the entire Hokage office fell into a profound silence. This was Tsukumo Hatake. How could he have died so simply? After waving his hand to dismiss the Umbu, Hiruzen slowly removed the Hokage hat from his head, placing his hand on his aching temples, gently rubbing them. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he did not expect it to reach this point so swiftly. Tsukumo. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and sighed softly. Deep down, he held a strong regard for the man known to the outside world as the White Fang of Konoha. If possible, he wished to avoid arriving at this juncture. However, contrary to his wishes, since the end of the war, the faction led by Tsukumo Hatake had begun to stir the undercurrents, each member aspiring to ascend to higher positions. In their own words, this was termed progress, and Hiruzen had found himself utterly exhausted during this period. Konoha was no longer the fledgling village it once was. The positions above had long been occupied. For newcomers to rise, they required those in power to relinquish their seats. This group was not foolish. They understood this reality. Therefore, to gain more benefits, they needed to elect a leader. Without Tsukumo Hatake, their aspirations for advancement would remain mere thoughts. But now, with a leader who was distinguished both by merit and strength, their ambitions were fully ignited. Their strategy was to first topple Danzo, and then the Hokage. As for whether Tsukumo had such intentions, it was uncertain. Yet many matters do not unfold according to one's personal will. What a pity. The third sighed and shook his head. If only I could possess the capabilities and spirit of the first and second Hokages. Just as he was lost in his contemplations, a sudden crash echoed as the office door was thrust open. Who is it? Hiruzen frowned. Did they not see that he was currently preoccupied? It's me. A hoarse voice came through. Upon hearing the voice, Hiruzen's frown only deepened. He turned to the door. Danzo, what brings you here? Noticing the unwelcome tone, Danzo did not respond, but rather stated bluntly. Hiruzen, you must have received the news by now. Hiruzen merely stared at him in silence. Danzo, unfazed, continued calmly. To be honest, I was quite surprised that Tsukumo made such a decision. A rare look of admiration appeared on his face. He was a true ninja. What good does it do to say this now? Hiruzen sighed. Ultimately, it was us who drove him to this fate. You are too indecisive, Hiruzen. At this remark, Danzo sneered. In this world, there are no absolute rights or wrongs. Merely differing positions. If Tsukumo Hatake did not choose a side, he cannot blame others. Enough. With that, Danzo paused and shifted the conversation. It is time to begin dealing with the remaining individuals. Compared to Tsukumo, these people are the true malignancy. Observing the cold glint in Danzo's eyes, Hiruzen could not help but furrow his brow and gently caution, do not go too far. After all, they have their contributions. Contributions? Danzo let out a derisive laugh. Showing no desire to elaborate further, Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the desk thoughtfully before finally delivering his decision. Let us first deal with the most troublesome third. As for the rest, we shall see later. A third? A chill flickered across Danzo's face. I believe it would be better to eliminate them all outright. His words incited a flash of anger on Hiruzen's face. That's enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo responded with a cold snort, but said nothing more. After all, he had merely spoken in anger. If it were to come to action, Konoha would surely suffer greatly. As Danzo's route began to mobilize, dark currents surged beneath the surface of the village. Targets on the list began to disappear quietly, with most remaining oblivious to the events. Those who were aware kept their mouths shut, unwilling to divulge a single whisper. This extensive cleansing continued for about a week, precisely coinciding with the period around the Ninja Academy's break. On the afternoon of the 8th day, SUY received word that the clan's operation had concluded. After expressing gratitude to the clan member who reported, he returned to the training ground in the backyard, sitting on the stone slab and falling into deep contemplation. According to the intelligence obtained by the clan, many individuals were purged from the village, including several J-Nin. The number of Ch-Nin and Jinin eliminated was countless. From this perspective, the Moonlight clan's decision to align with the third Hokage was undoubtedly astute. After all, some within their clan had been closely associated with the faction of Merit before his father's demise. Now, they had suffered no losses, indicating that the third had indeed intervened on their behalf. Otherwise, given Danzo's nature, it was unlikely they would have escaped unscathed. Reflecting on this, Essie could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Thus, my previous analysis and strategies appear even more refined. With such foresight, the resources for the clan's future training would surely not be lacking for me. He glanced at the leaves blown down by the wind and smiled softly. This is sufficient. As long as all necessary resources are in place, the rest is of little concern for now. The most crucial aspect is still to convert my talents and these resources swiftly into a part of my strength. Essie mentally calculated the calendar. There were 5 days until school started. The remaining time would be devoted to solidifying my foundational skills in swordsmanship and illusion techniques before formally commencing the training of the Moonlight Flow Sword technique. Having contemplated everything, he rose from the ground, picked up the wooden sword from the rack beside him, and began to practice. After this recent period of training, his swordsmanship had markedly improved. Compared to a month ago, when he sparred with Hanan, the transitions and connections between his techniques were now much smoother and more natural. One could say that if they were to spar again now, his chances of victory would be significantly higher. Of course, Essie did not feel pride in this, for he was not the only one making progress. During their previous matches, he had noticed that Hanan's foundational swordsmanship had also seen growth through their exchanges. Moreover, she had already begun her training in the Moonlight Flow Sword technique, merely practicing alongside him for the sake of it. With this thought, a sharp glint crossed Essie's eyes as he silently mused. I hope this advanced sword technique passed down through the clan does not disappoint me. Chapter 23. The Moonlight Flow Sword technique. After 3 full days of diligent practice, Song Yayu had achieved a remarkable mastery of both swordsmanship and illusion techniques. While it may not be considered divine, one could certainly say he had reached an impressive level of proficiency. Upon realizing that he had thoroughly consolidated his learning during this period, he decided to visit the 4th elder to commence his training in the Moonlight Flow Sword technique. Oh, are you finally prepared to study our ancestral sword technique? The 4th elder inquired with a smile, adjusting his spectacles as he observed the determined young man before him. Yes, 4th elder. I have resolved to begin my training in the Moonlight Flow Sword technique, and I sincerely hope for your guidance, Song Yayu promptly replied. Haha. If you wish to learn, why would I withhold my teachings from you? The 4th elder chuckled warmly. Rising from his seat, he gestured, come with me. Following the 4th elder to the training grounds in the backyard, Song Yayu witnessed radiant sword lights slicing through the air, accompanied by sharp sounds of friction. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure of Wei Yinli, who he had not seen for a month. Noticing his arrival, the girl put down her wooden sword after finishing her move and turned to the entrance of the training ground. Her expression brightened upon seeing Song Yayu. Is it you? Here to spar with me again? A hint of anticipation flickered across her cool visage. Very well, let me see how much your swordsmanship has improved over the past month. In contrast to their earlier encounters, where she had overwhelmingly dominated, Song Yayu now posed a significant challenge to her foundational skills, offering her the opportunity for growth during their exchanges. He had intended to clarify his purpose for visiting, but her words stirred something within him. The 4th elder, sensing the brewing tension, deemed it necessary to intervene. Otherwise, it seemed they might indeed engage in a duel that day. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice to capture their attention. All right, he said, stroking his beard with a gentle smile. If you wish to spar, you two will have plenty of opportunities in the future. But let us refrain from that today, as there are important matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Wei Yinli raised an eyebrow, turning to Song Yayu. Are you here to learn the Moonlight Flow Sword technique? Oh, you already know? He replied, somewhat surprised. I guessed, she stated nonchalantly. You have 2 reasons for coming here. Since at ISNT to spar with me, it must be for the other reason. Song Yayu regarded her thoughtfully, acknowledging her sharp intellect. Had he not employed a few minor tricks, he might indeed struggle to match her in the future. The 4th elder, pleased with his granddaughter's keen mind, smiled approvingly. Since you've deduced young Song Yayu's purpose for today, I would appreciate it if you could demonstrate our family's sword technique for him. He settled into a chair, gently caressing the long knife in his hands. And let me observe how well our little pair has honed her skills. Certainly. The young girl straightened, bowing respectfully before adopting her stance with the wooden sword. As she initiated her movements, the training ground fell silent for a brief moment. In the next instant, several beams of silver sword light swept through the air. Song Yayu's eyes were fixed intently on her figure. She was transformed, no longer the same partner he had sparred with before. The ordinary wooden sword in her grasp now shone like the radiant moon, with a continuous flow of light. With each swing, she embodied the elegance of a crane dancing upon a tranquil lake. Yet, beneath the beauty of her moves lay countless deadly intents. Through prolonged training, Song Yayu's perception had sharpened significantly. The danger arrived before the blade, and the figure appeared before the light. This was his assessment after witnessing the demonstration of the sword technique. As time flowed steadily onward, the display of the moonlight flow sword technique reached its conclusion. Suddenly, Hua Yinli's sword flashed, the previously flowing sword shadows dissipating into the air, replaced by two beams of light that flickered back and forth in a confined space. With a fluid motion, she swung her sword, executed a cut, and sheathed it in one seamless sequence. A flurry of cherry blossoms, caught by the spring breeze, fell and was elegantly sliced into 4 petals by the 2 beams of light, which then drifted gracefully to either side of her. The gentle wind danced through her white attire, her black hair billowing, embodying the essence of the moonlight flow sword technique, the very core that had earned its illustrious reputation as the foremost sword dance of the warring states. Clap, clap, clap. As Hua Yinli completed her display, applause erupted from the sidelines. Your swordsmanship has improved once more, the 4th elder remarked with pride in his gaze, noting that she had even utilized the final technique, the mirror reflection. However, in response to her grandfather's praise, Hua Yinli shook her head calmly. It was merely a struggle to achieve it. The angles of my 2 cuts barely reached 10 degrees, far from the required minimum of 45 degrees in swordsmanship. Cough, cough, cough. You are too hard on yourself, the 4th elder chuckled, unable to hide his amusement. Achieving a 45-degree angle is no simple feat. Since the end of the warring states, the highest record within our clan has only reached 42 degrees. At this point, he paused, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Song Yayu. Both individuals, blessed with exceptional talent, immediately recognized the individual he referenced. Hua Yinli remained silent, her eyes still filled with determination. What others could not accomplish, she, Hua Yinli, would strive to achieve. As the conversation between the elder and granddaughter came to a halt, Song Yayu finally voiced his first question. Is the mirror reflection the technique you just used to slice the cherry blossoms into 4 petals? Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, the 4th elder affirmed, clearing his throat before elaborating on the intricacies of the moonlight flow sword technique. This sword technique comprises 8 distinct moves, each more exquisite than the last. The first 7 moves are conventional, accessible to those who diligently practice and possess sufficient talent, allowing them to gradually master the sequence. However, he paused, his expression turning serious. Only the final move, the mirror reflection, embodies the essence of the entire technique. Its brilliance lies in creating a mirror-like illusion through a deceptive display of sword light, followed by delivering consecutive strikes from 2 angles with absolute speed. To onlookers, it appears as if a pair of mirrored sword shadows are simultaneously striking towards them. Thus, the 4th elder raised his head slowly, a hint of pride illuminating his face. This move was known during the warring states as the unavoidable sword. Chapter 24, Kakashi, an inevitable strike. Song Yi could not help but softly repeat the words he had just heard. Indeed, the 4th elder nodded with an air of pride. There were legends left by the ancestors of the clan, stating that if someone within the family were to master the mirror reversal to its fullest extent, even a leader-level powerhouse could be struck down. In the context of the warring states period, a leader-level powerhouse would be someone truly worthy of the title of Hokage. He paused for a moment, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes, contemplating the weight of such a title. To strike down a Hokage-level powerhouse. Song Yi remained silent for a while before looking at his interlocutor and inquiring about the level of mastery required for this sword technique to be considered complete. An angle of over 45 degrees signifies a successful execution, while over 60 degrees indicates the mastery of the mirror reversal, replied Hua Yinli, who stood beside them. She elaborated that the higher the angle between swords, the greater the understanding of illusion techniques and the demands of swordsmanship became. After speaking, she cast a questioning glance at Song Yiyu, silently asking if he had any further inquiries. Song Yiyu shook his head, signaling that he had no additional questions. The 4th elder smiled, casually selecting a slightly longer wooden sword from a nearby rack. Since there are no further questions, let us commence with today's main lesson. His expression turned serious as he began to impart the profound secrets of the moonlight flow sword technique. The moonlight flow sword technique comprises 8 sword forms, ranging from the simplest to the most complex: dream entry, startling spirit, enlightenment, flower cut, flying moon, frost break, heart offering, and finally, mirror reversal. This clan's swordsmanship values elegance and grace, reminiscent of dreams and illusions, with each movement embodying the unique beauty of the Moonlight family. What I am about to teach you is the first form of these 8, dream entry. Given that he was instructing a promising descendant of the family, the 4th elder devoted considerable effort to imparting the sword technique, demonstrating its intricacies while elucidating its essential principles, ensuring a thorough understanding. Song Yiyu, eager to learn, observed intently, not daring to blink. Hua Yinli remained nearby, silently comparing her own swordsmanship to the teachings. As time passed, The next 2 days were dedicated solely to mastering the first form of the Moonlight Flow Sword technique, with Song Yiyu even temporarily setting aside other ninja techniques and illusions. In this state of concentrated practice, the final 2 days of the holiday swiftly elapsed. On Monday, at the Ninja Academy, after approximately a month-long winter break, the students reconvened. Following the previous semester's adjustment, they had grown quite familiar with one another, and the classroom buzzed with discussions about their holiday experiences, which inevitably included some taboo topics. "Hey, have you heard?" A rather unseemly boy whispered to his 2 classmates. "About Kakashi's father." Upon hearing this, one of the classmates paled, clearly having received news from home, while the other, being a civilian, remained oblivious to the matter. Regarding Kakashi's father, the civilian boy noticed his companion's secretive expressions and couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Did something happen recently? The unseemly boy lowered his voice conspiratorially and said, "I'm telling you, don't spread this around. Kakashi's father committed suicide 2 weeks ago." "What?" The other boy gasped in shock. "Keep your voice down." The sudden exclamation startled the others, and they quickly covered his mouth, trying to avoid drawing attention. "My dad strictly warned me not to talk about this outside. Are you trying to get us both killed?" The other boy's face betrayed his panic. Wishing he could sew the boy's mouth shut. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the civilian student quickly gestured for silence, and once assured, the others removed their hands from his mouth. "Is it really that serious?" he asked, breathless and terrified. "Absolutely," the unseemly boy replied earnestly. Glancing around to confirm they were not overheard before whispering, "You wouldn't believe how many people have gone missing in the village lately." The civilian student was taken aback, turning to his other classmate, who wore a similarly apprehensive expression, leaving him feeling utterly bewildered. How could this be happening? Unbeknownst to the trio, their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by a boy in white seated diagonally behind them. With a dispassionate glance at the three, Song Yiyu's expression remained inscrutable. These individuals certainly possessed a remarkable audacity to discuss such matters openly in class. Did they truly believe that Danzo's roots and the third Hokage's surveillance were mere decorations? As the classroom buzzed with chatter, a silver-haired boy wearing a black mask entered through the door. The moment his true identity became apparent, the noise in the classroom ceased entirely, leaving only the weight of countless gazes fixed upon him. Song Yiyu was no exception. Observing Kakashi as he walked like a mere shell of his former self to his seat, shaking his head inwardly. Were it not for Kakashi's sake, Konoha's Shaku might have chosen to confront Danzo, or even defect from the village. With that thought, he sighed quietly. What a pity. However, deep down, Song Yiyu understood that a ninja of Kakashi's caliber, even without the factor of children, would likely choose the path of self-sacrifice. From a certain perspective, Konoha's Shaku, alongside future figures like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, belonged to the same archetype. Before arriving in the ninja world, he struggled to comprehend the actions of such individuals. Yet, upon truly immersing himself in this reality and grasping the essence of being a ninja, he found a newfound respect for them. What is a ninja? The Will of Fire has elucidated this matter with clarity. The essence of a ninja lies in sacrifice, the relinquishment of what is dear to oneself in exchange for the village's flourishing. This sacrifice could manifest as one's own life, or even the lives of others. It is not necessarily the case that the elder must sacrifice for the younger, nor that one individual must sacrifice for a multitude. It all depends on the perceived value each holds for the village. As for notions of morality and emotions, as discussed in previous lives, they ought not to be considered in the world of ninjas. Simply put, if you are a true ninja, even if you are commanded to extinguish your own clan tomorrow, it is a duty to be fulfilled, provided it benefits the village. Chapter 25. Early graduation accompanied by the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Daiki Miyamoto slowly entered the classroom. The moment he stepped through the doorway, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Kakashi's seat. Observing the silver-haired boy's expression, which was devoid of emotion, Daiki let out a resigned sigh. He was well aware of Kakashi's circumstances. As the boy's homeroom teacher, he had come today at the behest of the third Hokage to keep an eye on this child. After casting one last glance at Kakashi, Daiki withdrew his gaze and subtly shook his head. Perhaps he would have a proper chat with the boy after class with that thought. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and scanned the classroom to ensure all the students were present before steadying himself to commence the lesson. However, just as he picked up his textbook to begin, Kakashi suddenly rose from his seat. Under the puzzled stares of his classmates, the masked, silver-haired youth spoke slowly. "Teacher, I would like to apply for early graduation." Boom. As Kakashi's words echoed in the room, the classroom erupted into chaos. Early graduation? What a farce. A 5-year-old newcomer, who had only just enrolled a semester ago, was now claiming he was ready to become a full-fledged ninja. To anyone, this was utterly absurd. "Kakashi." Daiki's expression grew serious. "I understand that due to recent events, you must be feeling quite troubled, but please do not jest with your future." "I am not joking." Kakashi's face was resolute, the numbness in his eyes diminishing slightly. "I am fully prepared to become a ninja and can take the graduation examination at any time." He was determined to prove to his father that missions would always take precedence over comrades. Seeing the unwavering determination in Kakashi's eyes, Daiki understood that there was no persuading the boy today. Perhaps you should reconsider, he said after a brief silence. If you are truly resolute, come to my office after school today. The classroom fell silent, all eyes focused on Kakashi. With his objective achieved, Kakashi said nothing further, bowing slightly to express his gratitude before calmly returning to his seat amidst the complex gazes of his peers. Once Daiki began the lesson, Sui withdrew his gaze from Kakashi. So, he really is going for early graduation, he thought, shaking his head silently. This choice seemed utterly reckless. Yet it was not entirely misguided. Indeed, Kakashi's talent was exceptional, as would be proven in the years to come, graduating at 5, becoming a nin at 6, and in nin by 12, developing techniques like the Chidori and even the S-rank Raikiri. But what then? A ninja adept at replicating others' techniques, a label that would define him as the plot commenced. An elite nin sounds impressive, yet one must remember that Asuma, who had been defeated in a real combat class, was destined to reach the same rank. To put it bluntly, without the Sharingan gifted by Obito, Kakashi might not even have had many opportunities to shine in the later stages of the story. Conversely, if he remained in school, his chances for improvement would be limited as well. At most, he would solidify his foundational skills. After all, with Tsukumo Hataki gone, Kakashi could no longer expect the abundant resources that someone like Sui received. This was likely a significant reason behind his decision to graduate early. Alas, what a pity, Sui sighed inwardly. The world is indeed harsh. Even a genius finds it difficult to thrive without substantial support. As the monotonous lecture continued, the morning swiftly passed. When lunchtime arrived, Sui rummaged through his bag only to realize that in his recent obsession with sword training, he had forgotten to prepare lunch for the day. Well, I suppose I will have my shadow clone fetch something from the street later. Since mastering the shadow clone technique, he had taken to leaving one clone at the training grounds each morning before school to ensure he could balance both study and practice. Thanks to the effects of a particular elixir, Sui's chakra reserves had noticeably increased, extending the lifespan of his clones from 2.5 hours to approximately 3 hours. Additionally, with his physical enhancements, his chakra recovery rate had improved. Now, he could typically replenish his chakra before the previous clone dissipated. Coupled with his formidable mental fortitude, he could nearly achieve continuous training through shadow clones. Having dismissed the first clone around 11 o'clock, he had only been waiting about an hour to summon a second one, making it slightly impractical to dissolve it now. Nonetheless, lunch was paramount. Just as Sui contemplated dismissing the clone, a bento box was suddenly placed on the table before him. Startled, he turned to see a pair of upward curving red eyes gazing at him with a smile. Why, Kuin, would you like to try my bento? Kurina Yui's cute face wore a hint of distress. I think I might have brought a bit too much today. Seeing her earnest attempt to maintain her pride, Sui couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is it really all right? After a moment's thought, he decided against refusing her kindness but teased, I might have a rather large appetite. No worries, I will just eat a little less, she replied hurriedly, opening the food container, releasing an enticing aroma. Sticky rice balls, sashimi, tempura. Glancing at the feast within the bento, Sui was slightly taken aback. You made all this yourself? Kurinai nodded, her eyes glimmering with pride. Yes, my father often says I have a knack for cooking. Indeed, Sui remarked with admiration. It appears you possess quite the talent in the culinary arts. Really? Kurinai beamed. My father often says the same. Sui chuckled, reflecting on how remarkable these children of the ninja world were. In his previous life, with over 30 years of experience combined, he had only managed to prepare the most basic fried rice for himself. It wasn't that he found it tedious. He simply feared that attempting anything more ambitious might lead to disaster. Gently picking up a piece of sashimi, Sui took a bite and savored it, his eyes narrowing in delight. Kurinai, noticing his reaction, widened her eyes and anxiously asked, How is it? Is the flavor to your liking? Instead of responding immediately, he swallowed the sashimi slowly and, after enjoying the taste, smiled as he offered his verdict. Quite good. Reflecting on the freshness and tenderness of the fish, he added. There is no trace of fishiness at all. Kurinai finally relaxed, gesturing to the other dishes in the container, encouraging him to continue sampling. Naturally, Sui accepted, savoring each item and providing varied feedback. As an adult in his previous life, he possessed emotional intelligence, expressing most of his praise while pointing out minor flaws, ultimately offering some well-placed suggestions. This way, he neither discouraged the young girl nor appeared insincere in his compliments. Indeed, after a delightful meal, the already splendid mood of the sunset-hued red was further elevated. Once the dishes had been completely finished, the enigmatic Song Yiyu tidied up the lunchbox and, after handing it over, smiled and said, Red, I am truly grateful to you today, and the illusion scroll from last time has been immensely helpful as well. At this juncture, he paused momentarily, and with genuine heartfelt emotion, he remarked, I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. Chapter 26, Graduation Assessment Yujun. You need not be so formal. Shiri Hong smiled gently, her eyes sparkling like red crystals. My father mentioned to me before he returned that you would be a student in the future. At this point, she suddenly recalled something and asked curiously. By the way, did my father agree to let you consult him about illusion techniques? Song Yi remained silent, merely offering an awkward smile. Indeed, her father had consented. But the problem lay in the fact that he had just misled his daughter, given that she was a child. It was fortunate that she chose not to pursue the matter further, yet he was far too hesitant to approach her. However, upon seeing his reticent demeanor, Shiri Hong assumed that he had been rejected by her father and immediately sought to reassure him. It's all right, Yujun. Rest assured, I will speak to my father about it. She clenched her small fist, her expression resolute. My father will certainly agree. Ah, Hong, you've misunderstood. Song Yiyu scratched the back of his head, smiling helplessly. In fact, your father has already permitted me to seek his guidance on illusion techniques. Yet, before he could finish, she interrupted him. Yujun, you need not say more. Shiri Hong, picturing Song Yiyu's desperate plea to her father ending in rejection, observed his decision to conceal the truth to avoid troubling her. Her expression gradually transformed into one of determination. Suddenly, she looked up and declared earnestly, I've made up my mind. After school today, you must come to my house for dinner. Song Yiyu was momentarily taken aback. Realizing her intention, he could not help but chuckle wryly and hastily declined. Hong, there's no need to trouble yourself. I will just eat at home tonight. However, having made her decision, she was not one to easily relinquish her choice. Will you eat at home or buy something outside? Noticing the astonishment on Song Yiyu's face, the little girl frowned slightly, her tone unusually displeased. You must have forgotten your lunch today. Your family must be away these days, right? Or has your brother already prepared dinner at home? Shiri Hong shot him a sidelong glance, deliberately elongating her words. Isn't that right? Yujun. Song Yiyu fell silent. He had not anticipated her keen observation. Even deducing that his mother was away. Were all children in this world so perceptive? He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he simply closed his mouth again. Perhaps it was better to cease avoiding the subject, lest he appear ungrateful. After all, he had to stay after school to observe Kakashi's graduation assessment. She might even forget about it by then. Seeing that he no longer sought excuses to decline, Shiri Hong smiled once more. You can rest assured, Yujun. I will certainly persuade my father to agree today. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and as the clock on the wall pointed to 4 in the afternoon, the day's lessons finally concluded. Unlike usual, however, no student left the classroom despite the end of school. Lin, do you think Kakashi will pass the graduation assessment? Obito turned to his companion, Yuara Lin. I believe Kakashi will definitely succeed. Yuara Lin's face was filled with confidence, as if she had more faith than Kakashi himself. Watching the admiration shine in her eyes when she spoke of him, Obito felt a strong urge to retort. But remembering the recent tragedy of her father, he muttered under his breath and chose to hold his tongue. Just as they were discussing, a student sitting at the classroom door suddenly shouted, They are here. The noise in the room instantly ceased, and a profound silence enveloped the classroom, with a rhythmic sound of footsteps drawing near. Miyamoto Daiki and Kakashi finally returned to the classroom. Upon reaching the podium, Miyamoto Daiki surveyed the students present and slowly began to speak. I believe everyone is aware that, due to certain exceptional reasons, one of our classmates has chosen to apply for an early graduation examination opportunity. He paused, casting a glance at Kakashi, who remained resolute in his decision and inwardly sighed. As your teacher and homeroom instructor, I do not advocate this course of action. However, I hope that all of you will attentively observe today's examination process, as it aligns with the requirements you will face during your formal graduation tests. With that, he led Kakashi toward the playground. The classmates, seeing this, eagerly followed behind. Upon arriving at the playground, they discovered that the third Hokage had already been waiting there. Lord Hokage, Miyamoto Daiki was taken aback and quickly bowed, respectfully inquiring, What brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly. After all, a genius who is to undergo a graduation assessment at the tender age of 5 warrants my personal attendance. His words stirred a sense of gratitude within Miyamoto Daiki. I did not expect the Hokage to take time out of your busy schedule to attend the graduation assessment of a mere student. I truly do not know what to say. Seeing his excitement, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a calm expression, though internally he sighed. He had initially not intended to come, as there were numerous pressing matters to address in the village. However, he felt compelled to attend. Fearing that Danzo would not cease his relentless pursuit of Shumo and would now extend his gaze toward his son. Sighing inwardly, he took a puff from his pipe, the smoke swirling in the air, gradually obscuring the conflicted and helpless expression in his eyes. The graduation assessment at the ninja school consisted of 3 parts, a written exam, a throwing test, and the 3-body technique. Kakashi had already completed the written exam in the office. Now only the throwing test and the 3-body technique remained. The throwing test commenced first, divided into 2 segments, kunai and shuriken. Candidates were required to strike a designated target from a distance of 15 meters with kunai or shuriken, without employing any other ninja techniques. Scores were determined based on the rings on the target where the projectile landed. Missing the target resulted in no score. As Kakashi stepped onto the range, the crowd's focus shifted entirely to him. Among the onlookers, Shiri Hong curiously turned to Song Yiyu. I recall that during previous throwing lessons, your scores were quite similar. Do you think you will pass this assessment today? Early graduation comes with strict regulations. All scores must be no less than 90. Song Yiyu shrugged casually. replying, "If it were me, it might be a bit challenging, as throwing is not my strength." However, as for Kakashi, he smiled faintly. He should be just fine. Chapter 27. At this moment, the crowd on the playground held their breath, their attention fully focused on Kakashi in the target area. Facing the gazes of the onlookers, the silver-haired boy stood resolutely in place, feeling no pressure at all. Instead, he silently adjusted his breathing, awaiting the commencement of the assessment. After about a minute, once his breathing had stabilized, Daiki Miyamoto turned to look at the Hokage seated in the stands. After receiving a nod of approval to begin, he finally cleared his throat. Ahem. The throwing of ninja tools segment of the graduation examination officially begins. Are the candidates prepared? Ready. Good. Daiki Miyamoto nodded and announced in a solemn voice. Then let us commence the kunai throwing segment. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The assessment starts. As the teacher's words fell, a glimmer sparked in Kakashi's eyes. He aimed at the distant target and swiftly launched a kunai. The spectators merely saw a flash of white light, followed by a swift whoosh, and in the next moment, the kunai was firmly embedded in the target. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Daiki Miyamoto walked towards the target. 10 rings. After carefully confirming the kunai's position on the target, he turned and shouted, "Kakashi receives a perfect score in the kunai throwing segment." In an instant, the spectators erupted in hushed astonishment. Given that they were all first-year students, the standard target distance in their regular throwing class was only about 7 to 8 meters. However, at such a distance, most of the class could only achieve scores of 5 or 6 rings. This starkly highlighted the astonishing nature of Kakashi's performance. As Kakashi approached another target and effortlessly completed the shuriken assessment, SU narrowed his eyes slightly. So proficient with kunai and shuriken. Truly worthy of the name Hatake Kakashi. In terms of throwing technique, he considered himself competent, yet he had not devoted excessive time to practice. Thus, he could only play the part of a formidable presence within his class. However, when faced with a prodigy like Kakashi, his skills paled in comparison. The subsequent 3-body technique tests further confirmed his thoughts. Transformation technique, perfect score. Clone technique, perfect score. Substitution technique, perfect score. This series of impressive results genuinely startled everyone present, even causing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated in the stands, to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Ultimately, without any unexpected developments, Hatake Kakashi became the youngest graduate in the history of the Ninja Academy today, as well as the youngest genin in Konoha. The substitution technique had only taken him 54 seconds of preparation time. SU silently calculated. In terms of the 3-body technique, his abilities were not far behind Kakashi's. Based on Kakashi's performance in the graduation assessment, he believed that if he were to engage in battle with him now, his chances of victory would be slim, though Kakashi would not win too easily either. He needed to continue striving for improvement. Contemplating this, he frowned, not forgetting the 2 conditions necessary to secure further resources from his clan. Although it seemed unlikely that he would have any trouble achieving top of his class after Kakashi's graduation, including the series of strategic moves he had previously made to align his clan with the 3rd Hokage, it was highly probable that the clan would continue to nurture him. However, many matters required foresight. Without it, they would falter. Regardless, he understood that he must continuously demonstrate his own worth. Only then would the dissenting voices within the clan diminish, and his influence within the clan would grow. In his vision, if he could garner the clan's support, it would significantly aid his future plans. In terms of general strength ranking, he mused, Ko Haruka should be the strongest, followed by Kakashi, and he would come last. Yet, the differences in strength among them were not vast. If the original storyline were to unfold, Kakashi would soon surpass Haruka in strength, for he distinctly remembered that she had become the youngest nin in Konoha's history at the age of 6. Based on their previous encounters, even if she had not revealed her full strength, her ability should not exceed that of a nin. With approximately 6 months remaining until the clan assessment deadline, if he worked diligently, he might have a chance to catch up to Haruka. Even if he ultimately did not achieve victory, he could at least make a commendable showing before suffering a regrettable defeat. This way, he believed that neither the clan elders nor the other clan members would have much to say. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw a pair of light red eyes blinking at him. "I've been calling you, and you didn't respond at all." Yuzuki Yui scrunched her adorable little nose, her eyes holding a hint of grievance as she spoke. "Why, Kuin, you haven't forgotten our lunch agreement, have you?" "How could I?" At the mention of this, SCU felt a slight headache, unsure how to explain to her father later. Was he supposed to say he came to thank Yuhi for the ninjutsu scroll she had given him last time? It felt somewhat cheeky. Unbeknownst to the young girl, he was preoccupied with his thoughts. She was now solely focused on helping him gain her father's approval. "Let's go now. Father must have been waiting for us outside for a long time." After saying this, as if fearing that SCU might suddenly bolt, she even grasped his arm with one hand. Observing her tightly clasped hand, SCU forced a smile and followed her to the school gate. The moment they stepped outside, he felt an intense gaze fixed upon him. Looking up, he indeed saw a pair of familiar yet unfamiliar red pupils staring intently at him. Seeing this, SCU quickly forced a smile, attempting to project a friendly demeanor, while simultaneously trying to loosen the grip of the young girl's hand. Before he could escape, she pulled him quickly toward her father. Daddy, why? Kuin's mom isn't home today. I want him to come to our house for dinner. Is that okay? Observing his precious daughter's pleading expression, Hai Karina's eyelids involuntarily twitched. But I recall this kid has a younger brother, right? He cast a sharp glance at Su, his gaze imbued with a hint of warning. Oh, right? Yui scrunched her adorable little face, her expression tinged with a bit of distress. Su sighed with relief, just about to speak when he was immediately interrupted. The young girl gleamed with excitement, exclaiming, then let's have Kuin bring his brother along too. Chapter 28. The dinner party inside the room, the lights shone brightly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Shiyu Jinhong, busy in the kitchen, glanced at the door and paused momentarily before calling out softly, come in. Hearing this, Kang Yu hurriedly pushed open the door and entered with his younger brother, cautiously approaching the kitchen doorway. He observed the busy figure within and forced a smile to greet them. Without lifting their head, the other party replied, the meal isn't ready yet. You two should sit on the sofa for a while. Realizing that the individual was not inclined for further conversation, Kang Yu did not dare to speak again. After another brief greeting, he quickly took his brother by the hand and headed toward the sofa. Kang Yu, did you offend that uncle in some way? After sitting down on the sofa, Jifeng discreetly glanced at the kitchen and, with a slight contraction of his neck, said, I can't shake the feeling that he doesn't seem very welcoming towards us. How did you manage to speak with him? Kang Yu shot a sidelong glance at the foolish Adudu, suddenly seized by a playful impulse. He replied nonchalantly, it's nothing much. He's just worried I might run off with his daughter. Hiss. Jifeng inhaled sharply, feeling as though the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. Sitting on the sofa, he felt as if he was on pins and needles, observing the subtle smile on his brother's lips and momentarily unsure how to respond. However, while Kang Yu found amusement in his brother's reaction, he remained oblivious to the fact that this exchange had reached another person's ears. Huff. It has hardened. My fists have tightened. In the kitchen, Shiyu Jinhong gripped the dishcloth tightly, his breaths growing heavier. He glanced in the direction of the living room, a cold smile forming in his heart. I'll settle the score with that little brat at dinner time. Just as he was feeling disgruntled, a fresh series of knocks sounded at the door. Come in. Unlike his earlier indifferent tone, Shiyu Jinhong's voice softened considerably this time. As the words fell, the door creaked open, and Shiyu Hong entered, carrying a bag. Dad, I'm back. The little girl brought the bag to the kitchen, extracting its contents while expressing her disappointment. I got back a bit late today. I managed to buy most things, but the deer meat shop at Nara was already closed. Seeing his daughter pull out a large assortment of food, Shiyu Jinhong's expression stiffened slightly. Hong, there are only the two little rascals here today. You really didn't need to buy so much. Yet before he could finish, the little girl interrupted him, her eyes twinkling. Dad, Yukuin forgot to bring his lunch today and hardly ate anything for lunch. He's been working so hard on his training. He must be starving. Forgot to bring lunch. Shiyu Jinhong suddenly realized a glaring oversight. What had he eaten for lunch today? In response to his father's inquiry, the little girl blushed slightly and answered softly. I noticed Yukuin didn't seem to have anything to eat, so I shared my lunch with him. Faced with this revelation, the father felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He said nothing more, merely waving his hand for her to join her classmates in the living room and wait for dinner. Shiyu Hong, puzzled by her father's hesitance, soon brushed it aside and eagerly sought out Kang Yu. On the sofa, Jifeng watched as the girl approached them, his expression somewhat complex. Kang Yu was truly a rascal. He had merely commented on how pretty the girl was at the start of the school year, and now Kang Yu had brought her home for dinner. As for the earlier comment about running off with the daughter, he naturally did not believe a word of it. Ridiculous. How old were they? If that statement reached her father's ears, Kang Yu would undoubtedly face dire consequences. You must be Kang Yu's brother? Shiyu Hong smiled gently, appearing quite adorable. Oh. Yes, I am, Jifeng stammered, blushing from the unexpected attention, feeling somewhat flustered. Of course, the girl glanced at the calm Kang Yu. Your brother often praises you in front of me at school. Upon hearing this, Jifeng, who had initially felt embarrassed, suddenly regained his composure. I would rather believe you've truly been taken away than believe he would speak highly of me. With this thought, he cast a discreet glance at the girl. Kang Yu, it seemed, had a point. The prettier a girl, the more deceptive she was. Meanwhile, Shiyu Jinhong worked swiftly, processing all the ingredients his daughter had just purchased. Dinner is ready, he called out as he placed all the dishes on the table. Before long, the three children appeared beside the dining table. Beef, ribs, char siu. This dinner was indeed a feast. Glancing at the table, Kang Yu immediately began to praise, all the while scrutinizing Shiyu Jinhong's expression. No wonder Hong's cooking is so exquisite, she learned from uncle. Humph. The other party huffed, casting a sidelong glance at Kang Yu, not engaging with his words. Simply saying, let us eat. Otherwise, it will go cold and lose its flavor. Witnessing this exchange, Kang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Yet he maintained a facade of calmness as he knelt down naturally. Together, they chorused, I shall begin, and all picked up their chopsticks to savor the delicious spread. Delicious. This beef is grilled to perfection, tender and juicy, a taste that rivals that of the Akadu family's barbecue restaurant. As he enjoyed the meal, Kang Yu continued to extol Xiu Jinhong's culinary skills, hoping to lighten the atmosphere at the table. Yet, the other remained silent. Only Xiu Jinhong quietly murmured, "This is what I just bought from the Akadu family." Kang Yu was momentarily speechless, promptly falling silent and obediently focusing on his meal. What had begun as an attempt to flatter had backfired spectacularly. The dinner table remained largely quiet, with only the sounds of eating and the occasional clink of chopsticks breaking the silence. Kang Yu had accustomed himself to the dinner atmosphere at the Xiu household, even thinking that finishing the meal in tranquil silence might not be so bad. However, just as they were midway through their dinner, Xiu Jinhong suddenly broke the silence, saying, "I believe I just heard someone in the living room say, someone is planning to run off with my daughter?" At this pronouncement, a profound silence enveloped the table. Chapter 29 Suggestions. The interior of the brightly lit room fell into an unexpected silence. The small face of Hinata Akane flushed crimson as she stammered, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Hinata Makoto remained silent, merely smiling faintly at the small boy across from him. A subtle tension appeared on Tsukikaju's face as he calmly interjected, "Uncle, you must have misheard." "No one just uttered those words. Let us assume I misheard then," the other replied, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. "Perhaps it's just that there have been too many spies in the village lately, and it has been rather bothersome." Yu's chopsticks trembled slightly as he continued to maintain his composure, forcing a smile to divert the topic. "Uncle, as a Jonin of Konoha, I imagine you bear a heavy burden. However, amidst your missions, do remember to take care of your health." Observing the small boy's audacity to shift the conversation, Akane wore a cold smile, yet inwardly, she nodded in approval. This lad indeed possesses the makings of a fine ninja, regardless of the circumstances. Concealing one's emotions is an essential skill for any ninja. Yet, it was evident that not all ninjas could master this art. In fact, he believed that the majority of ninjas he typically encountered were far less adept at emotional control than this insufferable small boy. While his elder brother endeavored to ease the tension at the dining table, the ever-observant Tsukikaju kept his gaze fixed downward, entirely uninterested in the expressions of the others. Focused solely on his meal. At that moment, he inwardly chastised you for his careless words, lamenting that now he too must endure the discomfort at the table. Noticing the unsettling smile on Akane's face, you felt a wave of misfortune wash over him, yet he maintained an air of serene composure, striving to conceal his unease. After silently scrutinizing him for a while, Akane's cold smile gradually faded, and she shifted her gaze away. Just as you sighed in relief, she spoke in an indifferent tone. "After dinner, you come to my study. I have something to discuss with you." Hearing this, his previously relaxed demeanor tightened momentarily, though he quickly reassured himself. "I haven't done anything wrong. Surely, Shiwun-Ti truly wished to confront me. It must be something of significance." With that thought, he no longer hesitated and readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Akane nodded and returned her attention to the meal. Although the two exchanged few words, Akane grew anxious as she observed her father's demeanor towards you. "Dad, can you please let you go home afterwards?" The little girl's face was filled with pleading. "I have school in the morning." Seeing his daughter's palpable anxiety, Akane's expression shifted to one of resignation. "Akane, your father has other matters to discuss with this boy." After a lengthy explanation, the girl reluctantly nodded, willing to accept her father's reasoning. Observing her father's helplessness, Akane hesitantly added, "Dad, I have one more thing to ask of you." With a sigh, Akane replied, "Go on. I would like to request your guidance regarding use genjutsu." Noticing his father's peculiar expression, Akane assumed he still harbored reservations about you and hastily continued, "You practices very diligently. And he truly possesses a remarkable talent for genjutsu. Even I cannot compare to him." Once she had poured out her thoughts, Akane was met with a bewildered response from her father. "When have you seen me refuse him when he seeks my counsel?" "Ah." The little girl was momentarily taken aback. As for why he hadn't come to ask me during this time, she glanced at Tsukikaju, who wore an awkward smile, and her father remarked, "You can inquire with him directly. Uncle has never refused me," you hastily clarified, sensing Akane's gaze upon him. "The reason I haven't visited is entirely my own fault." "That's good to hear." Once reassured that he was not lying, Akane's face brightened. If you encounter any issues in your training, you must come to my father." You smiled and nodded, observing his daughter and that insufferable boy exchanging glances. Akane could not help but frown and cleared his throat to interrupt their interaction. "Ahem, let us eat. I still have matters to discuss with you." "Oh." Akane obediently nodded, reluctantly meeting Yu's gaze once more before returning to her meal. Sighing inwardly, you reflected on her behavior and understood why her father was so irate. If he were in the same position, he would not fare much better. After the meal, Akane volunteered to assist with the dishes, with the guest, you naturally helping as well. Akane then led you upstairs to the study. "Please, take a seat." After casually pulling a chair, Akane regarded you with a knowing smile. "I noticed you weren't surprised when I called you up earlier." You shook his head, responding calmly, "When a senior calls me up, it is unlikely to be for trivial matters. There must be another reason." Akane nodded. "You are quite astute." However, before he could finish his sentence, he swiftly tapped Yu's forehead with his right hand. The impact was just sufficient to leave him dazed but unharmed. Ow! You winced, feeling the bump forming on his head. Trivial matters? Observing the boyish grimace, Akane scoffed. Who gave you the audacity to fabricate stories about my daughter? Feeling the dull ache in his head, Yu silently lamented his inability to change his habit of speaking carelessly even after so many years. With a rueful smile, he promptly admitted his fault. Senior, I apologize. My previous remarks in the living room were entirely unintentional. Humph, I doubt you would have dared to do so. After releasing a breath of relief, Akane cast him a disinterested glance, finally moving on from that topic to address the matter at hand. So, how has your training been progressing lately? Not too bad. You replied casually, but upon seeing Akane's serious expression, he realized the ensuing discussion would likely pertain to his abilities. After some contemplation, he provided a more concrete answer. I suppose I am slightly below Kakashi's level. Akane's expression shifted to one of expectation, and after a brief pause, he revealed the main purpose of summoning you. Do you have any thoughts about graduating early? Chapter 30. Final Assessment? Early Graduation? Song Yi was momentarily taken aback, slowly lowering his hands that had been stroking his head. His gaze shifting towards the sunset-red figure of Shiri Jinhong. Noticing the seriousness in the other's expression, he hastily replied, Senior, I still wish to solidify my foundation during my time at school. I have no intention of graduating early just yet. I'm not suggesting you graduate early right now. Observing Song Ye's immediate and eager refusal, Shiri Jinhong understood his thoughts and shook his head, interrupting him. However, just a couple of days ago, the Hokage sent someone my way, and I thought it might be beneficial to take them along as well. Upon hearing this, Song Yi finally grasped the situation. As one of the few masters of illusion in Konoha, Shiri Jinhong bore the significant responsibility of nurturing the next generation of illusion ninjas. Consequently, whenever a student exhibited exceptional talent in illusions, Sarutobi Hiruzen would usually direct them to him. If they were unsuitable, he would pass them on to others. It was evident that the individual the Hokage had sent him this time piqued his interest, prompting him to consider taking the child under his wing for proper training. After a moment of silence, Song Yi inquired, How many grades apart are they from me? They're in the 4th grade, 3 years older than you. And they will graduate in 2.5 years. Shiri Jinhong paused briefly before continuing, Think it over. If you truly do not wish to graduate early, then we can drop the matter. He cast a glance at Song Yi, awaiting his decision. Regardless, he was determined to take this little brat under his wing, as it was a promise made to the 3rd Hokage in front of the Tsukikage clan. As for the other child, he had merely been intrigued by their talent in illusions. If he could take them on, that would be splendid. If not, he would not insist. Song Yi, reflecting on the matter, lowered his head in contemplation. If he were to graduate 2.5 years from now, it was a possibility worth considering. After all, by that time, his strength would undoubtedly have reached at least the Chunin level, with a solidified foundation. Remaining in school would provide a relatively stable environment for growth, while the improvement in his abilities would be negligible. My circumstances differ from Kakashi's. Even after graduation, I can still access resources akin to the family's secret medicines, which will not hinder my potential future strength. With this thought, Song Yi felt a little more assured, yet he couldn't help but frown. While this matter posed no negative impact on his future development, agreeing outright seemed misaligned with his usual approach. After sitting and contemplating for a while, he began to form a conclusion. Senior, if it's about graduating early in 2.5 years, I have no objections. Song Yi regarded Shiri Jinhong, then added, However, regarding my family. Seeing the young man's hesitation, Shiri Jinhong cut to the chase, asking directly, State your conditions plainly, of course. They cannot be unreasonable, or else consider this conversation moot. Rest assured, Senior, I will not make any excessive demands. Song Yi smiled and tentatively inquired. For a class of 3, has the final member besides us been decided? Shiri Jinhong appeared to understand immediately, pondering for a moment before asking, But I recall, there seem to be no members of the Tsukikage clan in this 4th grade class, right? They're not from that class. Song Yi shook his head, articulating his thoughts. There is a cousin in my clan who is 2 years my senior and possesses talent comparable to mine, if possible. I would like her to join and receive your guidance as well. Shiri Jinhong furrowed his brow, searching his mind, and after a moment, he relaxed his tense expression. Are you referring to Tsukikage Hananri? Huh. Song Yi was somewhat surprised. You know her, senior? Your father once wished for me to be her guiding jonin. He explained casually, but I personally do not relish mentoring students, so I declined back then. Song Yi nodded thoughtfully at this revelation. It seemed that had he not initially pushed for his clan's allegiance to the Hokage, he might never have had this opportunity. However, now that he was to become their guiding jonin, Shiri Jinhong smiled lightly, stating, After all, whether I take 1 or 2 students is the same. If she can graduate early, then let it be as you say. Thank you, senior. Song Yi felt a sense of resolve and bowed respectfully. This matter, you can discuss with her yourself, Shiri Jinhong casually remarked, seemingly perceiving Song Yi's thoughts. I shall not issue any further notifications. As the proposer, he naturally would not refuse this role of messenger, accepting it with ease. That evening, after leaving the home of the 4th elder, Song Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. With this, graduating early no longer felt like a loss. The conditions he proposed during his meeting with Shiri Jinhong had been carefully considered and were certainly not made lightly. First, the other party only wished to add another student without ulterior motives, thus, the conditions could not be excessive. Second, the terms he proposed should ideally maximize his benefits. Based on these two criteria, having Hananri join Shiri Jinhong's team emerged as the best choice. He did not do this out of a particularly close relationship with Hananri, but rather because he had never forgotten that his footing in this world rested on two pillars, talent and family. This arrangement would not only allow a talented member of his clan to receive guidance from a master of illusions, but would also reaffirm the clan's value in the eyes of others. Furthermore, Hananri and the fourth elder had significantly aided him in his swordsmanship training. Such reciprocity could strengthen their bonds even further. These small details could very well provide considerable support for his future plans. As Kakashi's early graduation assessment gradually came to a close, life at the Ninja Academy returned to its usual rhythms. Days passed by swiftly, and before long, an entire semester had slipped away. Dingling. As the clock on the wall struck 4, the bell signaling the end of school rang promptly in every classroom. Miyamoto Daki, standing at the lectern, rapped on the desk and announced loudly, "Don't forget tomorrow's final assessments. Try not to be late. Understood? Got it." The students chorused in unison before hastily dispersing. Having just reabsorbed his shadow clone, Song Yi closed his eyes for a few seconds to process, then opened them, exchanged greetings with Shiri Hong beside him, and left the school. "I'm back." Upon arriving home, he greeted his mother, who was preparing dinner, then walked to the training area, tousling his younger brother's messy hair playfully. Asking, "How was training today?" Jifeng, unwilling to concede, swatted his brother's hand away. "It was great. I'm about to surpass you." Song Yi chuckled lightly at this and replied, "Oh, really? I shall eagerly await that." Hearing his brother's nonchalant tone, Jifeng secretly gritted his teeth. Yet, recalling the dreamlike sword techniques Song Yi had been displaying at home lately, he could not help but feel a twinge of discouragement. Chapter 31. Written examination. After sharing an intimate conversation with his younger brother, Song Ye returned to his upstairs bedroom, feeling invigorated as he observed the flustered Ododo. Sitting at his desk, he stretched leisurely, a hint of joy illuminating his countenance. He had finally advanced his Moonlight Flow sword technique to the third form, the Enlightenment style. Gazing at the ceiling, he pondered silently. Although his progress was not particularly swift, he had nonetheless mastered the first two forms to a commendable degree. As someone who had experienced life in a second existence, Song Ye's perspective diverged significantly from that of most individuals in the ninja world. Perhaps due to the inherent nature of ninjas as instruments of assassination, the majority prioritize lethal skills and efficiency in their training. His methodical and gradual approach to cultivation would undoubtedly be frowned upon by others, particularly for the various ninja villages. If a ninja's potential did not promise to reach the rank of Jonin, investing additional years merely to cultivate an elite chunin would be considered an intolerable loss. This mindset was not confined to the common folk. Even the prominent ninja clans felt its influence to some extent. A prime example was the Moonlight clan's Kaori, whose evident talent was overshadowed by an excessive pursuit of cultivation speed, which Song Yeyu deemed a misguided endeavor. He hoped that the upcoming sparring match in a month and a half would serve as a wake-up call and provide her with some insight. Shaking his head, he picked up the illusion technique scroll from his desk and continued to peruse its contents. Since his last visit to the home of Yuhi Kurenai, he had frequently sought her guidance on illusion techniques. Having already been chastised by her, he understood the necessity of seizing this opportunity, lest the swelling on his head be for naught. His recent advancements in understanding illusions had also, to some extent, aided his training in the Moonlight Flow sword technique. Moreover, the concepts inadvertently imparted by Kurenai, a master of illusions, had inspired new ideas regarding the bronze bell replacement technique. However, he was still at the preliminary stage of these thoughts, and the task of creating and refining a new ninjutsu remained a formidable challenge. With this in mind, he gazed at the scroll in his hand and inhaled deeply, recognizing the weight of his responsibilities. The following morning, after completing his morning exercises in the courtyard, Song Yeyu sheathed his wooden sword and exhaled slowly. Compared to the dream style and the fright style, the intricacies of the enlightenment style had significantly increased, incorporating subtleties from the previous two forms. Standing in the training ground, he reflected for a moment. It seemed his methodical approach to solidifying the foundation was indeed the right choice. No wonder no one in his family had mastered the sword technique to perfection over the years. Casting a glance at the rising sun, he shrugged off further thoughts, understanding that strength remained paramount. As long as he performed admirably in the upcoming match against Kaori, his suggestions and insights would be carefully considered and embraced by his family. After breakfast and bidding farewell to his family, Song Yeyu strolled leisurely to school. Upon entering the school grounds, he noticed the playground was adorned with various targets and makeshift stands, set up by teachers and students on duty for the impending examination. Casting a casual glance, he then returned his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as he entered the classroom. Yuhi Kurenai was already present, and as Song Yeyu took his seat, the young girl hurriedly inquired about his preparation for the exam. Observing the mixture of excitement and anxiety on her face, he smiled gently and replied nonchalantly, "It should be fine. Securing the top spot in the grade should pose no challenge." The girl paused, momentarily taken aback by his confidence, recalling his impressive performance in class. Realizing her mistake, she turned to find no error Rin instead. Sitting beside Rin, Uchiha Obito overheard Song Yeyu's words and scoffed. Kakashi just left. And now this show-off is acting all high and mighty. Let us see what scores he gets today. Before he could finish, Rin covered his mouth, apologizing awkwardly. He tends to speak without thinking, she explained, glancing nervously at Kurenai's displeased expression and Song Yeyu's unperturbed demeanor, quickly adding, "I hope you won't take offense." As she looked at Obito, who was struggling against Rin's hand, Kurenai's dissatisfaction was almost palpable, yet Song Yeyu remained unaffected. Lost in contemplation regarding the issues he encountered during his morning practice, Obito, feeling dismissed, grew increasingly frustrated, his mouth moving in a futile attempt to voice his thoughts. Song Yeyu paid him no heed, as Miyamoto Daiwi entered the classroom, carrying a stack of examination papers. "Everyone, settle down. Those needing to use the restroom should do so promptly. The written examination will commence shortly. Please prepare yourselves." As his words resonated through the room, an air of tension enveloped the students, their hearts racing as they beheld the papers on the podium. The bell rang, signaling the start of the examination. Regardless of their usual performance, every student sat in silence, diligently answering the questions before them. Song Yeyu cast a casual glance at the paper, assessing the difficulty level. While slightly more challenging than the usual classwork, it posed no significant hurdle for him. 2 hours swiftly passed, and upon submitting their papers, a chorus of groans echoed through the classroom. What kind of questions were those? The teacher never covered this in class. Obito complained, scratching his head in frustration. Rin, maintaining her composure, offered reassurance. Though the questions were a bit difficult, everyone is taking the same exam. It won't impact our scores significantly. Sighing, Obito fell silent. But as he spotted Song Yeyu approaching after submitting his paper, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Look at him acting all smug. Let us see how he fares now that the exam is over. Noticing Obito's silly grin, Song Yeyu frowned, puzzled by his behavior. Throughout his year at the Ninja Academy, he had come to understand why Madara had chosen Obito. He certainly did not seem to possess the typical mindset of a rational individual. Chapter 32. Mizuki with a swift motion, a kunai sliced through the air, striking the target 8 meters away from the crowd. Saratobi Asuma, a commendable 9 rings. Miyamoto Daiki approached to inspect the kunai's placement on the target and then turned to shout. Huff. The young boy, upon hearing his score, let out a soft sigh of relief. Ever since being instantaneously defeated in last semester's practical class, he had felt a lingering frustration. During this time, he had been diligently training at home to prove his abilities in this final assessment. His 2 companions, upon hearing his score, immediately expressed their admiration. Among them, the blue-haired Mizuki flatteringly remarked, Asuma brother's skills have advanced again. Truly, he is the son of the Hokage. However, it was evident that the flattery had missed the mark. As Asuma's brow furrowed in irritation, what does it mean to be the son of the Hokage? Does he need such a title? Yes. Mizuki quickly corrected himself. A 9-ring score is among the best in the entire grade. With Asuma brother's talent, he certainly doesn't need the Hokage's son title as an enhancement. Hearing this, Asuma felt somewhat reassured. Just as he was about to bask in his pride, he was abruptly tapped on the shoulder. The excitement was interrupted, and his mood soured as he turned to reprimand the inconsiderate individual, only to be taken aback upon seeing the person. Ayo, Eru. The white-clad youth smiled faintly as he said, "Could you step aside? It's my turn next." Sure. Faced with the unsettling smile on the other's face, Asuma swallowed hard and obediently stepped aside. Seeing their leader respectfully yield, the other 2 followers promptly cleared the path to the testing point, creating a noticeable space in the once crowded area. Aira smiled at the group before walking forward slowly under the gaze of onlookers. Observing his composed demeanor, Mizuki bit his lip, feeling a twinge of jealousy. He is merely relying on his lineage from the Tsukikage family, acting so brazenly that he dares to look down on the son of the Hokage. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, for voicing them in front of Aoru would be utterly impossible. Approaching the kunai throwing point, Aoru was blissfully unaware of Mizuki's inner musings. He casually picked up a kunai and, upon hearing the teacher call to begin, squinted to aim at the distant target. With a slight exertion of his hand, the kunai shot forth like a released arrow. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the kunai struck true at the bullseye. Miyamoto Daiki approached to take a look, his face lighting up with a satisfied smile. Tsukikage Aoru, 10 rings. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him, watching the white-clad youth pass by with a nonchalant smile. Asuma's earlier pride evaporated like mist. Sensing Asuma's shift in mood, Mizuki hurriedly whispered words of consolation. Asuma brother, do not worry. You are the son of the Hokage, surely. Senpai Yuyuki will betroth his daughter to you. This brat may seem impressive now, but he will ultimately lose to you. Listening to Mizuki's hollow compliments, Asuma became increasingly agitated and raked his fingers through his hair, finally unable to suppress his frustration. The son of the Hokage, the son of the Hokage. All you ever talk about is the son of the Hokage. If you cherish that title so much, then take it for yourself. With that, he turned away, refusing to cast another glance at Mizuki. As a result of Asuma's outburst, a portion of the surrounding crowd turned their attention, drawn by the commotion. Under the curious and disdainful gazes of others, Mizuki could only force a couple of awkward laughs to alleviate his embarrassment before lowering his head and hastily departing. Finding a less conspicuous spot, he glared at the distant Aoru, his fist clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Although the earlier embarrassment stemmed from Sarutobi Asuma, Mizuki dared not hold a grudge against him due to Asuma's prestigious lineage. Instead, he directed all his resentment towards that white-clad youth from the minor ninja clan. Damn you. Tsukikage Aoru. The humiliation I endured today is all your fault. He seethed, envisioning a day when he would defeat Aoru and be welcomed back by Sarutobi Asuma. Years of sword training had sharpened Aoru's instincts. In a fleeting moment, he sensed an unsettling gaze fixed upon him. Frowning slightly, he turned towards the source, quickly identifying the blue-haired boy who was glaring at him. Mizuki? A flicker of recognition crossed Aoru's mind as he recalled that he was merely a minor antagonist in the original narrative. Upon remembering, Aoru lost interest. He was simply an inconsequential character, not worth his time or energy. Mizuki, feeling the sharpness of Aoru's gaze, was startled, cold sweat nearly trickling down his back. Yet, upon seeing Aoru's dismissive expression, his anger erupted like molten lava. How dare you all look down on me? Mizuki's eyes glowed with a hint of red. Just because I am a commoner, a lowly commoner. One day, I will eradicate all of you self-righteous scum. Fearful of being noticed again, he lowered his head. His crimson eyes fixated on the ground, replaying Aoru's fleeting glance in his mind. Often, a mere word or glance from the upper class can ignite outrage and shock among the lower tiers. This is not necessarily due to overt discrimination or arrogance, rather. The actions of those in power constantly provoke the sensitive and fragile nerves of those beneath them. The kunai throwing assessment progressed swiftly, and soon, everyone in the arena had completed their tests. As the final name was inscribed with a score, the kunai throwing assessment concluded, paving the way for the main event of the final exam, the three-body technique assessment. Chapter 33. Results. Song Yiyu followed the crowd into a building designated for the assessment of the body substitution technique. Ordinarily, such fundamental ninjutsu evaluations could comfortably be conducted in the playground, yet given that these students were first-year newcomers, many of whom had only recently been introduced to the body substitution technique, it was understandable that they would be hesitant to perform in a public space. Even in the absence of onlookers, they might struggle to execute the technique consistently. Hence, the school had thoughtfully prepared an unoccupied teaching building specifically for the assessments of these first-year students. In this assessment, each participant was granted 3 opportunities to showcase their skills, a measure intended to accommodate those who might be feeling particularly anxious. Consequently, this evaluation was evidently slower-paced compared to the previous test involving the throwing of ninja tools. Setting aside the shadow clone technique and transformation technique, even the body substitution technique necessitated a minimum of 1.5 minutes per attempt for these newcomers. And success was not a guarantee. As candidates entered and exited the examination room, time seemed to pass swiftly. After what felt like a considerable wait, Song Yiyu opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearing 4 in the afternoon. He raised his head to survey the line ahead and estimated that it would soon be his turn. There were approximately 5 candidates remaining. Observing the dejected expressions of those emerging from the examination room, Song Yiyu could not help but shake his head in dismay. These individuals likely exhausted all their attempts without achieving success, and such proficiency would hardly compare favorably to Kakashi, who was even younger than them. When the Third Great Ninja War commenced, they might not even qualify as expendable soldiers. It was probable that most would merely become fodder on the battlefield. As he contemplated this, an exaggerated plea suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Teacher, please, grant me one last chance. A boy with a watermelon-shaped haircut, clad in a tight green outfit, was desperately pleading as he clung to the doorframe of the examination room. I believe I can succeed this time. Song Yiyu raised an eyebrow upon recognizing the source of the voice, Might Guy, initially surprised to see him. Given that this character nearly brought the original storyline to a close, he quickly recalled the individual's lamentable ninjutsu aptitude, which made everything clear. Get lost. The proctor bellowed as he forcefully swung open the door, scolding. Failing means failing. Are you trying to get expelled from the academy by lingering here? My apologies for the trouble, sensei. The boy, blushing furiously, bowed deeply. I want to do this again. Humph. The proctor snorted, fixing his glare on him until he had moved away, before turning to the next student. Next, Shizuoka Daimaru. Upon hearing his name, the student promptly entered the room. Watching Might Guy's dejected departure, Song Yiyu pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps in the future, when he trained at the large training grounds, he could keep an eye on the father-son duo. Although he had little interest in the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, Might Guy's prowess in physical combat was undeniably enticing. If one were to inquire about the ninja and the hidden leaf who had honed their physical strength the most, some might suggest Tsunade. However, in Song Yiyu's perspective, her monstrous strength and the 100 healings technique leaned more toward a chakra-utilizing martial art, known as ninjutsu. In terms of pure physical strength, he found Might Guy, who could open the first 6 gates and forcefully open the 8th, to be truly remarkable. If he could learn the method by which Might Guy refined his body, the speed at which his chakra would grow in the future. With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath to suppress his musings. For now, the most pressing concern remained the cultivation of his swordsmanship. He could consider this matter further after the competition with Tsuki no Hana Inari, although there were only a few candidates left. The apparent lack of proficiency among some of his peers resulted in Song Yiyu waiting for nearly half an hour before it was finally his turn. Inside the examination room, Daiki Miyamoto was seated behind a desk, stretching his muscles, evidently fatigued by the previous candidates. Upon seeing Song Yiyu enter, his eyes lit up with a glimmer of anticipation. After Song Yiyu demonstrated the body substitution technique in succession, his final results were recorded in the roster. Suki Note Song Yiyu, Shadow Clone Technique. 2 clones with almost no flaws. Rating, excellent. Transformation Technique. No significant discrepancies with the designated transformation target. Rating, excellent. Body Substitution Technique. Total preparation time of 49 seconds. Rating, excellent. Gazing at the results sheet, Daiki Miyamoto's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Once Song Yiyu exited the examination room, he let out a deep breath, shaking his head slightly. Setting aside the other 2 techniques for now, the body substitution technique was the most crucial. As an experienced elite chunin, he himself could only manage to reduce his preparation time to around 40 seconds. It was noteworthy that he was nearing 30 years of age, while Song Yiyu was merely a fresh graduate from the Ninja Academy. Another prodigy rivaling Kakashi, perhaps. As he casually placed the roster down, a smile began to form on his face. He was now intrigued to see which of the 2 geniuses, the early graduate or the one who continued his studies, would shine more brightly in the future ninja world. In the evening, the office within the Hokage Tower was still brightly lit. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced over the results sheet just delivered by his subordinate, a frown creasing his brow. After a moment, he exhaled slowly. In these past 2 years, aside from the major ninja clans, it seems there has been a scarcity of promising talents among the common folk. He set the roster down and lifted his pipe to his lips, taking a slow puff as he pondered inwardly. Could this be a consequence of the ongoing war? He picked up the roster once more, scrutinizing it thoughtfully for a moment before arriving at a decision. With the emergence of 2 prodigies, Tsuki no Hana Inari and Tsuki no Song Yiyu, and a noticeable easing of relations with the village recently, it was imperative to continue fostering ties with the Tsuki no clan to counterbalance other ninja clans. The Hyuga clan had also produced several talents, but the issues stemming from the division between the branch and main families posed challenges. While they could be courted, relying on them during critical moments would be difficult. The Hyuga clan remained consistently average in strength and maintained a good rapport with the Hokage, making them suitable for some degree of engagement, though excessive focus could lead to adverse outcomes. As for the Uchiha clan, upon seeing the numerous names marked on the list, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself pressing his forehead with a sigh. Chapter 34. Approaching the Uchiha clan is indeed replete with exceptionally talented ninjas. Since the conclusion of the First Shinobi War and the ascension of Hiruzen Sarutobi to power, nearly 20 years have passed. During this tenure, he has come to a profound realization regarding the apprehensions his mentor, the second Hokage, harbored towards the Uchiha clan. This clan, with its lineage spanning centuries, possesses an alarming efficiency in producing geniuses. An Uchiha who has awakened the Sharingan is already formidable enough to rival an elite Jonin with extensive combat experience. Hiruzen has a complex relationship with the Sharingan. He admires its unparalleled effectiveness on the battlefield, yet despises its sinister nature, which requires one to be driven to the brink of madness to activate. Gazing at the chandelier in his office, the once youthful third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. The presence of such a clan in the village leaves him uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Due to the resounding victory in the Second Shinobi War, which helped erase the humiliation of the first, he is still able to contain the ambitions of this clan. But what about in a few years, or even a decade hence? With these thoughts lingering, Hiruzen rose and slowly walked to the window, staring blankly at the tranquil nightscape of the village. Perhaps I am indeed growing old, or maybe it would be wiser to pass the mantle to a more capable youth. Since the conclusion of the final assessments, SU has dedicated a month and a half to honing his swordsmanship in the comfort of his home. As for the results of the assessments, he had received them long ago. Without any surprises, he had effortlessly secured the top position in his grade. Thus, one of the 2 conditions previously agreed upon with the elder had been fulfilled. The only task that remains is to deliver an impressive performance in the upcoming duel against Tsukikage Kenari. A few days ago, when he visited the Tsukikage residence to seek guidance on swordsmanship, he was informed of an upcoming clan meeting during their duel. The meeting is set for 2 primary purposes. First, to announce the decision to fully nurture these 2 prodigies, and second, to discuss the future direction of the Tsukikage clan. Consequently, this will be a grand assembly involving nearly all members of the clan. Simultaneously, it presents an opportunity for Esya. Should he manage to showcase his talents effectively during this gathering, he would gain considerable recognition from the clan, which would significantly reduce any obstacles in his quest for leadership. Only once he ascends to the position of clan head will he truly become a figure of influence within Konoha. earning the right to partake in the intricate game of politics and power. Time flows swiftly during the intense training sessions. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half has quietly elapsed. Beneath the cherry blossom tree in the training grounds, the young man in white slowly sheathed his sword, the fallen cherry petals scattering around him in two halves. A discerning observer might notice the uniformity of the blade marks scattered upon the ground. He exhaled deeply, a glimmer of uncontainable brilliance flickering in his gaze. After an exhaustive month and a half, he had nearly mastered the kame style. Although he sensed the need for further consolidation, he mused, should I face my former self from a month and a half ago, I would likely triumph within 10 exchanges. After all, during this extensive period, he had not only perfected the kame style but also significantly improved his proficiency in the preceding two techniques. With his current perspective, he scrutinized the swordplay demonstrated by Kanari at the fourth elder's residence. Ignoring the latter 5 techniques he had yet to explore, he had already identified numerous deficiencies and vulnerabilities within the initial 3 forms. Indeed, my initial intuition was correct. Esya pondered silently. Kanari's singular focus on the pace of her training has begun to reveal its drawbacks. However, this is also attributable to her insufficient understanding of genjutsu. With this thought, he chuckled softly and shook his head. These matters are not for him to contemplate at present. The more flaws she has in her swordsmanship, the greater his chances of victory in their duel. I hope to perform admirably. It would validate the effort I have invested during this time. The following morning, Esya, unusually, did not rise at dawn, only emerging from his comforter after the alarm rang at 7. With the clan meeting scheduled for that evening, he refrained from his usual rigorous training, opting instead to practice his swordplay moderately in the morning to maintain his condition. During breakfast, Lady Tsukikage hesitantly glanced at her eldest son and slowly remarked, I heard that during tonight's clan meeting, you will be dueling that girl named Kanari. Is that right? Upon hearing this, Esya discreetly shot a glance at the side, noting the guilty expression on his brother's face, which immediately enlightened him. Originally, Lady Tsukikage should not have been privy to this information, particularly as she would not be attending the clan meeting herself. According to clan customs, all individuals lacking Tsukikage blood cannot participate in significant clan affairs. Clearly, before marrying their father, Lady Tsukikage did not bear the Tsukikage surname, thus falling under this rule. Sighing quietly, Esya offered a light smile to his mother. It is merely a friendly spar. It will not affect the resources allocated to me by the clan. Especially since I have already secured the top position in my grade. Haven Ti, though still somewhat concerned, Lady Tsukikage visibly relaxed. That's a relief. As long as nothing goes awry, I can rest easy. Observing her eldest son nodding with a calm smile, she felt a sudden pang of emptiness within her. Ever since her husband's passing, it seemed as though her son had undergone a profound transformation overnight. A subtle barrier appeared to have formed between him and both her and his younger brother. Could it be the sorrow stemming from their father's death? Lady Tsukikage inhaled deeply, steadying herself once more, and cheerfully encouraged her son. Regardless, I wish you great success in tonight's clan meeting. Let us take your good wishes to heart. After finishing breakfast, Esya rose and waved goodbye, hoping for a favorable outcome that evening. Watching her son's retreating figure, Lady Tsukikage smiled sincerely. No matter what, as your mother, I will always support you from behind. Chapter 35. Clan Assembly in the Year of Konoha. On the 3rd day of August, the clan assembly convened as scheduled. Despite the numerous attendees, the ancestral home, with its ample space, comfortably accommodated all clan members. Ahem. Is everyone present? The Grand Elder, perched in the main seat, cleared his throat and directed his gaze towards the young Moonlight Jakin below. After surveying the gathered crowd and counting the clan members, Jakin responded, aside from 2 members currently on missions, everyone else is here. Excellent. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. With the majority present, it was time to commence the assembly. He glanced at Jakin once more. Jakin, you will preside over the meeting. Understood. Jakin bowed his head in acknowledgement, then turned to face the assembly. Noticing the mixture of confusion and anticipation in the eyes of his kin, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, esteemed members, as you are likely aware, the agenda for this assembly comprises 2 main topics, resources and development. Pausing momentarily, he pressed on without allowing much time for reflection. First, we shall address the allocation of family resources. As you all know, our clan is blessed with 2 prodigies at this time. According to tradition, we may only nurture 1 prodigy at a time. However, due to the exceptional talents of both individuals, several clan elders have deliberated extensively and decided to make an exception and cultivate both prodigies simultaneously. As Jakin's words echoed through the hall, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The decision ignited a flurry of discussions. Is it appropriate to nurture 2 prodigies at once? Can our current resources support such an endeavor? What will happen to the training resources for the rest of us? Amidst the cacophony of voices, Jakin attempted to interject, but the overwhelming response drowned out his attempts. Observing the unrest, the elders exchanged concerned glances, and the impatient 5th elder struck the stone table forcefully. Silence. What is all this commotion about? Can't you hear Jakin speaking? With the 5th elder's commanding voice resonating throughout the hall, the assembly gradually quieted down. Once silence prevailed, The fifth elder gestured to Jay Kan, who immediately understood and began to explain the matter at hand. Upon learning that Kang Yu and Huang Li had both achieved top scores in their respective ninja academy classes, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. The second Hokage had established a mandate requiring all children aspiring to be ninjas to attend the Ninja Academy for 6 years. This initiative aimed to provide better training for those without familial support and to foster bonds among comrades within the village. Consequently, almost all present, except for the older generation above 40, had attended the academy. The extraordinary talents and qualifications displayed by the two prodigies were readily acknowledged, which explained why the Grand Elder had proposed this condition. Sensing the silence, the Grand Elder seized the opportunity to speak. There is no need for me to elaborate on Huang Li's talent and dedication, as this position was determined during the late clan leader's tenure. He scanned the room and continued, I suspect the controversy lies with the other prodigy, the late clan leader's eldest son, Moonlight Kangyu. What? The crowd gasped. Some members having heard whispers prior, while many were unaware until this moment. Their expressions turned complex. From a familial perspective, as the son of the previous clan leader, Kangyu was entitled to the clan's careful attention following his father's sacrifice in battle. In terms of ability, his performance overshadowed his peers, warranting focused cultivation. Yet, this matter pertained to the collective interests of the Moonlight clan, making it a decision not to be taken lightly. Esteemed elders, a plump clan member hesitated. Considering the clan's current financial situation, if we are to nurture both members, our finances may exceed our capacity. Indeed, it is not that we oppose the notion. Another member chimed in, his expression laden with concern. The clan's economic status had been precarious due to ongoing wars. Although conditions had improved slightly recently, any further decline in revenue could spell trouble. He refrained from finishing his thought, yet the implication was clear to all present. Observing the somber expressions of the clan members, the Grand Elder chuckled softly. It is precisely for this reason that the second topic of today's assembly pertains to the future developmental trajectory of our clan. You may not be aware, the fourth elder interjected, a look of contentment on his face, but in the past 6 months, the clan's improvements can be attributed to Kang Yu's initiatives. He elaborated on how Kang Yu had steered the clan towards aligning with the Hokage faction. The expressions of the clan members transitioned from calm to astonishment, culminating in a state of numbness. Within the span of a single assembly, their perceptions had undergone multiple upheavals. Witnessing the silence enveloping the assembly, the 5 elders exchanged knowing smiles. With these factors at play, it seemed unlikely that any further obstacles would impede the cultivation of Kang Yu. Standing amidst the crowd, Kang Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although the elders had previously assured him, the stakes involved the welfare of the entire clan. Until a definitive consensus was reached, no one could guarantee the outcome. Fortunately, despite some twists along the way, they had finally arrived at this crucial juncture. Now, it was time to seal the decision. The Grand Elder cleared his throat, squinting his eyes as he turned to the opposite side of the hall, inadvertently locking eyes with Huang Li. In that moment of connection, both understood each other's intentions. Simultaneously, they stepped forward, their voices ringing clear and composed throughout the hall. I, Huang Li, Kang Yu, willingly relinquish my position for cultivation within the clan, ceding it to Huang Li, Kang Yu, in the spirit of kinship. I humbly seek the approval of the 5 elders. Chapter 36. Mirror Reflection. What a farce. The Grand Elder, upon witnessing the scene, feigned anger and slammed his hand on the adjacent table. Decisions regarding the family should not be the concern of 2 mere children. Hurry and step back. Grand Elder. A hint of resilient determination surfaced on Hua Inli's cold visage as she gritted her teeth and declared, at this critical juncture for our family, how can we continue to enjoy the family's provisions in peace? I am willing to pass this opportunity to my younger brother, allowing him to lead our clan towards a glorious future. Her tone was unwavering, devoid of any pretense or reluctance. Song Yayu, observing this, couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. The children of the shinobi world were truly remarkable, capable of deceiving without a flicker of hesitation at such a tender age. Had he not known the truth, he might have been swayed by her words. After a moment of quiet reflection, Song Yayu followed suit, asserting, this cannot be. As the son of the clan leader, I must inherit my father's aspirations and revitalize the Moonlight clan. How could I claim a position that rightfully belongs to my elder sister simply for the sake of coveted training resources? In the center of the hall, the two stood side by side, each firmly holding their ground. The onlookers in the ancestral home were momentarily taken aback. They had never witnessed such a scenario. Typically, several clan members would vie for a single spot, yet these two were unexpectedly yielding to one another. Seeing that the others were captivated by this scene, a subtle smile crept onto the Grand Elder's face, which he quickly replaced with a look of satisfaction. Excellent. Such young ones demonstrating care for their kin and mutual deference is indeed a blessing for our family. He sighed, lamenting, alas, it is regrettable that we, the elders, are inept, unable to muster even a small amount of training resources. Otherwise, how could our Moonlight clan not thrive? As the Grand Elder continued to lament on stage, the clan members below felt a twinge of discomfort. A few attempted to voice their thoughts, but were promptly interrupted. Noticing a shift in the crowd's demeanor, The Grand Elder felt emboldened and seized the opportunity to make a decision without allowing further interruptions. Very well. Let us have the two of you demonstrate your skills in swordsmanship. Only techniques with the sword are permitted, and the victor shall claim the position. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. However, a faction of the clan members could no longer contain themselves and stood up to oppose this decision. One of them boldly exclaimed, "Elders, this contest is utterly unfair. Song Yayu and Hua Inli are a whole year apart, and in terms of enrollment age, they are 2 cohorts apart. Swordsmanship is a gradual skill. How could one possibly compensate for such a significant disparity in training time?" The crowd murmured in agreement, echoing the sentiments of the speaker. Yet, the Grand Elder seemed resolute, calmly stating, "Most of you have been to battle. Do the enemies outside care about your current age or how long you have trained?" When someone attempted to retort, he swiftly concluded the discussion. "Enough. My mind is made up. If you are prepared, the contest may commence." With a resigned sigh, the onlookers gradually dispersed, clearing a space in the center of the hall for the duel. Hua Yinli and Song Yayu slowly distanced themselves from each other, drawing their wooden swords and standing poised. As he faced the girl wielding a long sword, a long-lost thrill surged within Song Yayu. They had sparred numerous times before, but due to his insufficient strength, he had only ever engaged in basic swordplay. This was their first encounter employing their true swordsmanship, a chance to showcase their abilities before their fellow clan members. Gone were the gentle breezes of the training grounds, and there were no idle words exchanged as their blades flashed in unison, colliding in an instant. The sounds of their wooden swords clashing echoed throughout the hall, a melodic symphony of steel. "Such speed," murmured someone among the spectators. Witnessing the duel in the center of the hall, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Most present were ninjas, and they could discern that both participants were nearing the level of Ch-Nin. How could children of merely 8 or 9 attain such prowess? As they observed the duo's skilled swordsmanship, many clan members of Ch-Nin rank bowed their heads in silence, feeling a sense of inadequacy. After years of training, they found themselves outmatched by these younger ninjas yet to graduate from school. The wooden swords clashed back and forth, producing crisp sounds. With time, Hua Inli's expression grew increasingly serious. Thus far, her opponent had only employed the first 2 forms of the Moonlight Flow sword technique, relying predominantly on basic swordplay. Yet astonishingly, he had managed to hold his ground against her. Unbelievable. Even Hua Inli, known for her cool demeanor, couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Realizing that her previous 7 techniques had failed to subdue him, a glint of determination sparkled in her eyes as she began to withdraw the sword shadows she had unleashed. "I'm sorry," she whispered to herself, observing how Song Yayu had gradually been cornered by her wooden sword. Initially, she had not intended to use her final technique in today's contest, as it would be unfair to her opponent, who had only been practicing the Moonlight Flow sword technique for 6 months. However, circumstances had compelled her to this point. "Is this the final technique?" The crowd gasped as they recognized the familiar starting stance Hua Inli had assumed. Yuku Jikin, standing on the left side of the crowd, couldn't help but glance at the 5 elders on stage. Noticing their calm demeanor, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No wonder they insisted on this contest at the clan meeting. Observing the astonished crowd, he shook his head inwardly. Once this technique was unleashed, there would be little left to discuss. Now, all eyes were on how Song Yayu would respond. Feeling the 2 sword shadows converging upon him, Song Yayu remained calm, narrowing his eyes as he awaited the moment the blade would descend. Meanwhile, Hua Inli, though apologetic in words, did not slow her movements in the slightest. With a swift tap of her toes, she propelled herself forward, channeling chakra that surged through her body. In an instant, her wooden sword transformed into a radiant moon, swiftly cleaving towards Song Yayu. At that precise moment, as the wooden sword struck, a brilliant blade of light suddenly split the air, like the moon descending upon the horizon. It appeared poised to harmonize with its reflection in the ocean. Moonlight Flow sword technique, 8th form, mirror reflection. Chapter 37, Enlightenment in the heart of the hall. The shadows of swords danced. The 2 beams of sword light unleashed by Hanin Li descended like the luminous moon from the heavens, slow yet unavoidable. Truly, this was the sword style renowned during the Warring States period for its inescapability. Gazing upon the 2 moonlit reflections mirrored in his eyes, Song Yayu relinquished any thoughts of evasion. Faced with such swordsmanship, unless he possessed the time-space ninjutsu, there appeared to be no method to simultaneously evade both beams of sword light. Amidst the resplendent sword shadows, Hanin Li swiftly approached the motionless Song Yayu. The 2 radiant moons gradually converged, as if poised to engulf each other in the next heartbeat. It was the end. The onlookers inwardly sighed. Thus far, anyone ensnared by the mirror counter had rarely managed to evade or counter it. Those who could withstand such swordplay were either ninjas famed for their swiftness in the ninja world, or simply those whose strength vastly outweighed their opponents. However, neither of these scenarios seemed applicable to Song Yayu in this moment. Witnessing such a prodigiously gifted talent on the verge of losing his family's resource support, many clansmen wrestled with their inner turmoil. At this moment, several resolved within themselves that regardless of the family's current financial struggles, They could not squander such talent without a fight. As the two competitors approached the moment of decision, the elders on the platform felt a surge of relief. This situation was ideal for them. Whether Song Yiyu managed to withstand the first 7 techniques of Han Yinli's swordplay, or whether Han Yinli triumphed over Song Yiyu with the mirror counter, the talents displayed by the two in this contest had far exceeded their expectations. Perhaps the future achievements of these two could elevate their clan to new heights. The mere thought of the family potentially having 2 formidable individuals stirred excitement among the 5 elders, who had long been deprived of hope for their clan's resurgence. Yet, they noted that Song Yiyu's progress in swordsmanship seemed somewhat slow. Observing that he had only executed the first 2 techniques of the Moonlight Flow sword art, the elders furrowed their brows slightly. Although he had mastered these 2 techniques with great proficiency, it still contradicted the traditional training methods of ninjas. After this contest concluded, perhaps they could offer him some gentle reminders. At this moment, as thoughts swirled among the crowd, Han Yinli's wooden sword was about to strike Song Yiyu. Sensing the breeze generated by her full-speed charge, Song Yiyu's flowing black hair could no longer conceal the brilliance gleaming in his pupils. Now was the moment. He beheld the approaching beams of sword light, and at that instant, his wooden sword aligned perfectly with his form. He transformed into a fish gliding through water, elegantly embodying the moonlight's reflection upon the sea. Moonlight Flow sword art, 3rd technique, enlightenment style. To the astonishment of the spectators, the sword in his hand seemed to pierce through layers of mist, reaching the very depths of the celestial moon, rendering it incapable of descending a fraction. Enlightenment, enlightenment. Steadfastly guarding until the clouds part to reveal the bright moon. Noticing the dazed expression in the eyes of the girl before him, Song Yiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. In that fleeting moment, as he simultaneously parried the 2 beams of sword light with his wooden sword, the surrounding clansmen seemed to vanish, leaving only the sound of wood clashing in the grand hall. With a gentle push, he deflected her wooden sword and chuckled at the entranced, icy girl opposite him. How about a draw this time? Han Yinli fell silent for a moment before finally uttering a word, her expression complex. Agreed. Witnessing this scene, the crowd in the hall exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes betraying disbelief. The enlightenment style could counter the mirror counter? A relatively young clansman could not restrain himself from glancing at an elder beside him, inquiring, "Is this possible?" "I have no idea." The elder, appearing even more bewildered than the youth, felt as though his years of swordsmanship experience had become a mere joke. Not only the other clansmen, but even the 5 elders seated upon the platform were filled with questions. Noticing the gazes of the others turned toward him, the grand elder cleared his throat, maintaining a facade of calm. Cough, cough. This is quite normal. After all, it is the only inherited sword art of our clan, which possesses some unique characteristics. It is also very reasonable. Hearing such vague reassurances, the other elders exchanged looks filled with skepticism. What was reasonable about this? The ancestral records had never mentioned such matters. Observing the doubtful expressions of the others, the grand elder twitched his lips and hastily shifted the topic. He first turned to the 2 individuals below and applauded appreciatively. Well done. A splendid display of swordsmanship. Then, surveying the expressions of the gathered clansmen, he feigned exasperation, saying, "However, since you 2 have not determined a victor in this contest, it leaves me with a dilemma regarding the allocation of the family's resources. If worst comes to worst," he glanced at the silent crowd and suggested a solution that none could accept. "The clan shall have to allow both of you to share the training resources." As anticipated, his words were met with immediate opposition from the crowd below. "Grand Elder, this is absolutely unacceptable. If that happens, neither of their potentials will be fully realized. Indeed, Grand Elder, please reconsider." Seated above, the Grand Elder's lips curled into a slight smile, though he concealed it from the audience, feigning displeasure as he retorted, "If that is not acceptable, then by all means, tell us how this matter should be resolved." The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, a few clansmen gritted their teeth and stepped forward. "We are willing to relinquish our share of resources, hoping the elders will nurture these 2 well, so they may become the pillars of our clan in the future." "I too." As one group of clansmen took the lead, the others quickly echoed their sentiments. Observing this scene, the elders exchanged knowing smiles. And even the previously displeased Grand Elder now wore a joyful expression. "Excellent, excellent. With such unity, how could our Moonlight clan not prosper?" At this point, the Grand Elder beamed at the crowd, then leisurely added, "However, that said, the clan does not need to withhold your training resources." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened. While everyone was willing to contribute to the clan, who would not desire their training resources to be distributed as usual? Of course, excitement aside, a sense of doubt lingered in their hearts. It was not that the younger generation questioned the 5 elders. One of the Moonlight clan members directly asked, "But if that is the case, from where will the training resources for the 2 come?" Cough, cough. The Grand Elder cleared his throat, his smile returning as he said, "This pertains to the second theme of this clan meeting." Chapter 38, The Choice under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. The elder spoke slowly. It was well known that the clan's financial situation had been rather dire over the past 2 years due to the Great Ninja War. It was only after the cessation of hostilities that the clan's finances began to improve gradually. At this juncture, his eyes deliberately swept over the white-clad youth in the audience. This improvement was also attributed to the clan's alignment with the Hokage faction. Consequently, the clan was presented with only two choices. The elder paused intentionally before articulating the two possible directions for the clan's future. The first option was to maintain the status quo, remaining in a neutral position despite a closer association with the Hokage faction. The second option was to fully pledge allegiance to the Hokage faction, thereby securing greater benefits. However, this would tie the clan irrevocably to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After presenting both options, he surveyed the audience. He encouraged anyone with thoughts or suggestions to voice them, as this decision profoundly impacted the clan's future, necessitating careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the attendees began to murmur amongst themselves. Some advocated for the first option, suggesting there was little need to draw too close to the Hokage faction. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was aging, and it was likely that a new Hokage would assume office in a few years. Thus, they saw no reason to take such a risk. Others favored the second option, arguing that rather than remaining in a corner of the village, it would be wiser to align with Hiruzen and reap the benefits, which could alleviate the clan's financial strain. As the discussions unfolded, the elder statesmen on stage exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in annoyance. After a brief period of deliberation among the members, the fifth elder could no longer contain his impatience. He cleared his throat loudly, drawing the attention of the hall before turning to the youth at the front, Mitsuki J-Kan, and inquired, "Well, J-Kan, what are your thoughts on this?" J-Kan, somewhat resigned, offered a vague response. I think both options have their merits. It really depends on whether the clan leans towards conservatism or progressivism. Yes, that's it. After delivering his answer, he nodded earnestly, seemingly satisfied with himself. The fifth elder scoffed and chose to disregard him, moving on to question other clan members one by one. As time passed, many voiced their opinions, some supporting the first option, others the second, while a few, like J-Kan, remained noncommittal. After receiving yet another response, the fifth elder sighed. None of the answers truly satisfied him. Realizing this, he ceased his individual inquiries and fixed his gaze on the white-clad youth standing quietly among the crowd. "Sui, what is your perspective?" Finally, it was my turn. Sui lifted his gaze to the elders, stating with gravity, "Esteemed elders, I believe the clan should opt for the second choice and fully align with Sarutobi Hiruzen." "Oh?" The fifth elder raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Why do you say that? What is your reasoning?" Sui's lips curled into a subtle smile as he articulated, "Loyalty that is not absolute equates to absolute disloyalty." As his words echoed in the hall, a profound silence enveloped the space. Loyalty that is not absolute equates to absolute disloyalty? The crowd furrowed their brows, contemplating the implications of Sui's statement. The more they pondered, the more they found merit in his assertion, and the elder statesman nodded in unison. The third elder, deep in thought, queried, "Are you suggesting that you foresee the third Hokage maintaining influence in the village even after stepping down?" Sui merely smiled in response, choosing not to divulge that the third might remain in his position for nearly 2 decades longer. The elder statesman fell into contemplation, recognizing that Sui's previous actions had indeed steered the clan towards the Hokage, helping to mitigate some of their losses. "Very well." The elder finally spoke after a moment of silence. "Such matters are of great significance. We must deliberate further before reaching a final decision." He scanned the hall and continued, "It is getting late. Let us adjourn this meeting for now. Please return home and rest well." As the crowd bowed respectfully to the 5 elders and exited in an orderly fashion, the true discussions among the elders commenced. "Do you think Sui has anticipated our situation?" The 5th elder inquired, his expression skeptical. "Unlikely," the usually reticent 2nd elder replied. "The 3rd has been directly engaging with us. It is improbable that anyone else has uncovered this matter." "Then what exactly is the 3rd's objective in courting us?" The typically silent 3rd elder suddenly posited. "What could it be?" The 5th elder scoffed. "Aside from using us to contain other clans within the village, I can conceive of no other possibilities." After a moment of silence, the 3rd elder sighed. "Is the village's situation now so convoluted?" When has it ever not been?" The 5th elder chuckled, contempt evident in his tone towards the village's politicians. "Ahem, that is merely one facet of it," the 4th elder interjected, gently stroking his long blade. "I believe the 3rd's actions might be related to the Uchiha clan." At the mere mention of the Uchiha, complex emotions flickered across the faces of the elders. The foremost clan of the ninja world. With a collective sigh, the hall fell into a contemplative quietude, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows in the dimly lit space. Chapter 39, Cultivation. Upon returning home, Song Yayu first indulged in a warm bath, after which he retreated to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, a faint smile gradually emerged on his face. With resources now at hand, the next step was to immerse himself in diligent cultivation, aiming to master the remaining 5 forms of the Moonlight Flow sword technique within 2 years. This would provide him with a substantial foundation for any tasks he might undertake post-graduation. Reflecting on this, he exhaled slowly. It had been over a year since he had transcended into this world, and with the aid of memories and experiences from his previous life, coupled with a touch of strategic maneuvering, he had managed to establish a foothold in this realm. As it stood, he was well equipped with both resources and innate talent, and under his careful orchestration, his environment was relatively secure, at least in the short term. The paramount task before him was to swiftly convert the resources and talents he possessed into tangible strength. Gazing out at the moon, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This ninja world was vast. Although he had watched the overarching narrative unfold in his past life, he was acutely aware that beyond understanding that the moon was the source of all troubles, many obscure and enigmatic secrets still lurked within the ninja realm, dragon veins, the Grim Reaper, and the peculiar box from the Land of Grass, among others. In essence, even the Tsutsuki clan, who disseminated the chakra system, were mere outsiders like himself in this world. Strangely enough, it seemed that those associated with the Tsutsuki inevitably faced unfortunate fates. Whether it was Kagaya Tsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths, they were, at best, mere tools within the ninja world. With these thoughts in mind, Song Yayu lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, silently contemplating a name, the three great holy lands. Shaking his head, he chose to dismiss such ponderings. For him, the distance to engage with these colossal entities of the ninja world remained considerable. He closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. For the next morning would require an early rise for his morning practice. Regardless of the circumstances, his personal strength would always serve as the foundation for all future plans. In the ensuing time, Song Yayu dedicated the majority of his focus to the moonlight flow sword technique. He occasionally set aside time to study jinjutsu and body flicker techniques, which would aid his swordsmanship. Days gradually slipped by. In the year 43 of Konoha, on February 17th, Hatake Kakashi became the youngest nin in Konoha's history at the tender age of 6, astonishing the entire village. In May of the same year, the Moonlight clan officially declared allegiance to the third Hokage, causing ripples among Konoha's higher-ups. By June, Song Yayu maintained his stellar performance in the final assessments, securing the top rank for the second consecutive year. In July, with the covert support of the third Hokage, the Moonlight clan seized a quarter of the medicinal herb trade in the Land of Fire, resulting in an annual income surpassing 80 million ryo, thus alleviating their financial crisis. In October, during a spar with Hainen pair, Song Yayu unleashed the sixth form of the Moonlight Flow, Frost's Break, achieving victory over his opponent for the first time, which astonished the 5 clan elders. In the following January of the 44th year of Konoha, Kakashi, due to his repeated disregard for his companion's safety while on missions, caused discontent among team members and reluctantly withdrew from his third team. By March, Song Yayu perfected the 7th form of the Moonlight Flow sword technique, Heart Offering. Beginning to approach the final form, the ultimate secret of the Moonlight Flow sword technique, Mirror Reversal. In June, Song Yayu once again claimed the top rank in the final assessments and, alongside his clanswoman, Hainen pair, applied for an early graduation examination, which they both passed flawlessly on the same day. In July, he received his Konoha headband at the Ninja Academy, officially becoming a ninja. As he stepped out of the school, he toyed with the fabric headband in his hands, feeling a wave of sentimentality. Finally, he had graduated. Casting a glance back at the Ninja Academy where he had spent 3 years, his emotions were tumultuous. Though remaining in school might not significantly enhance his current strength, it was undeniable that it had provided a relatively stable environment for growth. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Song Yayu shook his head and smiled wryly, wondering when he had become so sentimental. Dismissing further thoughts, he hastened home. As his guiding Jainin, Wai Kurenai had already informed him of the gathering time for the following morning, so he needed to prepare all he would bring to avoid any oversight. I'm back. As he entered the house, his younger brother, Moonlight Jifeng, who had just graduated from the 1st grade, hurried over. Did you receive your ninja headband? Seeing his brother's eager expression, Song Yayu could not resist teasing him. Jifeng furrowed his brow and shook his head, a serious look on his face. Oh, did you not? Jifeng's face contorted in confusion as he murmured, that shouldn't be. You passed the graduation assessment. Haraha. Unable to contain himself any longer at his brother's bewildered expression, Song Yayu laughed heartily. Who told you I didn't receive it? With a flourish, he produced the headband from behind his back. Song Yayu. Jifeng's face flushed with indignation as he glared at him. What is the matter? Song Yayu, unfazed by his brother's outburst, countered with a smile. Why the excitement in calling your big brother? Jifeng, gazing at him with exasperation, took a deep breath and silently reminded himself not to be angry. He was not yet a match for Song Yayu. He would seek retribution when his swordsmanship reached its peak. Ha! Observing his brother's frustrated demeanor, Song Yayu chuckled and affectionately ruffled his hair. Over the past 2 years, thanks to ample provisions and the family's secret medicine, Jifeng had grown significantly taller, now easily within reach of Song Yayu's hand. Jifeng, irritated, shook his head and watched his brother's departing figure, secretly gritting his teeth. So what if I graduated early? It's not a big deal. When I reach your age, I'll achieve the same. As he spoke, his voice wavered with uncertainty. The thought of the vast gulf in achievements between him and his brother made him sigh inwardly. He was no longer the naive child he once was. He understood all too well what his brother's accomplishments at school signified. The term genius was the most direct evaluation for someone like Song Yiyu. Chapter 40. On Ma Shun in the training arena of the backyard, Song Yiyu stood silently upon the stone bricks. A gentle breeze caressed his inky black hair, and suddenly, his eyes flew open, the wooden sword at his waist unsheathing in tandem. The moonlight flow sword technique, first form, dream entry. As his figure surged into the air, the wooden sword in his hand traced exquisite melodies through the atmosphere. If this sword technique, when executed by Hua Yinli, resembled a dancing crane, then in Song Yiyu's hands, it appeared as a majestic eagle swooping down from the heavens. While others infused their swordplay with a hint of murderous intent amidst its elegance, his technique exuded beauty even within the ferocity of his strikes. It could be said that due to personal inclinations, the style of this sword technique had been entirely inverted in his practice. With each form of the sword technique unleashed by Song Yiyu, the aura of lethality in the courtyard began to intensify. The observing Ji Feng involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Although this murderous energy was not directed at him, he still felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. The names of the forms flashed through his mind: Shocking Blow, Enlightenment, Blooming Blossom, Flying Moon, Frost Break, Heart Offering. Blades of light were sketched in mid-air, gradually merging to form a unique spectrum of colors. Suddenly, his figure flickered, and the sword shadows in the arena began to dissipate slowly. Two rays of sword light darted back and forth in the air, as if a mirror had been cast here, reflecting two flickering cold lights in a singular direction. Moonlight Flow Sword Technique, 8th Form, Mirror Reflection. Having witnessed these sword techniques numerous times, Ji Feng naturally recognized their names. Upon noticing the two glimmering sword lights, a chill ran down his spine. Despite the shiver of trepidation coursing through him, he willed himself to observe intently. The angle appeared to be broader this time. Had this fellow progressed further? As the wooden sword descended, a cascade of leaves was cleaved into 4 pieces. It was not until the white-clad youth sheathed his sword that the mottled sword shadows finally vanished entirely, perfectly embodying the essence of the Moonlight Flow sword technique, where the lethal intent precedes the blade's arrival, and the figure arrives only after the sword's light. 25 degrees. Song Yiyu raised an eyebrow, slowly exhaling. From March until now, he had devoted nearly 4 months to mastering this final form of the sword technique, progressing from an inability to execute it to barely achieving an angle within 10 degrees, and now attaining 25 degrees. Undeniably, the profound insights contained within this Moonlight Flow sword technique were indeed as illustrious as its reputation suggested, standing as the most challenging sword technique he had encountered thus far. Without exception, even according to Elder C, the crescent moon dance inscribed in the sealed book paled in comparison to this technique, each possessing its unique merits. Hua Yinli should be around 23 degrees now. A thought flitted through Song Yiyu's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Ever since he had defeated her last year, this cool and distant girl had not been particularly disheartened. Rather, she began seeking him out frequently for sparring. While they had previously engaged in battles whenever they crossed paths, it was not as frequent as this year, where she seemed to visit him for practice almost weekly, even causing his mother to suspect that the girl might become a childhood bride. Furthermore, after he pointed out her foundational flaws, her progress in swordsmanship had escalated to a new level. Were it not for Song Yiyu's exceptional talent and dedication, he might have very well been surpassed by her. In this world, it was not short of various prodigies. As he recalled that he still had preparations to make for the following day, Song Yiyu shook his head slightly, sheathing his wooden sword and preparing to leave the training arena, only to be halted by his younger brother's call. "Hey, Song Yiyu." Ji Feng glanced at his brother, hesitating for a moment before stammering, "Could you give me some pointers on my swordplay?" Fearing his brother would tease him, he quickly added, "If you're busy, just pretend I didn't say anything." Song Yiyu raised an eyebrow at his brother's awkward demeanor. Noticing his discomfort, he refrained from teasing him this time, instead turning to wave goodbye as he exited the training grounds. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Ji Feng concealed his feelings, lowering his head, a flicker of unnoticeable disappointment in his eyes. Just as he felt a surge of quiet grievance, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Consolidate the foundational sword techniques you've learned first. I need to step out to buy a few things. I'll return shortly to address your questions." Ji Feng's head snapped up, and as he gazed at Song Yiyu's vanishing silhouette, an overwhelming joy dispelled his previous discontent. It was only after Song Yiyu had completely disappeared that he diverted his gaze, muttering under his breath, "Who needs you to address my questions?" Treating me like a child, every day time swiftly moved to the following morning. At 8 o'clock, Song Yiyu finished his breakfast punctually. Today was the day for gathering medicinal herbs, so Lady Moonlight had left early. Nevertheless, he left the dishes on the table, choosing not to tidy up. After all, he had generously taken the time to guide that foolish Ji Feng yesterday, and he deemed this small act as a fitting reward for his brother. Kunai, shurikens, bindings. Returning to the upper floor, Song Yiyu began counting the items he needed to bring, placing each one carefully into the ninja pouch at his waist. Once everything was secured, he zipped up the pouch and fastened it around his waist. He then picked up a copper bell, contemplating for a moment before deciding to attach it to his belt as well. With all preparations complete, Song Yiyu descended the stairs and glanced at the wall clock. 8:35. Just on time. He smiled lightly, stepping outside to survey the weather. The day was bright and sunny, a perfect day to commence his ninja career. It was time to set forth. Having spent considerable time in the village, Song Yiyu had grown quite familiar with its pathways. Thus, he arrived at the designated gathering spot indicated by the setting sun in less than 15 minutes. Upon his arrival, his two teammates were already waiting there. Oi! You two arrived quite early. Song Yiyu waved at them, one of whom was his familiar acquaintance, Hua Yinli, while the other was a slender youth clad in blue and white kimono, appearing 2 years older yet more fragile than the two of them. It's you who came too late. Hua Yinli replied bluntly, showing no signs of leniency. Song Yiyu, undeterred by her remark, shrugged casually. Come on, Li. I was simply lost in the journey of life hearing his shameless words. Hua Yinli, who had long since grasped his character over the past 3 years, chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, the timid youth beside her smiled awkwardly yet politely. Excuse me, the boy, intrigued by his interesting teammate, scratched his head and greeted him with a smile. Hello, my name is Amma Shun. Chapter 41, The Bell Snatch in the Quiet of His Mind. Song Yiyu silently recited the surname Onma, recognizing it as one of the two prominent illusionist clans in Konoha. Despite his internal musings, he maintained a calm demeanor, greeting the other party with poise. Greetings, I am Yuegwang Song Yiyu. Onma Shun, upon hearing this, glanced hesitantly between the two, before inquiring, you both are. Indeed, Shun Kuan, just as you surmised, Song Yiyu responded casually, waving his hand. We are both members of the Yuegwang clan. How fortunate. Onma Shun nodded in comprehension, a hint of envy crossing his features. The bond of being part of the same clan and a team was indeed something to be admired. Song Yiyu smiled faintly at this, knowing there was little to envy in their situation, as both had graduated early to form this team. Instead, it was Onma Shun, the youth before him, who had piqued his curiosity. He had always been intrigued by this successor to the illusions, held in high regard by the esteemed Yu Hong. Now, meeting him in person, Song Yiyu understood why the illusionist master valued him so highly. The Onma clan. Song Yiyu repeated the name in his mind, a smile creeping onto his lips. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to expand his horizons. He was eager to uncover what made this clan, renowned in his previous life's manga as the only family capable of rivaling the Uchiha in the realm of illusions, so exceptional. Just as the three were engaged in their silent observations, their guiding jonin, Yu Hong, arrived at the designated meeting place. Good morning, sensei. Upon seeing him, the trio promptly regained their composure and bowed respectfully. Good morning to you all. The red-eyed ninja surveyed the three, confirming their readiness for the day, and nodded in satisfaction. Now that we are all present, let us begin with some introductions. I shall start. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. I am Yu Hong, currently serving as an elite jonin of Konoha. My specialties lie in water release and illusions. My passion is delving into the art of illusions, with a dream of creating the most powerful genjutsu. With that, he gestured with a nod of his chin, signaling that it was their turn. I am Yuegwang Huainli. The girl in white spoke first. I am currently a genin of Konoha, specializing in illusions and swordsmanship. My greatest aspiration is to revitalize the Yuegwang clan. After she finished, Yu Hong nodded, his gaze shifting to the remaining two. Onma Shun glanced at Song Yiyu, noting his reluctance to speak. After a moment's hesitation, he introduced himself. My name is Onma Shun. I am currently a genin of Konoha, specializing solely in illusions. My fondest wish is to spend time with my family, hoping for their good health. A fleeting shadow passed through his eyes, quickly masked by a facade of composure. Yu Hong noticed this but chose not to comment, instead focusing on the last member of the group. With the attention now on him, Song Yiyu lifted his gaze and declared, I am Yuegwang Song Yiyu, also a genin of Konoha. My strengths lie in illusions and swordsmanship, with proficiency in body flicker technique and taijutsu as well. My ambition is to become the greatest swordsman in the ninja world. The greatest swordsman in the ninja world? A commendable goal, Yu Hong remarked with a smile. Yet it is rather peculiar that none among us aspires to become Hokage. Such aspirations are quite rare among teams. Hearing this, the trio silently scoffed. Did they truly believe becoming Hokage was that simple? Only Navi children, oblivious to the realities of the world, would harbor such unrealistic dreams, unlike them, who had grown up within the confines of their clans. All right, Yu Hong said, breaking the tension with a light-hearted jest. He clapped his hands, restoring his earlier demeanor of detached seriousness. Now that we are acquainted, we shall conclude the introduction segment. I shall not waste your time further. After all, you are all talented ninjas I have personally selected. With a more serious tone, he continued, though you are now confirmed as my students, I am not yet acquainted with your current abilities and training progress. Thus, I have prepared a practical exercise for you today. A practical exercise? At the mention of this familiar term, images from Song Yiyu's previous life in the anime flickered in his mind. As anticipated, just as the group exchanged glances, Yu Hong produced two bells from behind him, as if conjuring them from thin air. Do you see these bells? He shook them lightly, a smile gracing his features. Your task is to snatch these bells from my hands. What if we fail to seize them? Ma Shun asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. If you fail to secure them. Yu Zhenhong's laughter was cold, his voice carrying an icy undertone, then prepared to return to the academy for another year. The trio gulped in unison, falling into a heavy silence. None doubted the authority vested in their Jonin. He indeed had the power to dictate their paths. Yet, with only 2 bells at stake, it was clear that one among them was destined to walk away empty-handed. Winley, who had been quiet until now, quickly identified the flaw in their predicament. Are we to assume that one of us must inevitably fail to obtain a bell? Precisely. Yu Zhenhong snapped his fingers, a grin appearing that was more menacing than cheerful. Whoever among you fails to claim a bell today will have no choice but to return to the Ninja Academy. The faces of the 3 darkened at this revelation. Though Song Yiyu understood this was merely a test, he would not betray his thoughts through his expression. After all, no one wished to invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Any further questions? Yu Zhenhong scanned the group, noting their anxious silence, and nodded in satisfaction. Observing the faint smile that played on his features, Song Yiyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth in response. Is this bell snatching becoming a tradition in Konoha? Just because I've endured the rain, must I now tear apart others' umbrellas? Chapter 42. Cooperation. Well, I suppose I am not entirely devoid of common sense. With a playful smile, Sunset Red crossed her arms and added, for the time being, I will remain here. You may discuss your strategies for cooperation among yourselves, and when you have reached a consensus, feel free to come and seize the opportunity without notifying me. The others nodded in unison, showing no signs of feeling belittled. After all, who were they dealing with? A master of illusions from Konoha, a formidable figure even within the entire shinobi world. Moreover, the 3 of them specialized in illusion techniques. Attempting to showcase their skills in front of such a master would be akin to a novice trying to demonstrate their prowess at the feet of a master. Recalling the moment in the original storyline when Sunset Red was instantaneously countered by Uchiha Itachi's illusion, Song Yiyu could not help but shake his head. Frankly speaking, the gap in illusionary prowess between the 3 of them and Sunset Red was far more substantial than they dared to admit. If she were genuinely intent on preventing them from seizing the bell, no amount of time spent would yield any results. Noticing that his 2 teammates remained silent, Kuruma Shun grew increasingly anxious. Aren't we supposed to be discussing the tactics for the upcoming battle? After all, this is about Senior Red. Leaning against the wall, Hikari Rina, who had already entered a state of deep contemplation, showed no sign of urgency. She calmly replied, there's no need to rush. Let Song Yiyu handle the strategic planning. Upon hearing this, the others paused, turning their attention to Song Yiyu, who was already lost in thought. He began to articulate his analysis of the forthcoming combat. The primary objective of this practical exercise is not merely to assess the students' combat capabilities, but to evaluate their ability to cooperate and coordinate during battle. Thus, it is not essential for us to demonstrate our individual strengths in defeating Senior Red. Rather, we should focus on ensuring effective collaboration among the 3 of us. With a smile, he continued, if we can achieve this, I believe the bell will naturally come into our possession. The other 2 brightened at his words. Their earlier despair at the thought of defeating a seasoned Jonin dissipated, replaced by a newfound optimism. However, Kuruma Shun hesitated, furrowing his brow. But all 3 of us excel in illusion techniques. Wouldn't it be a challenge to showcase our teamwork effectively? Yet Song Yiyu shook his head with a smile. Not at all. While both Hikari Rina and I are primarily illusionists, our true expertise lies in the Moonlight Clan's ancestral swordsmanship. Is that so? The revelation eased the tension in Shun's shoulders. The cool-headed girl, having opened her eyes, interjected with a frown. Let us first discuss the roles each of us will play in our tactics. We should end up in disarray during the fight. Very well. With Hikari Rina's urging, Song Yiyu promptly shifted focus to the matter at hand. Shun, if I recall correctly, your Kuruma clan's illusion techniques are quite renowned throughout the shinobi world. May I inquire about your current level of proficiency? Faced with this question, Kuruma Shun pondered carefully before offering a cautious response. In terms of illusion mastery, I would say I am comparable to some mid-ranking shinobi skilled in illusions. With the addition of my bloodline limit, I could rival those elite shinobi who specialize in illusions. However, this seemingly modest assessment left the other 2 momentarily speechless. I think I understand why Senior Red is so keen on taking you as her disciple, Song Yiyu remarked, shaking his head with a wry smile. In that case, I will assign you the task of restraining the opponent with your illusions. I believe that even if you cannot pose a significant threat to Senior Red, you should be able to hold her off to some extent during the battle. Once he received Shun's nod of agreement, Song Yiyu turned to the cool-headed girl beside him. He was already familiar with her capabilities, so he directly assigned her a role in the combat. You will focus on restraining the opponent with your swordsmanship once the real combat begins. Kuruma Shun will support you, ensuring that the opponent does not find any openings, either physically or mentally. Upon hearing this, Hikari Rina quickly grasped the intention behind the plan. You intend to take advantage of our distraction to launch a surprise attack, don't you? Song Yiyu nodded nonchalantly, unperturbed that she had discerned his thoughts. After all, the plan was straightforward. an overt attempt at a surprise attack. Observing such a simplistic combat strategy, Hikari Rina frowned instinctively, sensing its inherent unreliability. However, considering Song Yiyu's current strength and his progress in body techniques and body flicker techniques, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Regardless, it was worth a try. If it failed, they could always devise an alternative approach. Unbeknownst to Song Yiyu, Hikari Rina's thoughts remained unspoken. Even if he were aware, he would not alter his plans. He and Hikari Rina had trained together for nearly 3 years, but this was his first encounter with Kuruma-san. Therefore, in this practical exercise, overly complex strategies would likely prove ineffective. Often, the complexity of a strategy does not equate to its efficacy, nor does simplicity guarantee failure. Everything must adapt to the prevailing circumstances. Once they had finalized their combat plan, the trio refrained from rushing towards Sunset Red. Instead, they continued to deliberate while discreetly observing her for an opportunity to strike. From a shaded area not far away, Sunset Red glanced at the three of them. Noting their ongoing discussions, she shook her head subtly. Haven't they made up their minds yet? After standing idle for a while, she yawned out of boredom, only to find that the three had vanished from her sight. Before she could scrutinize her surroundings, a blade surged towards her with a gust of wind. Swish. Just as the sword's brilliance was about to descend, Sunset Red smirked slightly. Interesting. As she dodged the sword's trajectory, she reached for a kunai from her pouch. However, her body involuntarily faltered for a moment. Though she quickly regained her composure, she missed the optimal moment to draw her weapon. While deftly evading Hikari Rina's strikes, Sunset Red cast a glance at Kuruma-san, who was casting illusions nearby. A dual restraint of body and mind. A simple yet effective strategy, indeed. As she contended with the attacks from the two, she mused to herself, is this the method devised by that Song Yiyu? It certainly aligns with his character. Yet, the pressing question remained. Sunset Red surveyed the surrounding area, its lush foliage concealing any trace of an ambush. Where would he make his surprise attack? Chapter 43. The copper bell. The fierce blade of wind sliced through the forest, stirring the air and scattering the fallen leaves. A tall ninja, engaged in combat on a clearing, deftly parried incoming strikes while employing genjutsu, mentally grappling with the nearby Kuruma-san. His crimson eyes darted about, evading the glint of the sword with grace and agility, creating an illusion that he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Concealed in the shadows, Song Yiyu observed the scene before him, his sharp gaze narrowing slightly, revealing a flicker of gravitas. Even disregarding his proficiency in taijutsu, his skill was undeniably at the level of a J-nin. Though he had previously surmised that the elite J-nin, Xiairi Jinhong, would possess formidable strength, he had significantly underestimated her capabilities. Typically, when a ninja meets the standard criteria for task execution, the village evaluates their rank based on ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. A ninja achieving J-nin level in one category is often designated as a special J-nin. Those excelling in 2 categories are conferred the title of a formal J-nin. To attain the status of an elite J-nin, one must generally exhibit no glaring deficiencies across all areas. However, exceptional mastery in a singular aspect, akin to the future Might Guy, could warrant an extraordinary promotion. Initially, Song Yiyu had assumed that a ninjutsu master like Xiairi Jinhong would have ascended through the latter route, leading him to believe that her prowess in close combat would be comparatively diminished. Yet, it became evident that he had overthought the matter. While she indeed lacked in taijutsu compared to ninjutsu and genjutsu, her capabilities still surpassed those of the inexperienced trio. Nevertheless, Song Yiyu remained focused on the battlefield, searching for the opportune moment to strike. He believed that if they could demonstrate effective tactical cooperation, Jinhong would not overly challenge them during this assessment. As he observed the three engaged in a fierce clash, Song Yiyu's right hand slowly reached for the long blade at his waist. The instant he grasped the hilt, Xiairi Jinhong's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Noticing Huan Yinli and Kuruma-san advancing toward him, he swiftly evaded their attacks with a graceful leap. Now was the moment. Song Yiyu's eyes sharpened as he unsheathed his long blade. In an instant, he channeled chakra and propelled himself towards Xiairi Jinhong, who was momentarily suspended in midair, devoid of leverage. Moonlight flowing sword technique, 7th style, heart offering. Without warning, a blade of light, reminiscent of an autumn moon, surged toward his heart. Upon witnessing the sudden strike, Xiairi Jinhong's expression remained unfazed, almost as if he had anticipated it. A commendable technique. Yet the intent to kill was glaringly evident. He smoothly sidestepped the attack, nonchalantly remarking that the assailant's lack of practical experience was apparent. Seeing Song Yiyu's ambush easily evaded, disappointment washed over the faces of Huan Yinli and Kuruma-san. How could he dodge that? Huan Yinli felt a stir of unease, realizing that Song Yiyu's swordsmanship surpassed her own, yet it posed no real threat. How could this be? Kuruma-san appeared similarly lost, envisioning the grim possibility of their return to the ninja academy. As the blade of light whisked past, Xiairi Jinhong silently acknowledged the group's coordination. However, just as he was about to ease the pressure on them, Song Yiyu unexpectedly retracted his blade and charged directly at him. What is he doing? Xiairi Jinhong furrowed his brow, incredulous that such a fundamental mistake could occur. If they were true adversaries, this reckless move would have been fatal. Shaking his head slightly, he extended his hand to guide Song Yiyu aside, only to have his expression shift abruptly upon contact. No, wait. Bang. As a cloud of smoke erupted, Song Yiyu transformed into a copper bell, descending gracefully. A substitution technique? Ziairi Jinhong's red eyes flicked to the bell, silently impressed, opting not to touch the golden object. He still vividly recalled the day Song Yiyu had bested the Hokage's son during a practical lesson. What will you do next? As he watched the bell plummet, curiosity glimmered in his gaze. Ding. With the bell's landing came a clear, resonant chime, and in tandem, a sound wave began to radiate outward, swiftly reaching the two bells hanging from Ziairi Jinhong's waist. Ding, ding. Noticing this, a ripple of astonishment crossed Ziairi Jinhong's face as he murmured. Using sound propagation to trigger genjutsu? An intriguing concept. Due to the secondary transmission, the genjutsu's potency diminished by the time it reached Ziairi Jinhong's ears. However, observing the anxious expressions on his students' faces, he couldn't help but smile, choosing not to mentally resist the approaching illusion. Phew. Seeing the opponent momentarily pause, Song Yiyu sighed with relief, swiftly seizing the two bells from Ziairi Jinhong's waist. Upon landing, Huan Yinli and Kuruma Shun hurried over, urgency etched on their faces. Did you get the bells? Ding ding. Returning to the clearing, Song Yiyu chuckled at the eager expressions of his companions, producing the two bells and shaking them to elicit their crisp sound. Fantastic. A wave of joy erupted on Kuruma Shun's face, repeatedly exclaiming, "We did it! We did it!" In contrast, Huan Yinli remained composed, displaying a hint of delight but refraining from any further action. Excellent collaboration, Ziairi Jinhong remarked as he approached, a trace of admiration gracing his expression. Though the tactic was straightforward, it effectively showcased each individual's strengths. Acknowledging the praise, Song Yiyu and Huan Yinli exchanged smiles, while Kuruma Shun, feeling bashful, scratched his head and inquired, "So, do we pass the assessment now?" "Of course." Ziairi Jinhong paused deliberately, his expression shifting to one of indifference. "Not at all." Chapter 44, Establishment Uncertain. Onma Shun was momentarily taken aback by the words of his teacher, Sarayu Akane. The crimson hues of the setting sun cast a faint smile on his face, yet the words that escaped his lips were chillingly cold. "I have already stated prior to the commencement of this practical exercise that only 2 individuals will emerge successful from this assessment." Observing the progressively despondent expressions of the 3 before him, he paused momentarily before continuing, "There are only 2 bells in total. You may choose amongst yourselves who shall be the one to return to the academy as a failure." Silence enveloped the clearing within the forest. Faced with the seriousness etched upon each other's faces, the 3 exchanged glances, silently inquiring about their next course of action. "Akane-sensei." Seeing the gaze of the other 2 shift back towards him, Airyu let out a resigned sigh, stepping forward to voice his concern. Must one truly be sent away? Indeed. The indifference in Akane's expression was palpable, as if the words "hurry up" and "choose" were almost visible upon his face. "Is that so?" Airyu, sensing the refusal to entertain any dissent, resolved to conclude this charade swiftly. "Then let me return to the academy for another 2 years." At this proclamation, the other 2 immediately raised their heads, astonished expressions exchanged between them. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Airyu gestured dismissively towards them, adding nonchalantly, "I have only spent 3 years at the Ninja Academy. Returning to complete my remaining time and graduating alongside my peers wouldn't be the worst outcome." "How can this be?" Onma Shun exclaimed, urgency lacing his tone. "Your contribution during this assessment was the most significant among us 3. If you were to do this, what would become of me?" Onma Shun. Beside him, Hananari was silent, her expression a complex mix of emotions. In her understanding, Airyu had never been one to prioritize the well-being of others. After 3 years, she believed she had him figured out, only to realize that she had underestimated him. Even Sarayu Akane, typically composed, was taken aback. This fellow possesses such awareness? He scrutinized Airyu, noticing the sincerity in his demeanor, his own doubts creeping in. Could it be that I misjudged him? Airyu secretly chuckled at the surprise his words had elicited, though he had spoken from a place of foresight. He genuinely felt that even if he were sent back to the academy, it would not be a significant loss. For him, as long as resources and guidance were available, it mattered little where he trained. The only difference would be the 2 years he would miss in practical experience and illusion techniques. With Airyu stepping forth to claim a bell, it was evident that Onma Shun and Hananari would not allow him to leave. They too, after Airyu, stood in unison, declaring, "I too am willing to return to the academy for another year." "Oh, have you all made your decision?" Sarayu Akane regarded the trio with a stoic expression. "If you truly insist on this, I shall have no choice but to oblige, sending you all back for a complete reset." Yet, regardless of his threats or persuasion, the 3 maintained their resolute silence, unaffected in their determination. Observing their unwavering expressions, Akane's demeanor gradually darkened. "Since you are so eager to return to the academy, I now declare that you." As his cold words resonated, Hananari and Onma Shun, though prepared for the outcome, could not suppress a flicker of disappointment. Witnessing the fleeting melancholy upon their faces, Sarayu Akane's grim expression suddenly transformed into a warm smile. You have all passed. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the three shifted to one of bewilderment, disbelief etched upon their features. Akane-sensei, you just said. Onma Shun swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, fearful that he had misheard. You heard correctly. Sarayu Akane, amusement dancing in his eyes, addressed the apprehensive trio. I said, you have passed the assessment. As clarity dawned upon them, the trio first felt bewilderment, soon followed by a wave of relief and joy. What exactly is happening? Unlike Onma Shun, who struggled to contain his laughter, Hananari felt a tinge of confusion amidst her happiness. I believe the assessment Akane-sensei referenced cannot solely pertain to the bell snatching. At her inquiry, Airyu smiled and turned towards their guiding jonin. Correct. Sarayu Akane, intrigued, cast a glance at Airyu before elaborating slowly. While this practical exercise may appear as a mere test, it encompasses two assessments. The first, the bell snatching, naturally evaluates your initial sense of cooperation. As for the second assessment, he glanced knowingly at the puzzled Hananari, offering the answer with a smile. It examines your perspectives on ninjas and comrades. Perspectives on ninjas and comrades? Indeed, Sarayu Akane replied with a smile, explaining, if you truly formed a team, you would inevitably need to support one another during mission execution. Observing the contemplative expressions of the three, he gently articulated the assessment's true intention. If you cannot even make such basic sacrifices, I find it hard to believe you would trust one another with your backs in times of danger. Upon hearing this, the trio fell into deep thought. Well then, noticing their silence, Sarayu Akane smiled with satisfaction. The trust between comrades cannot be forged in a day or two. Regardless, he bent down, embracing the three students who barely reached his waist. To celebrate the establishment of Team 3, I propose we all go out for barbecue at noon. What do you say? To the Akimichi barbecue restaurant? Hananari, usually composed, suddenly sparkled with excitement, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual poise. Airyu could not help but smile at her unexpected enthusiasm. Since he had taken her to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant on a whim, she had been unable to forget it. Certainly, it is the best barbecue in Konoha. As thoughts of the Akimichi's delicacies crossed his mind, even Sarayu Akane found himself licking his lips in anticipation. Then I shall thank you for your generosity, Akane-sensei. You rascal, when did I say I would treat you all? But isn't it customary for the guiding jonin to treat their students? Airyu countered. Surely, you wouldn't expect us, fresh genin without a penny to our names, to cover the costs? You scoundrel, where did you hear such nonsense? Under the blazing sun, the quartet ventured forth, laughter echoing as they embraced their future. Chapter 45, Taijutsu. The midday sun shone exceptionally brightly, casting a vibrant glow over Konoha. A frail youth clad in a blue and white kimono sat on a stone pedestal beside the street, panting heavily. After a considerable interval, he regained his composure and glanced at the blazing sun on the horizon, weakly lamenting, what on earth is Teacher Aka doing? Why do we only receive D-rank tasks involving searching for lost pets every day? As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and quickly turned his head to survey the surroundings, only to relax when he confirmed that the teacher was not present. After all, they had been official ninjas for half a month, yet not a single meaningful task had come their way. He shook his head helplessly and let out a deep sigh. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so freely, suggested Hanayori Rin, glancing at him. If Teacher Aka hears you, you might find yourself punished with more running. At her words, Kuruma Shun fell silent, feeling disgruntled. Compared to the other two, his physical capabilities were noticeably inferior. During their last running training, the two had seemed unfazed, while he had been left utterly exhausted. Reflecting on physical prowess, he glanced in the direction of SUY. Over the past fortnight, he had come to realize that, compared to his peers, Y was nothing short of a prodigy. Take him and Hanayori Rin, for instance. One was a genius in swordsmanship, and the other excelled in illusion techniques, both standing out among their contemporaries. Yet, when he looked at Y, he found that his swordsmanship was on par with Rin's. And although he might not yet match her in illusion techniques due to bloodline limitations, his understanding of their application in combat was equally impressive. Not to mention, his mastery of body techniques and instantaneous movement was unparalleled. However, what struck Shun the most was Y's extraordinary physical condition. In Konoha today, taijutsu was not particularly esteemed. At least no one had yet risen to the rank of Nin relying solely on it. Yet, physical prowess remained crucial in the eyes of any astute ninja. The rationale was simple. Enhancing one's physical capabilities not only provided a wider array of offensive options, but also significantly augmented chakra reserves. Contemplating his own frail physique, Shun hesitated before finally addressing Y. Amesia. Upon hearing his name, Y, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. What is it? While Shun hesitated, meeting Y's inquisitive gaze, after a moment's deliberation, he steeled himself and asked, I was wondering how you train to improve your physical condition. Is there a method that would be effective for someone like me? He quickly averted his gaze, adding, if it's inconvenient to share, that's perfectly fine. Rin, sitting beside him, also turned her body, silently awaiting Y's response. She too was curious about the secret behind his rapid physical development over the past 2 years. There is nothing inconvenient about it, replied Y, glancing at the two with a slight smile. Taijutsu is not as complex as you might think. While there are indeed certain tips, it fundamentally relies on consistent practice over time. However, your progress seems almost too rapid, Shun interjected, skepticism evident in his tone. This isn't something that can be achieved solely through persistence, is it? Unperturbed by Shun's remark, Y simply smiled gently. As I mentioned, there are indeed some helpful techniques. Yet, upon seeing Shun's eager expression, he abruptly shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. In contrast to the slow-witted youth in the kimono, Rin possessed a sharper acumen for reading between the lines. These techniques were imparted to you by someone else, so you can't disclose them without permission? Realizing she had grasped his implication, Y smiled and nodded, then shook his head. This left Rin momentarily baffled, her brows furrowing as she pressed for clarity. What does that mean? Are you familiar with a person named Might Guy? Y inquired, not prolonging the suspense. Might Guy having spent most of her time commuting between the academy and her clan, Rin had no recollection of the name, but Shun immediately seized the opportunity. Are you referring to that father-son duo in green spandex who embody youthful exuberance? Y cast a surprised glance at him. You know them? Shun shrugged, exasperated. In this village, it's hard to find someone who doesn't know those eccentric figures. After all, they run laps around Konoha every morning. As he spoke, his tone began to slow, a hint of hesitation creeping in. Why? You're not suggesting I seek them out, are you? Y merely looked at him, smiling silently. Yet his intent was unmistakable. Shun's expression shifted to one of dismay. If he were to do that, the Kuruma clan would surely suffer a tarnished reputation. Meanwhile, Rin was entirely unfazed by such concerns. For her, any method that could enhance her strength was worth considering. Also, don't forget to bring something along when you seek their guidance. Y reminded them, observing their varied expressions. Their financial situation isn't particularly robust. And you both belong to well-off families, so a small gift would be a nice gesture. At his words, both nodded vigorously. As individuals nurtured by their clans, they were certainly not lacking in this regard. Once he confirmed their understanding, Y turned away, closing his eyes once more to alleviate the midday heat. 2 years prior, he had already found an opportunity to engage with Might Guy, and as anticipated, the man possessed unique insights into physical training. Although these techniques might not yield immediate results for the majority, Y viewed them as an invaluable complement to the clan's secret medicinal aids. In simpler terms, prior to employing Might Guy's rigorous training regimen to unlock his physical potential, a single medicinal pill would sustain him for approximately 3 days. Now, however, he found himself consuming one every 2 days. Were it not for the clan's recent financial improvements, sustaining such a voracious appetite for resources would have been a challenge. Chapter 46. The first mission indeed, amidst a plethora of resources and rigorous training, the result is a remarkable enhancement of strength. To speak solely of chakra, the improvement of Song Yiyu over the past 2 years has been nothing short of extraordinary, based on his observations. If the chakra consumption for a D-rank ninjutsu is quantified as 1, then a C-rank ninjutsu would require approximately 3, while a B-rank ninjutsu would demand around 5 to 10. As for A-rank and even S-rank ninjutsu, he has yet to encounter them, making it difficult to provide a fair assessment. However, aside from certain widespread ninjutsu, the chakra requirements for these techniques likely do not exceed those of B-rank ninjutsu significantly. The variations stem more from the difficulties of practice and the nature of their execution. Due to a rapid enhancement in physical condition and a robust spiritual essence, his current chakra level has reached about 20, equivalent to that of an average nin. While this may seem modest, it is essential to note that he has only just celebrated his 10th birthday due to his early graduation, with another 3 to 4 years remaining in his prime growth phase. This is indeed formidable, aside from the Senju and Uzumaki clans, known for their innate chakra reserves. Even Uchiha Sasuke, upon his 12th graduation, possessed a chakra level comparable to Song Yiyu's current status. Song Yiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the substantial chakra displayed by Erju during the Pacific campaign. After all, he was the man capable of conjuring a storm cloud with a mere great fireball technique. Thus, it follows that as long as he continues on this trajectory of gradual growth, achieving the combat prowess of an elite Nin within 5 to 6 years, without reliance on bloodline limits, should pose no significant challenge for him. Step by step, sensing an approaching presence, Song Yiyu silently tucked away his thoughts and opened his eyes to gaze toward the shaded area to his left. As expected, a tall ninja with crimson eyes was already leaning against a tree, smiling at them. Teacher Jinhome? The other two swiftly turned to look in that direction. Teacher Jinhome, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the figure, Arima Shun's face instantly reflected a hint of annoyance. We have been waiting here for quite some time. Hearing the complaint, Jinhong Yiyu scratched his head and casually recited Song Yiyu's habitual phrase. Sorry, I seem to have accidentally lost my way on the path of life. Song Yiyu, witnessing the shameless appropriation of his words as a shield, couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. Observing the speechless expressions of his peers, Jinhong Yiyu chuckled awkwardly and cleared his throat to shift the topic. Ahem, let us not dwell on these trivial matters. I have gone to great lengths to secure a significant mission for you today. Haha. Upon hearing this, Arima Shun, somewhat desensitized, expressed his disbelief, asking languidly. It isn't yet another cat-finding mission issued by some elderly lady, is it? Of course not. Noticing their evident skepticism, Jinhong Yue's lips curled into a slight smile as he tantalizingly withheld details. This is truly a substantial mission. Seeing that he appeared earnest, the others began to show a flicker of interest. Arima Shun furrowed his brow and tentatively guessed a seemingly decent task. Could it be a mission to escort supplies? However, Jinhong Yue simply shook his head nonchalantly. That hardly qualifies as a significant mission. Your imagination is rather lacking. Try again. Oh dear. The trio exchanged glances, pondering the unusual situation. Could it be that their guiding Nin had finally come to his senses? Were they no longer to be assigned those grueling D-rank tasks that yielded little in terms of learning? Could it be the extermination of bandits? This area, spanning several dozen miles, is within the territory of Konoha. Where would there be bandits for you to eliminate? Guess again. It wouldn't be a mission to investigate enemy spies, would it? Jinhong Yue gently rubbed his forehead, shaking his head with a wry smile. Your imaginations are indeed vivid. It seems you are unafraid of tigers, daring to contemplate a task that even the Umbu might struggle to ascertain results from. Isn't it you who told us to keep guessing? At this, Jinhong Yue fell silent, opting not to continue circling around the issue. Instead, he stated plainly, tonight. Prepare your belongings. Tomorrow we shall journey to the capital of the Land of Fire. We are departing for the capital of the Land of Fire tomorrow? Arima Shun exclaimed with excitement. As a freshly graduated student from the Ninja Academy, he had never ventured beyond the confines of Konoha. So the prospect of traveling to the capital was indeed exhilarating. In contrast to Arima Shun's exuberance, Hanali was more concerned about the mission's specifics. What is the exact nature of the task? The specific task, Jinhong Yue replied with a warm smile, is primarily to address the recent exorbitant price hikes on goods from Konoha by certain merchants in Kyoto. Our mission is to engage them in earnest discussions, hoping to persuade them to lower their prices somewhat. Oh? At this, Song Yu raised an eyebrow, unable to resist interjecting. So our role is essentially to eliminate a batch of merchants, then? If they remain obstinate. Understood. Song Yu nodded, recognizing that this journey would likely involve bloodshed. This was a welcome prospect, as he had yet to personally take a life since his arrival in this world. Once Jinhong Yue confirmed that his three subordinates comprehended the task, his expression grew serious as he admonished. This mission differs from the usual. Although it seems merely an ordinary C-rank task on the surface, it has the potential to escalate into a B-rank or even an A-rank mission at any moment. Therefore, I expect you to prepare thoroughly before our departure to avoid any awkward situations where you might need something but fail to bring it. Having delivered his warning, he cast a stern gaze at the group. Is that clear? Clear. Then you are dismissed. Jinhong Yue nodded, imparting a weighty remark. Let us hope that the four of us depart and return as four. Chapter 47. Departure on August 12th, the 44th year of Konoha, at 8 o'clock in the morning. The weather was fair. Kangyu stepped out of his home and affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair. Now, your dearest Oni-chan is setting off. While I am away, be sure to behave and not worry mother. Sensing the annoyance radiating from his brother, Jifeng instinctively wished to swat the hand away from his head. Yet reflecting on the recent guidance he had received regarding his swordsmanship, he ultimately relented. Did you hear me? I got it. Jifeng pouted, casting a glance at his brother. Perhaps you should focus on yourself. Mother seems to be far more concerned about you. However, before he could finish, Kang Yu playfully struck his head, abruptly interrupting him. That's not true. At his words, Kang Yu immediately ceased the topic, but inwardly, he let out a slight sigh. Over the past 2 years, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lady Tsukuyami seemed particularly attentive to his affairs. Were it not for his certainty that she could never uncover the secret of his possession, he might have harbored doubts. Is my current demeanor that drastically different from before the possession? With this thought, Kang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. After devouring the original host, he had naturally inherited all of their memories. Yet if he were to act entirely in accordance with the former style, he could only utter an apology. Having endured 7 dark years, he was not about to emerge merely to play the obedient child in his mother's eyes. As long as he ensured that the secret of his possession remained undiscovered, the opinions of others held little significance for him. In fact, this had proven true. In a mere 3 years, he had transformed from a newcomer with nothing to a key nurtured talent within his family and among his peers. I will inherit your father's legacy, guiding our clan to the pinnacle, and I shall alter the tragic fate that awaits Jifeng. Kang Yu gently stroked his brother's hair, whispering, consider it a form of compensation for my possession. Whether his brother would agree was no longer of consequence. After all, the original had been completely consumed. There was no trace left, not even in the Pure Lands. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, Kang Yu once more affectionately tousled his brother's hair until it was thoroughly disheveled, then released his hand, chuckling softly as he walked away. How infuriating. Here we go again. Jifeng complained, his hair now a chaotic mess. Yet, As he watched Kang Yiyu's figure recede into the distance, a twinge of melancholy crept into his heart. Kang Yiyu was indeed growing stronger, now a true ninja embarking on official missions. He wondered how long it would take him to catch up. Unbeknownst to Kang Yiyu, who had already left, Jifeng pondered his brother's thoughts as he followed the usual route to the predetermined meeting point. Due to the day's mission, the gathering spot was beneath a tree near the village gate. Upon his arrival, he found the other three, including the red-haired Hinata, had already gathered, waiting for him. Although Kang Yiyu was nearly always the last to arrive, the others never voiced any complaints. Despite his punctuality, he had never truly been late. A commendable habit in its own right. "You're here," Hinata said as Kang Yiyu approached, straightening up from where he had been leaning against the tree. He surveyed the group and inquired, "Have you all packed what you need? If there is anything missing, we can still head back for it. But once we leave the village, we won't have another chance." After a brief moment of silence, during which the others shook their heads in unison, he withdrew his gaze. Since everyone is prepared, he looked towards the azure sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Let our team's first C-rank mission officially commence." With that, he took a step forward, sweeping his arm dramatically. "Team 3, let us go." The group watched him stride ahead, excitement lighting up their faces as they hurried to keep pace with him. "How far is the capital of the Land of Fire from the village?" On Ma Shun asked eagerly as they walked. "I heard from my mother yesterday that it takes about a week to make a round trip. That's the efficiency of merchant caravans," Hinata explained lightly. "In such cases, they must avoid difficult routes, which slows them down considerably. However, if we travel light like us..." He pondered briefly before providing a more precise estimation. "It should take us about half the time." "I see." Ma Shun nodded thoughtfully, concluding that the distance between the capital and the village was not excessively great. Hinata acknowledged this with a nod. "If that is the case, then why do the merchants in the capital dare to raise their prices so suddenly?" Ma Shun asked, perplexed. "Don't they fear we might confront them directly?" At this, Haiyan Li, who had remained silent, also nodded in agreement. "It can't be that simple." Hinata sighed, his expression darkening. "Merchants who can amass considerable wealth are not foolish. If they dare to act this way, it's likely they have some backing from higher authorities." "What?" The two gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. But Ma Shun faltered, his expression shifting as he spoke. "How could the country permit such actions? Wouldn't he that effectively undermine the village's strength?" "That, I do not know." Hinata shrugged, a hint of chill in his demeanor. "Perhaps, after more than 2 years since the war, everyone has forgotten the turmoil of those times." At his words, the group fell silent. Had they truly forgotten, or were these actions deliberate? Could it be that the daimyo intended to subtly weaken the power of the ninja villages? The truth remained elusive, and the three could only wonder. Yet, at that moment, a singular thought echoed in their minds. This mission would likely be far from a mere ordinary C-rank task. Chapter 48. The restaurant. After departing from Konoha, the group journeyed along the mapped route for approximately half a day. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, they finally entered the first city. The route from Konoha to Kyoto required traversing through 2 cities. The first was relatively distant, while the second was closer. Upon arriving within the city, Kamikaze Shun stretched languidly and sighed, expressing his sentiments. "At this rate, we should reach Kyoto around this time tomorrow." The others remained silent. Since they had grown more familiar with one another, Kamikaze Shun's chatter had become incessant, leading the group to feel somewhat weary of his incessant talking. "Let's find a place to eat," Akatsuki Shinju suggested, glancing at the others for their opinions. "I have no objections," Suyeyu replied decisively, without hesitation. Nearby, Hainan Ri nodded quickly in agreement. Just as Kamikaze Shun was about to voice his thoughts, he realized that the others had already turned their backs and were walking away. "Hey, aren't you all waiting for me?" he complained, but his body followed suit, unable to resist. In contrast to Konoha, a village dedicated to nurturing ninjas, this city was indeed much larger. The streets and shops were far beyond what Konoha could boast. Akatsuki Shinju, being an experienced elite jonin, had previously visited this place, and it did not take long for him to lead the group to an unassuming sushi restaurant. After settling into a seat, Suyeyu surveyed the surroundings and noticed that most of the diners were elderly patrons. Akatsuki Shinju waved to the owner, skillfully ordering a plethora of sushi, which left the owner astonished. After all, they had not eaten throughout the day and had traveled arduously. Having finally found a restaurant, it was only natural to replenish their energy. "Do you know why I chose this place?" Akatsuki Shinju inquired, casting a glance at the group after placing the order. Upon hearing the question, Suyeyu pondered for a moment before grasping the logic behind it. "Is it to gather information while we're here?" he proposed. "Oh," Akatsuki Shinju responded, intrigued. "Why do you say that?" Cough, cough. "The reasoning is quite simple," Suyeyu continued, feeling the weight of 3 gazes upon him. "When I entered, I observed that while the environment here is somewhat lacking, the prices are relatively lower compared to other places, which attracts an older demographic. This age group tends to be more talkative than when they were younger, and if they encounter peers of the same age, they are likely to engage in conversation. Hence, by attentively listening to their discussions, we might glean some useful and undiscovered information." With that, he turned to Akatsuki Shinju, a confident smile gracing his lips. Am I correct? The other two felt a sense of admiration for him, while Akatsuki Shinju merely regarded him with a bemused expression, offering no response. Seeing that his reasoning had gone unchallenged, Suyayu smiled softly, feeling vindicated. He subtly raised his chin, casting an eye at the others, as if to say, learn from this. The other two had no retort. After all, Suya's intellect surpassed theirs, a fact they could not dispute. Akatsuki Shinju observed the expressions of his students and subordinates, secretly amused. All right, he said, shaking his head as the server approached with several bowls filled with sushi. Let us eat first. We can discuss other matters later. Noticing Akatsuki Shinju's nonchalant demeanor toward the other patrons, Suyayu began to sense that something was amiss. If the intent was truly as he had surmised, Akatsuki Shinju would not be so relaxed during the meal. He should be vigilant, observing his surroundings. However, seeing the others already picking up their chopsticks and diving into the food, Suyayu had no time for further contemplation and joined them in devouring the sushi. Akatsuki Shinju was right. Such matters could wait until after their meal. Approximately half an hour later, the plates of food had been nearly cleared. Burp. Kamikaze-shun couldn't suppress a satisfied belch and remarked, you know, despite its unassuming appearance, this sushi is quite delicious. It's almost on par with what we have back in the village. Initially, Suyayu had not paid much attention to his comment, but suddenly realized something was off with the latter part of his statement. Almost on par with the village. The word struck him like a bolt of lightning. He looked up at his mentor with a complex expression and whispered, this restaurant wouldn't happen to be an intelligence outpost set up by someone from the village, would it? Akatsuki Shinju remained silent, but the faint smile on his face spoke volumes. Suyayu fell into a moment of contemplation, struggling to discern his own expression. Meanwhile, Kamikaze-shun and Hainen chose to keep their mouths shut, fearing they would burst into laughter. Seeing Suyayu's flustered demeanor filled Akatsuki Shinju with a sense of satisfaction. He had harbored a dislike for this boy ever since he had tricked his daughter 3 years ago. Although he'd warned him once at home, the boy had not escalated his antics, yet he had certainly bewildered his daughter. Akatsuki's suggestion for him to graduate early was not solely due to Kamikaze-shun. It was also to prevent any further interactions with Akatsuki's daughter. The thought of them spending 6 years together before graduating and joining his team was something he dared not imagine. Chapter 49. A tangle of chaos. After departing from the restaurant, the quartet found a relatively decent inn within the city to lodge for the night. Upon entering their room, Shiyu Jinhong commanded the others to secure all windows and doors. Once satisfied that their environment was thoroughly concealed and safe, he slowly retrieved a blank envelope from his pocket. The other three, observing this action, felt a simultaneous jolt of surprise. They had not noticed when the envelope had been stowed away, despite the fact that their companion had not once left their sight in the restaurant. Disregarding their astonishment, Jinhong carefully opened the envelope under the watchful gazes of the trio. Inside lay a blank piece of paper, seemingly devoid of any markings. However, having spent 3 years at a ninja academy, Kang Yu recognized at a glance that the paper had been treated for a specific purpose. As expected, Jinhong produced a match from the drawer, striking it to ignite a candle resting on the table. He then gently held the blank paper above the flame, allowing it to gradually burn. As time passed, letters resembling tadpoles began to emerge on the paper, faint in color and easily overlooked unless scrutinized closely. Once the writing was fully revealed, Jinhong withdrew the paper from the flame, smoothing it out in his hands as he read the contents intently. However, as he continued to peruse the information, a frown began to form on his face. Noticing his troubled expression, Kang Yu and the others felt a pang of unease. After Jinhong finished reading, Ma-shun lowered his voice and tentatively inquired, "What is it, Teacher Jinhong?" Jinhong did not respond verbally, but instead handed the paper to the three, closing his eyes and sinking into contemplation. The content revealed the primary reasons for the rising prices of supplies in the Land of Fire. A cabal of merchants colluding with government officials, discontent among the higher-ups regarding expenditures for Konoha, and the daimyo's decree to levy rare treasures. Kang Yu furrowed his brow. Was this truly the rationale behind the audacious actions against the village? Meanwhile, Hyanri and Ma-shun, having absorbed the entirety of the paper's contents, exchanged solemn nods, their expressions reflecting a haze of disbelief. Witnessing the grave demeanor of the three, Kang Yu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, rendered momentarily speechless. Was it possible that such trivial reasons could provoke the higher echelons of the Land of Fire to unilaterally enforce economic sanctions against Konoha? Indeed, Kang Yu mused. Elevating the prices of imported goods was, in essence, a relatively gentle form of economic plunder against Konoha. The most critical point was that the sanctions were not directed at foreign nations or factions, but rather at military bases belonging to their own country. The justification for such actions was not rooted in fear of Konoha's military strength posing a threat to the daimyo, but merely a means for the elite to continue their exploitation amidst rising costs. In another era, such absurdities would be deemed laughable, yet within the realm of shinobi, they were a stark reality. Kang Yu remained pensive, suppressing his confusion, for to display any sign of dissent in a matter so normalized could lead to unpredictable consequences. After a silence of approximately 2 minutes, Jinhong finally opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, acquiring this information before entering Kyoto is invaluable. Even if it appears rather bleak, it is far better than being left in ignorance. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts before continuing. You should all retire to bed early. We must rise at dawn to continue our journey. Turning to gaze out at the darkened sky, his voice grew somber. In such tumultuous times, it would be prudent to reach Kyoto as swiftly as possible, lest they encounter further complications. He sighed, opting not to elaborate further, and closed his eyes, lost in thought. The other three exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with the gravity of the situation. Even On Ma Shun, typically boisterous, remained silent, dutifully shedding his outer garments and lying down on the adjacent bed. Once the trio had succumbed to slumber, Jinhong, who had remained seated, slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling with a complex expression. Contemplating the village's internal strife and the plight of the Land of Fire's elite, he let out a wistful sigh, silently echoing the unfinished thought. Otherwise, one could only dread the potential for further misfortune. Having received this intelligence, the following morning, the four swiftly resolved their breakfast in the inn before promptly setting off toward their destination. With their efforts to minimize delays, they soon arrived at the second city. Well before noon, in their haste to reach Kyoto, they scarcely lingered, merely selecting a seemingly decent restaurant to satisfy their hunger before resuming their journey. By approximately 4 or 5 o'clock that afternoon, the quartet arrived ahead of schedule at the gates of Kyoto. What a bustling scene, On Ma Shun remarked, observing the throngs of people entering and exiting. Even the typically reticent Hyanri nodded in agreement, having never ventured beyond the village. The two were awestruck by the spectacle before them, their eyes brimming with wonder. In contrast, Jinhong found himself entirely disinterested in the city's splendor. As he gazed at the bustling gate, it appeared to him as a treacherous mire, threatening to ensnare anyone who dared to step too close. Taking a deep breath, he waved to the others and softly issued his first command, enter the city. Thus commenced the mission to investigate Kyoto's resource supply. Chapter 50. Investigation within the bustling streets of Kyoto. The aftermath of the Second Shinobi World War has seen the victorious Land of Fire seize opportunities during negotiations with other nations, acquiring a portion of resources and benefits. Consequently, buoyed by an influx of resources, the nation's economy has flourished considerably over the past 2 years. Particularly in Kyoto, the capital, merchants abound, and the air is filled with the laughter of citizens, starkly contrasting the desolation that lingered during the war. Song Yi observed the procession of horse-drawn carriages passing by, akin to luxury vehicles of a bygone era, not typically within the reach of ordinary folk. Yet, upon his arrival here, such carriages, though not ubiquitous, were indeed a common sight. Merchants, nobles. Song Yi pondered these classifications, for it is generally the case that only individuals of such stature could afford a carriage. Given the limited number of nobles, it was unlikely that their ranks had swelled significantly in a short span. Thus, it could be inferred that the majority of these individuals were merchants. As he scrutinized the bustling thoroughfare, Song Yi's gaze narrowed slightly. The leader of their mission, Yuhi Akane, had already grasped the implications of the situation. Her crimson eyes pierced through the crowd, catching sight of a carriage that had just passed, glimmering with a sharp, profound intensity. Who? Despite the subtlety of this piercing gaze, the occupant of the carriage sensed it, causing a tremor of alarm to ripple through their body. Stop! The sharp command from within the carriage reached the ears of the driver, who hastily reined in the horses. The chestnut stallion halted abruptly, leading to a sudden jolt of the carriage. Thud! The occupant inside was jostled violently, crashing against the interior. Upon hearing the commotion, the driver's face paled, trembling in apprehension. Damn it, that hurt. The occupant, a corpulent figure, gingerly touched the spot on her head that had struck the carriage wall, cursing as she pulled back the curtain. Fool, do you lack common sense? You can't even stop a carriage properly. What use are you to me? The driver's legs quaked as he stammered his apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. It was unintentional. The chubby woman's face flushed with anger. Do you realize your blunder nearly ruined my exquisite visage? I beg your pardon. The driver's words fell flat in the face of her ire. Is I'm sorry sufficient? A malicious grin twisted the woman's features. I recall your daughter is nearly 10 years old now. No, my lady. I was wrong. The driver's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, his hands flailing in desperation, drenched in cold sweat. You may punish me as you wish, but please, spare my daughter, huh? What good would it do to punish a wretch like you? Even if I were to end your life, would that compensate for the damage to my beauty? Why yes, I am sorry. The driver, now utterly at a loss, sank to his knees, banging his head against the wooden floor in a desperate plea. Yet, the woman remained unmoved, her expression stoic as she delivered her decree. Tonight, you will send your daughter to my chambers, or I shall ensure your entire family meets a grim fate. With a withering glare at the frail driver, she barked. Do you hear me, wretch? Yes, with a heavy heart, the driver acquiesced, feeling utterly drained, as if all strength had left his body. Good. I'm pleased to hear that. A vile satisfaction spread across the woman's grotesque face. After achieving her aim, she turned her gaze back to the street, seeking the source of her earlier fright. Come let me see which reckless fool dared to spy upon my unparalleled beauty among the common folk. Many recognized the occupant of the carriage, hastily gathering their belongings and fleeing like startled birds. Not here, not here, not here. The woman's eyes scanned the crowd, her grotesque lips licking in a disturbing manner as she murmured to herself, "Once I find you." Just then, her attention was captured by the silhouette of a young man clad in white, illuminating her surroundings. In that instant, all previous thoughts vanished, leaving only the image of the young man's back. "Stop kneeling, wretch. Get up." The woman kicked the driver twice with her thick, elephantine legs before pointing towards the young man. "Drive the carriage over there." Although the driver was still despondent over his daughter's fate, the instinct for survival compelled him to muster his resolve and seize the reins. Go as the chestnut stallion began to move. The carriage inched closer to the woman's target. Closer, closer. She fixated on the young man's figure, unable to suppress the disturbing desire that twisted within her. Finally, the carriage approached within mere meters of him. At that moment, a group of 4 individuals sensed the carriage trailing closely behind them. Thanks to his heightened instincts, Song Yi quickly recognized the nauseating gaze that wandered over him. Frowning slightly, he stifled the discomfort and turned to look behind. The next moment, he locked eyes with a gaze steeped in lewdness. Chapter 51. Setting goals. What on earth is this? Upon catching sight of the other person, Song Yi was immediately taken aback, his expression momentarily twitching in disbelief. It was unavoidable. He could not be blamed for judging by appearances, as the woman before him was grotesquely unconventional. Her swollen, plump face resembled a writhing mass of flesh, with several slits that served as her facial features. Most notably, her protruding sausage-like lips were smeared with a few drops of a pale yellow liquid, leaving one to wonder whether it was mucus or saliva. However, in stark contrast to Song Yi's feelings, the moment the woman laid eyes on his face, she seemed momentarily stunned, a wave of ecstatic joy surging within her. Yes, this is the sensation. Gazing upon the elegant countenance of the young man in white, her heart, which had been grotesquely twisted, appeared to pulsate with newfound life. As their gazes intertwined, the 3 companions accompanying Song Yi also turned to look back. Upon seeing the other party, the keen-eyed Shiri Jinhong immediately recognized that this was the very carriage they had just passed. Simultaneously, Hananri and An Ma Shun also discerned the owner's features, their brows furrowing in unison. What an ugly woman! Unable to suppress his discomfort at the sight of her visage, An Ma Shun quietly muttered a remark. Fortunately, the woman's attention was entirely fixated on Song Yi, and thus she did not hear his words. Little one, faced with such a cold, handsome young man, the hefty woman momentarily shed her usual brusque demeanor, taking deep breaths to steady herself, attempting to soften her tone. What is your name? Could you tell your sister where you live? Feeling the perverse desire that could not be concealed despite her efforts at masking it, Song Yi was immediately beset by a sensation akin to ants crawling over his skin, his face betraying a hint of revulsion. Sensing the murderous intent in his eyes, Shiri Jinhong quickly placed a hand on his shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. Once the hostility was subdued to an almost inaudible level, he stepped forward to engage in conversation. "May I inquire what business brings you to accompany us?" "Business?" The hefty woman glanced at Shiri Jinhong, dismissing his words. While this individual was indeed quite handsome, her taste leaned more towards adorable children. "Of course, there is business." She raised her corpulent arm and struck the wooden frame of the carriage twice, causing it to creak. With her eyes nearly obscured by flesh, she grinned slyly. "I see that you're a distinguished guest from afar, and I would like to invite you to my home. What do you think?" Observing the lustful gaze she directed toward Song Yi, Shiri Jinhong couldn't help but twitch his lips and sighed, politely declining the invitation. "You should think carefully before speaking." Just as he was about to refuse, the hefty woman seemed to anticipate his thoughts and retorted sharply. "The invitation from the Emu family is not one to be easily declined." The Emu family. Upon hearing her words, Shiri Jinhong furrowed his brow, momentarily feeling a twinge of hesitation. An Ma Shun and Hananri, noticing his change in demeanor, instantly felt alarmed. Just who was this Emu family that could make their teacher hesitate to refuse? However, they were mistaken. While the Emu family was indeed notable among the common folk on the street, when compared to the Moonlight and An Ma clans, they were of little significance. Shiri Jinhong's hesitation stemmed primarily from the nature of their current mission. Prior to embarking on this task, the higher-ups at Konoha had received preliminary information and compiled a detailed target list through various intelligence channels. Coincidentally, the Emu family they now encountered was one of those targets. At this moment, Shiri Jinhong focused on 2 considerations. First, if they declined the invitation, the woman might react with anger, potentially triggering a series of adverse consequences. If they inadvertently revealed their identities during this process, it could lead to unnecessary complications, complicating their mission considerably. Second, if they accepted the invitation, although Song Yi would be subjected to her repulsive attention, they could seize the opportunity to gather intelligence about the current situation in Kyoto and perhaps eliminate the Emu clan in the process. Indeed, the moment Shiri Jinhong laid eyes on her, he resolved that the Emu family would be their first target. There were numerous reasons for this decision. such as their inclusion on the list, their moderate power, and the relative ease of exterminating them. However, the most compelling reason was simply that the sight of this woman was utterly nauseating to them. Not only had Song Yiyu been targeted, but even Shiri Jinhong himself felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion upon seeing her. Very well, since you are so sincerely inviting us, let us then designate you as tonight's target. After a brief contemplation, Shiri Jinhong promptly decided to put someone in a difficult position. You are mistaken. We have just arrived and are quite troubled by our lack of a place to stay. Now that the illustrious Imu family has extended an invitation, we could not possibly refuse. Excellent. Upon hearing the flattering words, a satisfied smile spread across the hefty woman's face, and a glimmer of appreciation flickered in her gaze. You are absolutely correct. Being invited by us, the Imu family, is a tremendous honor. Many would find it nearly impossible to obtain such an opportunity. After indulging in self-praise for a moment, she turned her attention back to the figure clad in white, her expression morphing into a disturbingly sweet smile. Little one, come closer to your sister. I have something delicious for you to eat. As she gazed at Song Yiyu with the hungry eyes of one eyeing a sumptuous feast, even the trio standing nearby felt a chill run down their spines. Song Yiyu, the source of her gaze, felt even more discomfort, his already pallid complexion now darkening further. Sensing that his student was on the verge of losing control of his murderous intent, Shiri Jinhong quickly intervened to defuse the situation, diverting the conversation. Observing the reluctance of the boy to approach her, the hefty woman sighed with regret but did not press further. After all, once they arrived at her home, she would have her way. The thought of the exhilarating events awaiting her that night brought an unhealthy flush to her plump cheeks. Little one, you cannot escape the grasp of my palm. Chapter 52. The return of Lady Imu as the wheels of the carriage creaked upon the cobblestones. A grand gate began to slowly open. With a resounding clang, the iron gate was secured against the wall. Simultaneously, a dozen figures swiftly emerged from either side, kneeling in two orderly rows, and in unison proclaimed, "Welcome back, the most beautiful Lady Imu of the ninja realm." The rotund figure seated in the carriage lifted the window and beheld the scene, her face breaking into a spontaneous smile of delight. Casting a glance at the young man in white following the carriage, as though to flaunt her status, she loudly reiterated to the assembled servants, "Who is the most beautiful woman in the ninja realm?" The servants, accustomed to such inquiries, effortlessly replied, "Lady Imu, you are the most beautiful woman in the ninja realm." Ah. Hearing the flattery, Lady Imu could not contain her satisfaction and burst into a hearty laugh. Witnessing this peculiar spectacle, the four companions trailing behind were momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, as her laughter subsided, Lady Imu recalled the presence of her companions and gestured with her plump arm, instructing several servants to prepare for the evening banquet. Today, we have 4 esteemed guests from the Imu family. You must hastily arrange the most extravagant feast to entertain them. With narrowed eyes that scarcely opened, she coldly admonished the kneeling servants, "Should anyone dare to embarrass me in front of our guests tonight, I will toss them into the fire pit." Upon hearing this, the servants trembled, quickly responding in unison. Those who had served in the Imu household long enough understood that while others might jest about being thrown into the fire, Lady Imu's threats bore the weight of reality. Once the evening's arrangements were satisfactory, Lady Imu smiled contentedly and turned her attention back to the 4 companions behind the carriage. "You esteemed guests must keep close to my carriage. The Imu estate is quite expansive, and one might easily lose their way with that." She playfully extended her plump face and cast a flirtatious glance at the young man, Song Yiyu. The protagonist, taken aback by her advances, wore no discernible expression, while his companion, and Ma Shun, was visibly repulsed. "What does this wretched woman want?" he muttered through gritted teeth, suppressing the nausea rising within him. "How could our first mission outside the village lead us to such a bizarre individual?" In contrast, Song Yiyu remained impassive at the sight of her unsettling gestures. Having interacted with the likes of Shiri Jinhong for over 3 years, he grasped her intentions the moment she accepted the invitation. Observing Lady Imu's grotesque antics, he felt no concern. As long as she did not cross paths with him, he could endure her distasteful behavior for a while longer. After all, upon seeing her, he had resolved to eradicate the Imu family entirely. "Let her revel for a while longer," Song Yiyu mused, caressing the long knife hanging at his waist, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "Once midnight strikes, I shall send her and her entire family to their reckoning unbeknownst to the oblivious Lady Imu, who was exuberantly instructing her maid, 'Go and tidy my room immediately, and make sure to wash those toys I used yesterday.'" The maid, listening to her master's deranged commands, could not help but cast a sympathetic glance at the young man among the unfamiliar 4. In her experience, it was evident that her master had taken a liking to him, and judging by the fervor in her eyes, he might even be favored more than any of her previous playmates. The thought of such a bright young man suffering a painful fate that evening filled her heart with unutterable sorrow. After issuing her orders, Lady Imu's gaze returned to the 4 behind the carriage. "Let us proceed, esteemed guests." She cast another lascivious glance at Song Yiyu, her corpulent body trembling as she cackled, "The servants are preparing dinner. It won't be long before we can dine." As for now, an idea seemed to strike her. and she smiled at Song Yiyu, whose face was flushed. I must take a bath first. It is only proper to be well prepared to entertain you esteemed guests, as the carriage drove away. Even the usually composed Hana Yuli felt a chill run down her spine. Had it not been for her uncertainty regarding Shiri Jinhong's intentions, she would have lunged forward to slice the pumpkin-like face of Lady Emu into pieces. Let us enter, Shiri Jinhong instructed. Having endured numerous peculiar missions, he possessed a maturity in both attitude and thought that surpassed his subordinates. Before dinner, let us hastily search the Emu estate for any useful information or clues related to our task. At his words, Hana Yuli and her companions finally grasped the situation, and Ma Shun exhaled in relief, saying, Jinhong-sensei, why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly scared me to death. I thought, realizing something. He quickly fell silent, casting an awkward glance at the expressionless Song Yiyu beside him. Enough of this. Let us not waste any more time. Song Yiyu glanced mildly at Ma Shun, then stepped in the direction the carriage had departed, coldly stating, if we do not uncover anything before dinner, a menacing glint flickered in his eyes. Then we shall have to round up everyone in the Emu family after the meal. And one by one, we shall make them confess. Chapter 53. The search the Ime family estate sprawled extensively. Upon entering, Song Yiyu felt it might even surpass the entire territory of the Moonlight clan in size. After merely observing for a moment, he realized his impressions were not mere illusions. Even a relatively smaller residence within this compound dwarfed his own home, while the larger edifices appeared grander than the ancestral home of the Moonlight family. Historically, merchants have amassed considerable wealth. As Shiri Jinhong strolled along the pathways of the estate, he could not help but marvel inwardly. As an elite jonin of Konoha, his status was undoubtedly elevated within the village. Yet, upon witnessing the spectacle before him, he truly grasped the immense profitability enjoyed by contemporary merchants. Such a grand estate in the capital would surely command several hundred million ryo at the very least. Ma Shun stood completely astonished, having grown up in Konoha. He had never encountered such opulence. Observing the intricate garden paths, he murmured to himself, only a clan renowned as the foremost wealthy family in the ninja world, the Uchiha, could possess a residence of this magnitude. Shiri Jinhong, hearing this, refrained from commenting. He had previously visited the Uchiha estate due to an illusionary technique, but there remained distinctions between it and the Ime residence. In terms of sheer land area, the Uchiha undoubtedly triumphed, yet when comparing the refinement of the two, the Ime estate exuded greater luxury. Ultimately, there exists a significant difference in essence between clans, families, and nobility. Nevertheless, witnessing the wealth displayed by the Ime family stirred a profound sense of envy and jealousy within him. For Jinhong, his primary source of income stemmed from accepting missions for remuneration. Typically, an S-rank mission fetched merely between 1 to 2 million ryo, and each task carried the peril of life itself. Damn it! With these thoughts, Jinhong bit down, resolutely pulling his mind back. He could not dwell further. Such reflections only fostered imbalance within him. While the others were awestruck by the estate's grandeur, Song Yiyu remained unfazed. After all, he had encountered far too much in his previous life. Aside from supernatural forces like chakra, few things in this world could genuinely astonish him. Let us allocate our search areas, Song Yiyu suggested, surveying the surrounding structures and dividing them into 4 distinct directions. The front yard, designated for receiving guests, seemed devoid of any significant clues, yet it could not be overlooked, thus pairing it with the adjacent hall. The rear yard, as the residence of the Ime patriarch, was likely to harbor the most promising leads, albeit posing greater risk. As for the left and right, they contained the study and the shrine, respectively, both requiring standard searches. He then turned to the other 3, speaking in a calm tone. Let us commence our selections now. Each shall search a designated area and reconvene in the front yard before dinner. After a moment of silence, Jinhong, as the guiding jonin, opted for the most perilous rear yard, while the safer front yard was entrusted to the physically weaker Ma Shun. This left the study and the shrine for the remaining 2. Song Yiyu glanced at the quietly standing Han Inli. You may choose first. Given her superior prowess, she did not feign reluctance, contemplating for a moment before selecting the comparatively safe study. Thus, each individual's search area was established. Jinhong turned to his 3 subordinates, sternly instructing, focus solely on your designated areas. Return to the front yard promptly when time is up, and do not delay unless extraordinary circumstances arise. Is that understood? Observing their serious expressions, they nodded gravely, setting aside any relaxed demeanor. After final confirmations, Jinhong resumed his composed demeanor, casting one last look at the 3 before channeling chakra beneath his feet and swiftly propelling himself toward the rear yard. Following his departure, the others wasted no time. Apart from Ma Shun, who remained in the front yard, Song Yiyu and Han Inli hastened to their respective search locations. The shrine lay on the right side of the estate, bordered by a bell tower and a collection room. Their delineated search areas extended beyond the specified buildings, encompassing the surrounding structures as well. Thus, Song Yiyu's responsibilities included 3 buildings within a search zone. Noticing 2 guards stationed at the shrine's entrance, he promptly decided to pursue the other 2 targets first. 2 mere sentinels posed little threat, yet drawing attention could prove detrimental. Understanding this, he harnessed his chakra, exerting a slight force with his feet, and instantly ascended into the air, vanishing without a sound. Navigating past two passing attendants, Song Yiyu arrived before the bell tower. Is this what a wealthy family's bell tower looks like? He gazed at the tall, imposing structure before him, shaking his head. It seemed grander than the ancient clock tower erected in the village for timekeeping. After confirming that no one was around, he lightly propelled himself upward, landing atop the bell tower. Upon surveying the area, he concluded that there were likely no clues here. As anticipated, even if the owners intended to conceal items in unexpected locations, they would hardly choose such an obvious tower. Nevertheless, having ascended, Song Yiyu adhered to rigorous standards, thoroughly searching the entire bell tower from top to bottom. Ultimately, as expected, he uncovered nothing of significance. Aside from the sizable stone bell, there was naught else. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it still left him somewhat disheartened. Next, he would turn his attention to the collection room and the shrine. Standing atop the bell tower, he gazed down at the solemnly arranged shrine, exhaling slowly. May fortune favor my search there. Chapter 54. The offering room. As Song Yiyu stepped out from the collection room, he exhaled slowly. He remained hidden in the shadows, observing the offering room guarded by two sentinels not far away, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Having just surveyed the collection room, he, as the young clan leader of the Moonlight family, possessed a modest understanding of treasure appraisal. He could assert with certainty that the items within the collection room were not priceless, yet they were far from inferior. Surprisingly, it was the seemingly ceremonial offering room that was under the watchful eyes of two guards, while the collection room stood deserted. If not for some elaborate ruse to divert attention, this behavior hinted at an underlying secret. His gaze shifted to the solemn offering room, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The nature of the secret, and its connection to his current mission, would only be revealed once he entered. He carefully placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, taking a deep breath. This would be his first act of taking a life, and he must strike with precision, ensuring the guards had no chance to cry out. Should their screams attract unwanted attention, the consequences could be dire. To become a soul claimed by his blade was already a tragedy. He could not allow them to suffer further. Song Yiyu narrowed his eyes, his arms and legs poised for action, embodying a state of readiness. After a minute passed, one of the guards, weary from standing too long, felt a yawn creeping upon him. Just as his mouth parted, a flash of white light darted from a dark corner. It was time. With a swift grip on his blade, Song Yiyu unleashed his chakra, propelling himself at an astonishing speed toward the two figures. The guard who had not yawned sensed a fleeting movement before he could react, his heart racing as he instinctively murmured, "What was that?" Yet, it was too late. A crescent-shaped flash of white light swept across his neck in an instant. The next moment, he realized he could not utter a sound, his body collapsing as if robbed of all strength. What just happened? The other guard, having just stifled a yawn, turned in alarm at the sudden noise. However, as he did so, he locked eyes with a pair of detached, indifferent ones. With no further ado or words, a blade flashed once more, and he too fell to the ground, lifeless. Song Yiyu gazed at the fallen guards, a curious sensation stirring within him. Was this what it felt like to kill? It was not as uncomfortable as he had imagined. Perhaps his years of traversing different realms had altered his mindset. Upon completing his first kill, a double assassination at that, he found himself surprisingly at ease, devoid of the anticipated discomfort. This was fortuitous. He shook his head and stepped over the bodies, regardless of the reason. Adapting sooner was far preferable to a gradual acclimatization. Standing before the entrance of the offering room, he placed his hand upon the door, feeling its surface before pushing it open with force. There was no resistance. The door simply swung ajar. Not locked? He raised an eyebrow at this peculiar sight. If this place was indeed guarded, it must hold significance. Yet, if it were truly important, why was the door left unlocked? Even a token gesture would suffice. Intriguing. Song Yiyu observed the flickering light beyond the door, a genuine curiosity igniting within his heart. Initially, his search here was merely a matter of duty, but now, the bizarre scene before him had piqued his genuine interest. Pushing the door fully open, he moved the corpses into the offering room and gently closed the door behind him. Upon entering, he realized the door had not been locked from either side. After studying the wooden door for a moment, a smile crept onto Song Yiyu's lips. He began to comprehend the reasons behind the oddities he encountered. With a theory forming in his mind, he ventured into the interior of the room. The offering room was not dim. On the contrary, it was illuminated by torches lining the walls, casting a warm glow throughout. Let me uncover the secrets hidden within. As he traversed a moderately long corridor, the light suddenly dimmed, contrasting sharply with the brightness he had just experienced. Is this the end? He turned slowly, surveying his surroundings, and when his gaze landed on a coffin standing in the center, a knowing glimmer flickered in his eyes. It seemed his earlier assumptions had proven correct. Not rushing to inspect the coffin, Song Yiyu began his meticulous search of the corners and crevices. This time, he was more thorough than in the previous locations. He had an inexplicable hunch that, even if he did not uncover clues related to his mission, this place surely harbored other secrets. Indeed, diligence bore fruit. After 5 or 6 minutes of careful searching, a scroll hidden beneath the altar caught his attention. Scrolls were commonplace in the ninja world, appearing in various locations, including the previous 2 sites he had searched. However, this particular scroll attracted Song Yiyu's interest due to its unique texture and color. Despite being a scroll, differences among them could be vast. For instance, the sealing book housed within the Hokage building was worlds apart from ordinary ninja technique scrolls. This scroll was crafted entirely from red velvet, painstakingly stitched together. Even after being concealed beneath the altar for an extended period, it retained a faint rosy sheen that shimmered in the dim light. Such quality was rare. Although he could not immediately discern its true material, it was clear that this exquisite fabric was of extraordinary origin. Extending his arm, he carefully retrieved it from beneath the altar, brushing off the dust with a deep exhale. The deep crimson scroll slowly unfurled in his hands. Chapter 55, The Secret of the Imu Family. Within the shrine, light and shadow intertwine. Dim illumination casts an eerie glow upon the coffin that stands solemnly in the center, evoking an intense sense of the uncanny. Song Yayun sits before the altar, his once delicate figure now reflected in the flickering flames, casting a rather ominous shadow. Let me see what lies within. He slowly unfurls the pale crimson scroll in his hands, pondering the contents it may hold. As the scroll gradually opens, its secrets begin to unveil themselves before him. The shrine is enveloped in profound silence. Observing the scroll's contents, an expression of subtle change appears on Song Yayun's face. His brows knitting together slowly. In the dimly lit room, apart from the ever-dancing flames, only the faint sound of breathing can be heard. The shrine, the ghostly light, the coffin, and the child. At first glance, this combination indeed conjures a sense of eerie foreboding. After a couple of minutes, Song Yayun sets the scroll down and exhales softly. His expression a complex blend of gravity and relief. He carefully rolls up the scroll and rises, casting his gaze towards the coffin that stands behind the altar. A profound sensation washing over him. To think that this modest Imu family harbors such ambitions. Song Yayun glances at the flickering flames around him, letting out a sigh. Although he had harbored some suspicions upon entering the shrine, he had not anticipated that the intentions of the other party were even grander than he had envisioned. He casts one last look at the coffin, noting the peculiar patterns etched upon it, and it seems as though he can glimpse the interior of the coffin through the wooden panels. The resurrection of the deceased. Reflecting on the revelations he encountered within the scroll, Song Yayun shakes his head, murmuring quietly, "It cannot be that simple." Despite the scroll detailing only superficial elements, it was precisely this reason that it lay carelessly beneath the altar. As the young head of the Moonlight clan, endowed with fragments of past memories, he could effortlessly discern that what was inscribed within was clearly the mark of necromancy. There was no need to pursue further leads. Song Yayun turns, his expression cold under the dim light. Having uncovered something that verges on the taboo, regardless of whether he has unearthed other evidence, the Imu clan can no longer be allowed to persist. He resolved to reunite with teacher Shinhong before taking decisive action. However, just as he approached the door along the corridor, he suddenly sensed a disturbance outside. No. With his keen sixth sense, Song Yayun's instincts flared, and a chill ran down his spine. Peering at the ajar wooden door, he squinted and grabbed one of the 2 corpses he had recently discarded, hurling it toward the door. At the moment the corpse struck the door, a barrage of cold arrows erupted from outside, raining down upon the lifeless body. The sounds of arrows piercing flesh echoed through the air, and the corpse crumpled to the ground, riddled with an uncountable number of arrows. Standing several dozen meters away, the head of the Imu family frowned slightly as he beheld the fallen body. His 2 subordinates, observing intently, soon relayed their findings. "Sir, it appears to be the corpse of the guard who was overseeing the shrine." Humph. The Imu family head's gaze turned frigid as he scoffed. "I am well aware of that. After all, only a cunning villain could silently dispatch 2 guards. Their movements are indeed exceedingly cautious. Nevertheless, this rogue's evasion will prove futile." The Imu family head sneered at the silent shrine, his expression darkening. "There is but one exit here. Keep your eyes on the door." I refuse to believe this young man can remain hidden indefinitely. After issuing his orders, he glared at the wooden door encircled by a dozen archers, his teeth gritting slightly, his tone laced with menace. The audacious thief. Not only has he pilfered, but he dares invade the shrine. Truly, he is courting death. Ironically, when Song Yayun eliminated the 2 guards, he had made not a sound, and logically, no one should have discovered the incident in such a short span of time. However, it was mere days before the anniversary of the Imu family's matriarch, and he had come merely to inspect the state of the coffin. Little did he expect to find the entrance devoid of any presence, instantly realizing that others had ventured within. No matter your origins or background, the Imu family head caressed the ring on his finger, his gaze chillingly cold. Once you step into this shrine, prepare to meet your demise. Meanwhile, within the shrine, Song Yayun beheld the corpse impaled by arrows outside, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Had it not been for his instincts, he might have been the one lying there now. What a perilous situation. Peering through the door's crack at the poised archers outside, he felt a pang of confusion. But I recall not making any noise. How did they discover my presence? Did someone pass by or? After pondering for a while without arriving at an answer, Song Yiyun dismissed the thought. Regardless, it mattered little now. The immediate priority was to break free from the encirclement and reunite with teacher Shinhong. His thoughts were clear, although he now possessed the strength of an elite Chunin. His lack of proficiency in ninjutsu posed a significant shortcoming. While he was confident in his ability to single-handedly eliminate the Inu clan, he could not guarantee his own safety against injury. In the absence of a medical ninja, it was best to avoid harm whenever possible, a lesson often reiterated by his teacher back in ninja school. Even for the sake of his own survival, he would not recklessly take unnecessary risks. The only question remaining was how to escape this place. Song Yiyun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the somewhat imprecise positioning of the archers outside, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. With his current mastery of the body flicker technique, if executed properly, he should be able to evade these arrows. Chapter 56. Drawing the sword, keep a close watch. The head of the Emu clan stood several dozen meters away from the shrine room, surveying his subordinates. This thief, capable of stealthily eliminating two of our own without our knowledge, undoubtedly possesses remarkable skills. Therefore, you must vigilantly guard this sole exit. Otherwise, a moment's negligence may allow this wretch to escape. Under the chief's repeated admonitions, the already fearful subordinates, shaken by the sight of death, grew even more tense. Gulp. One particularly timid servant, unable to withstand the mounting anxiety, audibly swallowed. In this tense atmosphere, a sound that would typically go unnoticed now pierced the ears of the gathered crowd. Upon hearing it, the Emu clan leader frowned, turning to investigate the source. Crack. At that moment, a faint sound unexpectedly emanated from within the slightly ajar doors of the shrine. In the next instant, the wooden doors swung open with a resounding crash, and a figure clad in white surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. This is bad. The Emu clan leader's heart raced as he waved his arm, directing his subordinates. Loosen your arrows, quickly. However, seizing the opportunity in battle often hinges on a fleeting moment. By the time his command reached his men, the distance between them and the intruder had already widened. Swish, swish, even as the subordinates hastily nocked their bows and released their arrows at the first sound of the command. They were a step too slow against the astonishing speed of Song Yiyu's movement technique. Whoosh. As Song Yiyu maneuvered fluidly across the open space, the arrows, lacking precision, fell harmlessly behind him. What are you all doing? The clan leader, witnessing his men firing arrows chaotically, clenched his teeth in fury. Are you fools merely training for show? Faced with the leader's ire, the subordinates dared not retort, hastily knocking their second arrows and continuing their assault. Regrettably, the added pressure from their leader only intensified their anxiety. The arrows, which had previously trailed closely behind Song Yiyu, now struggled to even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Fools. The clan leader's frustration boiled over, and he snatched a bow from a nearby subordinate. Let me show you how it's done. Knocking the arrow, aiming, and drawing the bow, he executed the motions with precision, ready to unleash. With a sharp whoosh, a silvery streak of light shot through the air toward the darting figure ahead. Huh? Sensing the impending threat, Song Yiyu glanced up just in time to see a cold shadow hurtling toward him. The Emu clan possesses such a master. Recognizing the speed and power of the arrow, he furrowed his brow in surprise. While the previous arrows had felt like those of an amateur, this one bore the mark of a seasoned archer. Though perhaps lacking some force due to age, its aim remained steadfast. I must be cautious. As the chilling arrow approached, Song Yiyu heightened his senses to their utmost. Time seemed to slow, due to the force behind the shot. This arrow's speed surpassed that of its predecessors. Here it comes. Faced with the imminent threat, Song Yiyu's eyes glimmered with determination as he began to move. Left or right? Unlike the ordinary arrows shot by the others, the trajectory of this one eluded his immediate understanding. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made a decisive choice and darted left. Yet, as luck would have it, he soon realized that the cold light was now aimed directly at his forehead. From a distance, the Emu clan leader observed this scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. A mere thief, emerging from who knows where, could hardly decipher the archery techniques passed down from the Warring States period. Did I misjudge? Faced with the blinding light of the arrow, Song Yiyu sighed helplessly, inwardly lamenting. Indeed, I am as ill-suited for gambling in this life as I was in the last. With a self-deprecating thought, he raised his gaze to the approaching cold glow, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. His right hand, which had been poised on the hilt since his emergence, suddenly surged with energy. If I cannot evade this arrow with mere movement, I shall resort to my most adept swordsmanship. Moonlight flowing sword technique, third form, enlightenment. Silently reciting the name of his most proficient technique, a captivating cold light sliced through the air from the sheath at his waist. Since the time he had drawn this technique to a stalemate during a spar with Han Inli 2 years prior, he had developed a particular fondness for this sword form capable of diffusing perilous situations. Flash. At the critical moment, Song Yiyu drew his long sword from its sheath with a sudden flourish. Holding the blade with the back facing down and the edge upward, he swiftly arced it upward, channeling all his strength. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as the cold arrow, racing from afar, collided with the frigid blade of his sword. As the ancient saying goes, in a narrow path, the valiant prevail. Though the Emu clan leader's arrow came with great force, the frailty of age inevitably diminished its follow-through. Faced with a technique that, while rooted in the Warring States period, had found new meaning in Song Yiyu's hands, the arrows might faltered swiftly, yielding under the pressure of their clash. Crack! With a soft sound at the point of contact, the chilling arrow was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. Observing this spectacle, the Emu clan leader's earlier mirth vanished, replaced by a serious expression for the first time. Chapter 57. Withdrawal. What an impressive sword technique. Witnessing the arrows he personally shot being effortlessly shattered by his opponent, the head of the Emu clan narrowed his eyes slightly, a startling thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. Could this individual be from Konoha? Upon recalling the swift body flicker technique displayed earlier to evade the arrows, he felt a growing certainty in his conjecture. However, what if he truly is from Konoha? The clan leader's gaze fell upon the door of the shrine, now ajar, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Whoever has entered this sacred place must pay the price for their foolishness. This intent, steeped in malice, did not escape the notice of the white-clad youth across from him. Does he wish to eliminate witnesses? From the slight tension that had momentarily crossed the opponent's face, Aoyu surmised that the other had likely deduced his origins or identity. Yet, in this precarious situation, a swift flash of murderous intent crossed the adversary's face. Clearly, his identity from Konoha had only heightened the Emu clan leader's agitation. How intriguing. Observing the unmasked hostility on the other's countenance, Aoyu could not help but smile slightly. If the opponent's fear of clandestine actions being revealed had led him to take such a desperate gamble, it would not be entirely surprising. Yet, he clearly noted the lack of hesitation once his identity was suspected. There were only two possibilities for such behavior. One was that the opponent acted decisively, possessing a level of judgment and psychological resilience surpassing that of most ninjas. The other was that he had powerful backing. Someone who would assist him even if he were to commit murder here. Which could it be? The Emu clan leader's expression darkened slightly as he observed Aoyu's enigmatic smile from afar. Has this boy figured something out? With this thought, the intensity of his murderous intent grew heavier. This boy must not be allowed to leave today. A bunch of useless fools. What are you still standing there for? With a newfound resolution, the clan leader turned to his sluggish subordinates and bellowed, haven't you noticed that the intruder has even been injured? Hurry up and continue firing arrows. Under the pressure of their leader, the subordinates hastily quickened their movements, drawing bows and loosing arrows towards the white-clad youth. However, at that moment, Aoyu had already evaded the initial barrage of arrows, his figure having swiftly retreated to a much greater distance. Freed from the confines of the shrine's environment, he executed the body flicker technique with even greater finesse, deftly maneuvering beneath the scattered arrows. Amidst the clan leader's nearly murderous gaze, Aoyu showcased his agility while weaving through the arrows, ultimately darting towards the right rear tower and racing toward the distant courtyard. Observing the white figure's effortless escape, the Emu clan leader's fury ignited to its peak. Yet his outward demeanor remained deceptively calm. He immediately commanded all household staff to swiftly seal off every exit to the outside world. Watching the retreating figure, he clenched his teeth, a cold smile creeping onto his face. So, you enjoy running, do you? I shall see just how far you can flee. Meanwhile, as the clan leader's orders spread through the estate, the entire Emu residence sprang into action, with every servant hastily moving to their assigned positions, determined to capture the infiltrator. In the bathing room, the Emu young lady remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside, her mind consumed with thoughts of the white-clad youth, oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Little one, come to your sister. The prospect of indulging in the company of such a young man that night left her cheeks flushed. Yet, just as her fantasies flourished, a servant abruptly burst into the bathroom. Startled from her reverie, the young lady was about to unleash a tirade when the servant hastily exclaimed, "Not good, miss. We just received orders from the clan leader. There seems to be an intruder in the estate." An intruder? The young lady frowned, a hint of confusion flickering across her flushed face. When did our defenses become so lax that outsiders could enter freely? I have no idea. However, before she could finish, the servant rudely interrupted. I didn't ask you. Annoyed, the young lady waved her hand dismissively, her expression shifting from indulgence to sharpness. It seems the shrine's situation has been discovered. Otherwise, her father wouldn't be taking such drastic measures. With this thought, a glimmer of realization sparked in her eyes. Her heart racing. If the higher-ups from Konoha were to learn of this. Supporting herself against the tub, she stood up, her body jiggling with every movement. The warm water splashing noisily as it collided with her. This is my final chance. I absolutely cannot allow that person to be captured by my father. At that moment, the young lady transformed entirely, her eyes shining with a fervor akin to a parched traveler discovering an oasis in the desert. In a flurry, she began to clothe herself. Despite the difficulties posed by her figure, she could hardly afford to be concerned about that now. She needed to find the intruder, to reveal the secrets hidden within the shrine and the concealed escape routes of the estate. This was all that occupied her mind. Yet, just as she finally managed to don her garments and approach the bathroom door, she discovered it had been sealed from the outside. Knock, knock, knock. The young lady pounded furiously on the door, anxiously calling out to the servants outside, "What on earth do you want?" Hurry and open the door for me. Apologies, miss. The voice that responded was not from one of her handmaidens, but rather a calm male voice. The clan leader has decreed that until the intruder is apprehended, all rooms within the estate must remain sealed. Do you understand? I am the young lady of the Emu household. She interrupted, furiously demanding. Are you even going to keep me, the young lady, from leaving? At her words, the voice outside fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Apologies, Mississippi. The order is to prevent you from leaving as well. Chapter 58 Convergence. How dare you speak such nonsense? Lady Emu's face flushed with fury upon hearing those words. Yet her heart had already plunged into despair. What am I saying? A calm male voice replied from outside. Surely, young lady, you are well aware. Realizing that her father had reached such a point, Lady Emu understood that her struggles were futile. She turned away from the door and casually found a spot to sit in the bathroom. Sighing, she gazed at the steam-covered ceiling, her round face suddenly clouded with melancholy. Her heart silently heaving a sigh. Even if I could escape, what difference would it make? After all, the day after tomorrow marks my mother's death anniversary. Even if that person were to rush back to Konoha with this news, it would likely be too late. As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of confusion and dread slowly rose within her. Could the technique they spoke of truly resurrect her mother? After its execution, would I not perish as well? When one dies, does the soul genuinely find its way to the Pure Land? In that moment, a myriad of fragmented thoughts surged within Lady Emu. Remembering the little ones she had inadvertently caused to perish, she felt a profound sense of disillusionment with life. She had not always been this way. As the sole daughter of the Emu family, she was born into wealth and inherited her mother's exquisite beauty. Her past life could be described as smooth sailing. But when did everything begin to change? It seemed to have started 3 years ago with her mother's passing. After that, everything began to shift. Her father grew increasingly despondent, neglecting the family business, consumed by grief over her mother's demise. Due to her father's negligence, the family business began to decline. And with fierce competition closing in, the Emu family gradually fell into decline. Just as it seemed the family was on the brink of collapse, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared in their home. To this day, she still remembers that person's first words to her father, Emu clan head. Do you wish to bring your wife back to life? From that point onward, her father covertly collaborated with the enigmatic figure. And under the influence of a certain drug provided by this individual, she began to gain weight rapidly. Now, as she stared into the mirror at the visage of a bloated woman, she could no longer recall her former self. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to just die. Lady Emu patted her belly, murmuring, if only my mother could truly come back to life. At that moment, the entire Emu estate had descended into chaos. A throng of servants and subordinates began to scour the premises, checking each room one by one. Naturally, Aruma-shun and Hananri, who were responsible for searching the front courtyard and study respectively, could not escape detection. What is going on? Aruma-shun, panting as he chased after Hananri, felt his temper flare. Why are they suddenly searching our home? Has our mission been leaked? Ignoring his complaints, Hananri replied coolly. It seems one of them, either Akatsuki or Esya, has been compromised. Really? But logically, their overall strength should surpass ours. Aruma-shun gasped, still catching his breath. Strength does not guarantee secrecy, Hananri replied, her patience wearing thin. Unexpected events happen during missions. Now, be quiet. Seeing Aruma-shun about to speak again, she quickened her pace, heading towards the inner courtyard. Aruma-shun grimaced, sealing his lips, vowing to improve his physical fitness upon returning. It's just burning youth. I can handle it too. Thus, propelled by their urgency, they soon reached the inner courtyard. Upon entry, they were met with a horde of archers surrounding them. Faced with the daunting scene resembling a web of traps, the two who had been rushing in now hesitated. Should we really go in? Aruma-shun stammered, swallowing hard. Yes. After a brief silence, sensing the pursuers drawing near, Hananri decisively declared. Although joining forces could mean facing even more adversaries, relying solely on the two of them would likely yield a lower chance of success than uniting with the others. Very well. Aruma-shun gritted his teeth, realizing that today's confrontation was unavoidable. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, Esya and Akatsuki had reunited. Gazing at the throngs outside, Akatsuki couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Did you disturb someone's ancestral grave? Why have you attracted such a crowd? I didn't disturb any grave. Esya replied calmly, picking up a piece of food. I merely came across some things in the shrine that shouldn't have been seen. Things that shouldn't have been seen. Akatsuki raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued about what could provoke such a reaction from the Emu clan. With a snap, Esya placed a pale red scroll on the table. This is what I found in the shrine. Akatsuki took the scroll, opened it, and his expression turned grave. How could the Emu clan be connected to this? He slowly tucked the scroll away, his mind racing with uncertainty.